At the heart of New York City, a global metropolis and a symbol of hope and freedom, the Israel Hayom summit begins. Israel, the Middle East's only democracy, and the United States, its close ally, share more than strategy. They share a vision of liberty, innovation, and an unbreakable bond with the Jewish people in America, their identity and their story. New York's Jewish community, the largest and most influential outside of Israel, stands as a living bridge between Jerusalem and Washington, between heritage and progress, between past and future. History tells the story of this partnership, the Abraham Accords. At the heart of New York City, a global metropolis and a symbol of hope and freedom, the Israel Hayom summit begins. Israel, the Middle East's only democracy, and the United States, its close ally, share more than strategy. They share a vision of liberty, innovation, and an unbreakable bond with the Jewish people in America, their identity and their story. New York's Jewish community, the largest and most influential outside of Israel, stands as a living bridge between Jerusalem and Washington, between heritage and progress, between past and future. History tells the story of this partnership, the Abraham Accords, expanding horizons of peace, America's recognition of Israeli control over the Golan Heights, and the rescue and return of Israeli hostages through a united, extraordinary effort by the American administration. Each represents a defining moment in the shared commitment to Israel's security. In moments of crisis, the United States stands firmly with Israel, through defense, through diplomacy, and through the resolve to confront terrorism together. Side by side, both nations build a shield of cooperation against extremism threatening the Middle East and far beyond. The bond between Jerusalem, New York, and Washington is more than friendship. It is a responsibility to stand together and build a safer future for generations to come. Welcome to the Israel Hayom Summit. Let us listen, dream, and move forward together. heart of New York City, a global metropolis and a symbol of hope and freedom, the Israel היום Summit begins. Israel, the Middle East's only democracy, and the United States, its close ally, share more than strategy. They share a vision of liberty, innovation, and an unbreakable bond with the Jewish people in America, their identity and their story. New York's Jewish community, the largest and most influential outside of Israel, stands as a living bridge between Jerusalem and Washington, between heritage and progress, between past and future. History tells the story of this partnership, the Abraham Accords, expanding horizons of peace, America's recognition of Israeli control over the Golan Heights, and the rescue and return of Israeli hostages through a united, extraordinary effort by the American administration. Each represents a defining moment in the shared commitment to Israel's security. In moments of crisis, the United States stands firmly with Israel, through defense, through diplomacy, and through the resolve to confront terrorism together. Side by side, both nations build a shield of cooperation against extremism threatening the Middle East and far beyond. The bond between Jerusalem, New York, and Washington is more than friendship. It is a responsibility to stand together and build a safer future for generations to come. Welcome to the Israel Hayom Summit. Let us listen, dream, and move forward together.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Israel Hayom first U.S. Summit here in New York. Thank you for joining us at this special event created to explore the heart of the relationship between Israel, the United States, and the Jewish community. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the distinguished guests joining us this morning, representatives of the American and Israeli governments, leaders of the Jewish community in New York, guests who have traveled from across the United States and from Israel, and our colleagues from the worlds of business, security, diplomacy, philanthropy, and technology. Your presence here is deeply meaningful and greatly appreciated. Thank you all. It is my honor to officially open this important gathering and set the stage for a day of honest conversation and shared purpose. Throughout the day, you will hear a wide range of voices from leaders, policymakers, business innovators, communicators, and cultural figures. Some will agree, some will not agree with each other, but that is not important. That's perfectly fine. Our goal is to create a genuine, open, and direct conversation that makes this summit one of the most important platforms in the dialogue between Israel and the Jewish world. Once again, thank you all to our distinguished guests for being here with us, and to so many viewers joining us live from Israel in Israel Hayom's digital platforms. A special thank you to Dr. Miriam Adelson, for hosting this gathering and for being what you are. Thank you. And thank as well to the dedicated team of Israel Hayom, without whom this vision would not have become a reality. To Amir Finkelstein, CEO of Israel Hayom Group, for leading this project with determination, professionalism, and a clear sense of purpose. to editor-in-chief of Israel Hayom, Omer Lachmanovich, for shaping the journalistic spirit behind this summit and for ensuring that our voice remains sharp, responsible, and deeply connected to the Jewish world. A special thank you to Or Dayan, the producer of this summit. She truly deserved that, whose tireless work and attention to every detail made this event possible, and to the entire team that worked for weeks to bring this conference to life. Thank you all. Before we officially begin, I would like to ask the distinguished guest to rise, please, for the Israeli anthem. Please get seated. To continue, I'm privileged to invite the editor-in-chief of Israel Hayom, Omer Lachmanovich, who leads the newsroom every day with clarity and courage, shaping the public conversation in both Israel and the Jewish world. Please join me in welcoming my friend, my editor, Omer Lachmanovich, please.
Good morning and welcome to the first Israel Hayom Summit here in New York. When asked why we chose to hold this summit in this city, the answer was simple. After hosting our most recent annual conference in Jerusalem, the capital of Israel, it felt only natural that our first conference abroad would take place in New York, often regarded as the Jewish capital of America. In these days, following the city's dramatic election results and in the face of the rising tide of anti-Semitism across the United States and the Western world, it is clear that we have reached a historic moment in which Israel and the Jewish world must stand together to confront our shared challenges. That is why we are here today. We believe this first Israel Hayom Summit marks the beginning of an important tradition, a yearly gathering dedicated to a Zionist pro-Israel dialogue here in New York. Over the years, we are bringing the American story directly to the Israeli public through exclusive interviews with presidents, senators, and key decision makers, and through reporting grounded in facts rather than stereotypes. After a war that reshaped our region and redefined Israel's partnership with the United States, we felt this was the moment to bring that conversation here, to the heart of the largest Jewish community in the world outside of Israel. Today, you will hear from senior American and Israeli leaders who, over the past 2 years, sat in war rooms, shaped the future of the Middle East and stood at the front line of the battle for Israel's narrative against radical Islam and Israel haters. Their voices and experience are essential to understanding the challenges ahead. Saul Bellow once said that there is only one way to defeat an enemy, to fight well. That is why Israel Hayom exists. Founded 18 years ago, our mission has remained the same, to bring an unapologetically Zionist voice into the Israeli public sphere, to serve as a bridge at a time when bridges are fragile, and to work every day for a stronger, more secure future for the Jewish people in our homeland. Through Israel Hayom, Hebrew and English platforms, Israelis and American public receive a reliable, unfiltered picture of events in Israel. This is not only journalism, it is a national mission. Special thank this morning to my friend Amir Finkelstein, CEO of Israel Hayom, whose leadership and vision made this summit possible. In the coming year, Israel Hayom will lead its flagship project, the 11th Million, a bold initiative that encouraged to bring 1 million Jews from the diaspora to Israel. This vision reflects hope, solidarity, and belief in our collective strength. Throughout today's discussions, we will also address this historic effort. As we opened this summit, our first on American soil, we are reminded that moments like this become part of the story we pass on to future generations. May today be a meaningful milestone in the ongoing relationship between Israel, the United States, and the Jewish world. שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. Israel Hayom has grown into the most read media outlet in Israel. This would not have been possible without the vision, leadership, and courage of Dr. Miriam Adelson and Sheldon Adelson of blessed memory. Their commitment ensured that millions of Israelis have a media home that speaks their values, defends the truth, and stands firmly with the State of Israel. Our appreciation for their contribution to the Jewish people is deep and enduring. Thank you, Dr. Adelson, for being a guideline light during one of the most difficult moments in our modern history. I have the profound honor welcoming to the stage our publisher, Dr. Miriam Adelson. Thank you.
Good morning. As you see, I broke my leg, and this is the third leg of mine till I will recover. Thank you very much for coming. And Shalom, Shalom New York. Is the Shalom the right say in New York? Shalom. Ambassador Waltz, Rabbi Berman, is it still kosher to say that in the Big Apple? I hope it is. Shalom is internal and universal. It is the peace that we wish upon others when we meet or part ways. It is the peace that the Jewish people and the state of Israel have always pursued for the good of the entire world. The fact that our enemies refuse to acknowledge it is a tragedy as old as our history. They insist on portraying us as precisely the opposite, projecting their worst traits upon us is very painful travesty. From Pharaoh to Spanish Inquisition, from pogroms to the Nazi concentration camp, we have survived the worst of them. And we have learned the hard way to be prepared, to defend ourselves, to always stand tall, to draw support through strength and not through sympathy. The most significant historical difference for Jews is the rebirth of the State of Israel. Its brilliant pioneers, fearless soldiers, and the majestic alliance with the great United States. I was born in Tel Aviv to parents. Who had lost most of the family to the Holocaust. Thank you. All in Poland. Under the bright Mediterranean sun, they raised me to feel the self-confidence of a Sabra. When the time came for me to do postgraduate research abroad, I looked at America, to New York. For generations, Jewish Yiddish speakers would call America the Golden Medina or the land of gold, not just for the economic opportunity that they have here, but also the freedom of persecution. It was in New York, the capital of the diaspora Jewry, that I studied at the Rockefeller University. It was here that I met the love of my life, Sheldon, the proudest of Jewish Americans. And now, anti-Semitism is rearing its ugly head in this city, home of the largest Jewish population outside of Israel. Am I surprised? The answer is no. Our history prepared us for disappointments and betrayal. But unlike our ancestors, who over the course of 2,000 years had to contend with such hatred in exile, today we have a homeland, we have sovereignty, and the ability to defend ourselves. And that should not put a spring in the step every diaspora Jews. And of the many Christian, Muslim, and others who admire the bold righteousness of our cause. The anti-Semites know all of this. That's why they have dedicated so much energy and money and cunning to pretending that their hatred of Jews is only anti-Zionism. They want to split Israel from the West and for diaspora Jews. They want to destroy us slowly through isolation, separation, defamation, and demoralization. This is a significant test for us all, but I know that we shall prevail because we must. This is our time to rise and overcome the challenge, to fight slander with facts, to rally with one another, even as we surrounded with hostility, to walk proud and confident through the age of moral confusion. We owe it to those past generations of powerless Jews who would have happily traded place with us today. And we owe it to our children and the generation to follow to ensure that they too can shout out loud, Am Israel Chai. In defiance and celebration, for we will survive and thrive. May this Israel Hayom summit be the first of many here in New York, no matter who is the mayor. Good luck and thanks.
Thank you to Dr. Adelson and Mazal Tov. You had a birthday a couple of weeks ago, so. And now we proceed. Hanan Rubin and Yuval Bdolach are in many ways ordinary people. They have families, business, and are deeply involved in making Israel a better place. On October 7th, like so many of us, they were called up their army unit. Since then, they have devoted their lives voluntarily to sharing with the world what they now hold the only professionally film documentation from October 7th onward. Please welcome Hanan Rubin and Yuval Bdolach, co-founders of October7.am.
Presentation is coming up. Perfect. Do you hear me? Good. Good morning. My name is Yuval Bdolach, and I'm here with my legendary commander in reserve, Hanan Rubin. Two things happened on October 7th. One of them was the biggest massacre of Jewish people in modern history since the Holocaust. The second one was the first demonstration against Israel right here in New York. At 7 in the morning, I'm getting a phone call from Hanan telling me to wrap up my gear and come as soon as I can. Each and every one of us has his own story of what he chose or could do that morning. This is our story.
We're not heroes. The real heroes of that day are the people, civilians and soldiers who fought and saved lives. But I'm a religious man, and I believe that God placed us in this moment for a reason. While everything around us is still on fire and people are fighting, we're realizing that we are witnessing an historical moment, one that will change the history of Israel and the world forever. And we understood that this moment cannot be forgotten. What happened in that horrible day will become our ammunition in the fight that we'll have to fight forever. Play, please. We arrived very early on that day. Houses were still burning. The smell was still in the air. Even this abandoned Tesla was still playing music as people ran away from it. We had a military authority to call in teams, but we decided not to call only intelligence officers, but also to call the best photographers in the world. We ordered them to capture the surroundings in VR technology. VR 360 is the technology of the future. We wanted people 100 years from now, long after we will be gone, to be able to come and witness and feel like they were almost there. Just like the struggle to remember the Holocaust, we needed ammunition, not only for the battlefield that is in front of us, but also for the battlefield that is ahead of us. And a few days later, we were holding the only VR footage of the aftermath of October 7, nearly a terabyte of a material that doesn't exist anywhere. At first, we thought we were going to hold it for the museum that will be built one day. But then we've heard that President Joe Biden is coming to Israel.
And it wasn't only Joe Biden. They all came. Prime ministers, chancellors, presidents from all over the world were coming to Israel to witness what happened on October 7th. And they all had one thing in common. None of them could have gone to the south, to the Otef, to the kibbutzim, to see what really happened, because war was still going on. We're deciding at that moment to take out the materials and to start doing something with it. We are now assembling a second team. This time, film creators. Not irregular film creators, the best ones you can find in Israel. People like Dikla Barkai, Shachar Segal, Amir Asfari, Ro'i Dan, Barak Brinker, and others. We let them watch the materials and decide what to do with it. We give them one instruction, and one instruction only. Make it personal. Stalin once said, and forgive me for quoting Stalin, one casualty is a tragedy. 1,000 casualties is statistics. And we want to make it personal again. They started working, stepping into the room, and boy, they did it. In 5 days, they have created 10 VR short movies, 3 minutes each, of different families from the Otef that were massacred in October 7th massacre. VR that takes you back to the same moment when it all happened. Once we held this material in our hands, we knew that we were holding something really strong. In Israel, like in Israel, we approached the Prime Minister in only 24 hours. Prime Minister, President, cabinet members, the IDF spokesman, even Herzi Halevi, and told them that they have a new weapon in their arsenal, one that they can use for every VIP who is going to come and visit Israel. After 2 years of running around the world with this VR, showing it to VIPs in Israel and around the world, we've realized something that we didn't know before. The conversion rate of this VR is something like we haven't seen before. It doesn't matter what you thought about October 7th, what you thought about Israel before you watch this VR. Once you put it on, you go back to the moment and to the same feeling that we all had on October 7th. So why are we here? For two reasons. One, and the most important one, is you. We want to give you a unique opportunity to watch this VR. During this whole summit, on the room behind you, the VR sets will be ready for the first view for you guys who are sitting here. Please, do not leave the summit without putting this VR on your heads for 3.5 minutes. And the second reason, this is not our day job, and we don't want it to be our day job. We're escorting this VR for the past 2 years, just like we're doing right here. But now, this VR needs a champion, needs an investor who would take it to the next stage. Just imagine the potential of this VR. More than 80 gigabytes of filming hasn't been produced yet. It means something like 100 houses that hasn't been produced. Film festivals around the world can host this VR. Museums should have an exhibition of this VR taking you back to October 7th.
And we want to finish with a quote by Jerry Seinfeld after his visit to Israel. Seinfeld said, "If only my friends could have seen what I've seen." Our VR product is an emotional product. It's not the horror movie. It's something that brings tears to your eyes. We are able to show it to Jerry Seinfeld's friends or to anyone who wants it, to bring it to him. And we want to give you the opportunity and ask you to help us to take it to the next level. We want to thank Dr. Adelson and Israel Hayom and all the wonderful people that invited us to here today.
We want to thank the Misrad HaMoreshet, to the Minister Amichai Eliyahu, and to the CEO Itai for inviting us to be here. We want to thank you for listening.
God bless Israel. God bless America. Am Yisrael Chai. Toda Rabba.
Thank you so much for everything you're doing. And now we move to the first conversation of the day. Please welcome to the stage Ambassador Michael Waltz, the 32nd United States Ambassador to the United Nations, a diplomat with decades of experience at the heart of global decision-making, joined on stage by Ariel Kahana, Israel Hayom diplomatic and U.S. correspondent, that will lead the interview. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. First of all, Ambassador Waltz, it's great honor to have you here on the stage. On behalf of myself and the entire team of Israel Hayom, it's a great honor again to have you here. Let me just thank my friend in Israel Hayom who prepared this conference, worked tirelessly 24/7, and including nights, the time gaps between Israel and here, but I think we can see the result. It's fantastic. So thank you, guys.
I think if I speak for many of us here, if Dr. Adelson reaches out, then we figure out a way to get here.
Great. So before we jump into the news stuff, etc., and it was mentioned by Dr. Adelson and by Omer, our chief editor, in some ways, there is a rise for anti-Semitism in America. And lately, we see attacks on the core bond between Israel and America, not only from the extreme left, we used to do that for many years, but also from the extreme right. People are saying here in America, no, we don't need Israel, they just take money. Why is it good for America to be an ally with Israel? So I'm asking you that question.
Yeah, it's certainly a question as we go back to basics in many ways, and President Trump with his America First policy really, in my view, recenters what we do around the world that are in core American interests. And if you just look at the relationship with the United States and Israel post-World War II, but particularly post-1967, and for those who aren't familiar with my background, I served as 27 years as a Green Beret, U.S. Army Special Forces, and have served all over Africa, the Middle East, Afghanistan. and then also in a number of senior policy roles, plus on the relevant committees in Congress. And I can tell you for certain, the relationship with the United States and Israel in terms of intelligence sharing, in terms of our military cooperation, increasingly, I'm a huge fan of Startup Nation. I don't know if Dan Senor is here, but the technological sharing, the innovation that's coming out of it, and frankly, that we share common enemies and adversaries. In many ways, the brave men and women of the IDF are fighting America's enemies for us, and are very much on the front lines. So, but I think the message, and whether it was in my old congressional district or in this position now as ambassador to the United Nations, which is a whole other discussion I'm sure we'll get into, in terms of the dark heartbeat of anti-Semitism around the world, is sitting right here in New York, down the street at the United Nations. However, what I really want to foot stomp and emphasize is the shared values: freedom of press, freedom of religion, the freedom to assemble, the peaceful transfer of power, an independent judiciary, although Bibi may dispute that to some degree, but the rule of law. And just a quick, Miriam has heard me tell this story, but just very quickly, the first time, I come from a very blue-collar family, relatively poor upbringing, but the first time I was able to take my mother, who is a devout Christian, to the city of David, to the old city. She's walking in the Garden of Gethsemane, practically in tears the entire day. And we ended up that night at the pool of Siloam. And we're standing there, and we have a relatively conservative Jewish tour guide. And she said, a little bit meekly, but she said, I hope I don't offend you in any way, but can I just ask you, this is my mother to this gentleman, she said, can I just ask you, what are the odds, would you say, maybe that we could be standing or in the general vicinity of where Jesus stood? And he turned to her and he said, ma'am, I can tell you with 100% absolute clarity, right here, you're standing where Jesus stood. And she just broke out in tears, and everyone, but the bottom line is, it's our shared values. And those Judeo-Christian values are the basis of the greatest country on earth, in my humble opinion, the United States of America. And that, to me, is the glue that will always be at the center of the U.S.-Israel alliance.
Great. So now let's talk business. As you said, you represent the U.S. in the UN. Just 2 weeks ago, you passed a significant, even historical resolution, 2803, regarding the future of Gaza. I would say, I heard some senior Israelis who are skeptics whether the ISF, the International Stabilization Force, who should fight Hamas in Gaza, will really be there one day, because it seems no country at this point would like to fight Hamas other than Israel.
Sure, and I've heard a lot of those concerns as we work through this resolution. Let me just take 30 more seconds before I answer that question on the anti-Semitism piece at the UN. I just want everyone here to know the actions the Trump administration is taking, that we are taking within the UN to fight this scourge. I mean, this is a place that passed 171 resolutions condemning Israel, compared to 51 condemning ridiculous and gross human rights violators, 51 for every other country combined. So it is obsessed in many ways as an institution. Anti-Semitism undergirds all of it. In this administration, we are going after it. We are taking it head on. We're not turning a blind eye. We have sanctioned Francesca Albanese, the so-called special rapporteur, to Marco. Thank you to Secretary Rubio for that. We have withdrawn from UNESCO. We have withdrawn from the air quotes Human Rights Council and defunded, and will continue to defund and if we have it the administration's way, completely dismantle UNRWA. So we are not putting up with the BDS and just all of the other nonsense.
Any specific steps you can announce here about how to fight?
I don't want to get ahead of the administration, but I can tell you that is clearly our goal, number one. And number two, Secretary Rubio was very clear in recent weeks where he said UNRWA is essentially an operating arm of Hamas.
So we will see additional actions against biased against Israel in the coming future.
Well, I think those were pretty strong actions, but there's more to follow.
Correct.
There's more to follow. It's just been tolerated for far too long on both sides of the aisle, and enough is enough.
Okay. Let's go back. Thank you. Let's go back to the future of Gaza.
Sure, on the resolution and where we're going. I think it's worth taking a moment and think about where we were just a few months ago. And just to be candid, I'm convinced, particularly when the Israeli Defense Forces took a strike in downtown Doha in Qatar, in the midst of these negotiations, set aside the debate around that, I'm convinced any other administration, this thing could have come completely unglued. We still had dozens of living hostages and deceased hostages in tunnels. The war was raging. You had France leading the charge here in New York, with their so-called New York Declaration and trying to sign up. I don't know what state these additional countries were recognizing, but pulling the G7 on board. The situation was not good. I am convinced that history will look at a meeting the president convened at the UN General Assembly that not only pulled together the Gulf Arabs, but also the majority Muslim nations, Turkey, Pakistan, Indonesia, and others, and set us on the course that just a few weeks later resulted in what all of these countries had been asking for and demanding, which was the ceasefire that is currently in place, and thank God for the release of the hostages, to see them come walking out. And my understanding is we're down to 2. Hopefully in the next 24 hours, down to 1 of the remains. That was absolutely historic. What we did with the Security Council resolution was essentially bless the president's peace plan that we all saw celebrated both in the Knesset and Sharm el-Sheikh. And within that, just to spend a moment, we will establish through this resolution, which, by the way, I think was the most incredible resolution for Israel that compared to all of the others that you have seen come out of this building.
But you know, there was critics that resolution includes a future Palestinian state. So not everyone in Israel likes that resolution in the US UN.
We had to get to this resolution, which, by the way, we passed 13-0 in the Security Council resolution, where we had the Arab nations on board publicly, the Muslim majority nations on board publicly, the Palestinian Authority saying they can live with it, the Israeli government saying they can live with it, and the Chinese and the Russians to not veto it. Was an incredible diplomatic feat by the president and his entire team. But importantly, what I want everyone to understand that will be established as a result is a board of peace led by President Trump. Within that, you'll have the technical authority, gas, food, water over Gaza. You're going to have international financial instruments under the World Bank and this stabilization force. And I can tell you we're having very good conversations with countries like Indonesia, like Azerbaijan, and several others that are willing to commit significant troops to this effort. And what I would tell folks in the region, and I hope to be there very soon to see all of this firsthand, is that the choices were go back to war, go back to a full occupation, or let the president and the international community set this structure in place that I believe will ultimately result in the destruction, the dismantlement of Hamas, which must be, and the president has been very clear on that, which must be first and foremost. But what we are trying to avoid is the definition of insanity. We cannot pour billions into rebuilding, allow Hamas to survive. They strike Israel again. Israel takes the aggressive action necessary to hit back. And here we go on this cycle all over again.
So you keep trying to convince countries to join the ISF, if I get you right? But
no, it's quite the other way around. Countries who are ready to join, they need, in many of their own constitutions and domestic laws, the kind of the stamp of international law and the UN backing in order to do
they
so.
Demanded
they were waiting on us. I had the generals calling me and saying, when are we going to get this resolution done?
Okay, but still they don't come. So,
well, we are used to, I think, probably in our militaries, we don't have many militaries, they don't have the special forces sitting on the ramp that are ready to go, with 2 hours notice, but those mobilizations are happening, the training's happening, the agreements on the rules of engagement, all of that is under active negotiation right now.
I see, and just to conclude about that, if I got you right, in case there won't be ISF, then the war will renew because Israel will go in. That's what I heard from your answer.
Well, the president, I think, has been quite clear and directly to Hamas that they are going to be disarmed either the easy way or the hard way. One way or another, Hamas has to go.
I see. Okay. I know it's not exactly your topic, but there is a very high tension now with Lebanon because in this case it was not a UN resolution, but we are now a little bit more than 1 year after the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon. We do not see the Lebanese government dismantling Hezbollah. So in this front, we're going to see again, or maybe a war renewing?
Well, let's certainly hope not. There's active negotiations as we speak. We agree that the Lebanese government has to move faster. Hezbollah has to not only stay disarmed, but remain disarmed. I certainly give, again, history will look back on one of the most amazing and effective covert operations in the pagers and beepers operation to decapitate Hezbollah, and frankly, give the country of Lebanon, give the people of Lebanon a chance. And that chance was furthered by the election of General Aoun. With the combination of President Trump and the actions of this administration and also the Israeli government, they were told over and over again things could not happen. You could not cross certain red lines. We saw the taking down of Hania. We saw the taking down of Nasrallah. We saw the complete decapitation of Hezbollah, that sword of Damocles that has been living over Israel, northern Israel, and really all of Israel for far too long, the fall of Assad, and the complete retreat of the Iranian regime, and the destruction of their nuclear program just this year. So, yes, it is going to be difficult. It's going to be fraught. We're going to take 2 steps forward and 3 steps back at times. But the opportunities right now are immense, and you just saw President Trump yesterday say, look, we know, as Secretary Rubio has said, the folks running Syria right now would never pass an FBI background check. They have a horrible past. However, we also cannot let it descend into absolute chaos. He has made the decision, working with our Gulf Arab allies, to give them a chance. And let's see how it goes. But I think the opportunities right now are what we should be focused on.
But it seems to me, if I get you right, that regarding Gaza or regarding Lebanon, the first principle I heard from you under President Trump is first and foremost Israel security. Because actually, America, we don't hear the don't. What we do hear regarding Gaza or Lebanon, that if not sooner than later, America will let Israel to act to defend itself, again, differently from other messages we had in the past. Am I right?
First and foremost, Israel always has the right to defend itself, number one. But number two, what you'll hear from this president and from me echoing his words is he is a peace president. We would always prefer diplomacy. We would always want to avoid war and both the suffering of the Israeli people and the people that have suffered under these terrorist dictatorship regimes for far too long. And we have to call them out for what they are, and we have to fight it, both in the diplomatic space, in the multinational space here in the UN, but always, if necessary, if you have to take the tough action, you have to take those tough actions.
Okay. You made a hint about possible countries who will join the Abraham Accords. Can you share some information with us?
Not at this point, but I expect to see. I would expect to see an expansion, and this is looping back to the Security Council resolution. The one, we needed to get our hostages out. Number two, we wanted to stop the fighting and the suffering. Number three, create conditions where it'll never happen again. We don't repeat that definition of insanity. But four, what this resolution and the successful implementation of it will allow is the expansion of the Abraham Accords. And that's the strategic prize for Israel, for stability for the region, and for the United States.
Do you know about specific countries who are about to join?
There are very good conversations happening with a number of specific countries. I think you'll see them over the next year.
Okay. Last question. Goes to what's going on in the UN, and you touched it a little bit before. During the General Assembly, we saw, in my eyes, and trying to embarrass President Trump with a teleprompter when he gave his speech, and the escalator. Are there any steps that the UN has taken, punish the people who are responsible to those negative events, I would say?
I think any other person, or dare I say even world leader, standing on the world stage in front of 150 other world leaders being streamed to billions of people all over the world. I told the president, don't worry about the teleprompter. He's best when he just speaks from the heart, which is exactly what he did. Well, let's just move forward from there.
I see. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Waltz. Great. We have to conclude with that. Again, thank you very much on behalf of Israel היום Group for coming here. Great honor for us. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me, and I'm sure I'll see all of you soon. Thanks so much.
Yes, he truly deserves that. Ambassador Waltz, thank you so much for everything you're doing. Thanks. To continue, we are honored to host one of the most influential and steadfast leaders of the Jewish world, Ambassador Ronald S. Lauder, President of the World Jewish Congress. Is a man whose voice resonates across continents and across generations. Throughout his life, he has stood at the front lines of the fight against anti-Semitism, defending Jewish dignity at moments when it mattered most. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Ronald S. Lauder to the stage.
For a Jewish word, this is amazing. We're only 40 minutes behind schedule. Unique. Usually an hour. Thank you and good morning. Before I begin, I want to say thank you to Miriam Adelson, who has been such a consistent supporter of the Jewish people and the state of Israel. But I cannot talk about Miriam without saying another word about Sheldon. Sheldon was the greatest influence the Jewish people had in the White House, not only in Trump's time, but in Biden's time and all the other times. He was the person, a one-man State Department for Israel, and we can't say enough about him. And I would like to also recognize Ambassador Waltz, who I believe is one of the best people we've ever had in the UN. And what he's accomplished in such a short time is amazing. And God bless you. Now, Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here today not with any comfort, but with a great urgency, because what we are facing is no minor issue. It's not a misunderstanding, and it's certainly not an isolated moment. It's a full-scale attack on the truth, on democracy, and on the safety of the people, Jewish people everywhere. For years, some of us warned that anti-Semitism was growing, not in the shadows, but in plain sight, on college campuses, online, in politics, and even in the halls of Congress. Now, anti-Semitism is rampant throughout our culture. For years, too many brushed it aside. They said, it's just a few angry kids. It won't go further. This is America. There is no anti-Semitism in America. They were wrong. Over the last 2 years, anti-Semitism didn't just rise, it exploded. Across Europe, we see levels of violence. But these are not just statistics. They are people. In Washington, D.C., a young couple that worked at the Israeli embassy, two beautiful young people about to get married, were gunned down in the streets of our nation's capital. Instead of a wedding, their parents had funerals. At a peaceful demonstration for Israel in Colorado, a woman was not just murdered, she was burned alive. In Berlin, a Jewish visitor to the Holocaust Memorial was stabbed. In Manchester, England, worshippers going to Yom Kippur service were run down and stabbed, killing 4. All these people, their crime, they were Jews. Today, we are paying a terrible price for ignoring this threat. This is not normal. It's not accidental. And it's not just criticism of Israel. It's the world's oldest hatred, once again wearing political clothes. Let me be as clear as I can be. When someone chants from the river to the sea, they are calling for the elimination of the Jewish state. When people have no right to safety, no right to sovereignty, no right to exist, history tells us exactly what happens. We've been there before, and within my lifetime. And when people chant globalized intifada, they're really saying, let's kill Jews everywhere. But do you ever think that in Western democracies, and right here in the United States of America, politicians would be elected by attacking Jews, by glorifying violence against Jews, but making no excuse for it, by building entire campaigns around a single foreign policy issue and weaponizing it against Jewish communities right here at home? This can only happen when good people are silent. And we've seen this before. In the late 1930s, when Hitler was rising in Germany, there was huge efforts by the Nazis to ignite anti-Semitism in America. The anti-Semitism radio preacher by the name of Father Conklin. Father Conklin was Tucker Carlson of the 1930s. He had 30 million. Father Conklin had 30 million weekly listeners. That's equivalent to 100 million today. Henry Ford spread his hatred through newspapers and massive amounts of money. By 1938, the Jews in Germany, who were pleading for any country to let them in, they had a meeting with all the countries together, ready to do it, in Evian, France. But because of all the work that people like Father Conklin and Ford did, They told Franklin Delano Roosevelt, if he let Jews in, he may not be reelected. So Roosevelt said to his people, don't let any Jews come in via Evian. And you know something? All the other countries followed. And they sealed the fate of the Jewish people forever in Europe. 1 year after, we had Kristallnacht. And Germany went from being anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish law, and they violated, and one night, they were able to destroy synagogues and jail 70,000 people. And Hitler waited after Kristallnacht to see the world's reaction. And when he saw almost no reaction from the world, he told his advisors that he could do whatever he wanted to the Jews. We saw this same reaction after October 7th. In many ways, October 7th was the Kristallnacht of the 21st century. Today, instead of Conklin and Ford, millions of dollars are being put into social media. We just learned last week that many of the leading influencers online that were reporting from Gaza were actually in Egypt, Turkey, Asia, and even Poland and the Middle East. These lies just keep coming. And there's one more target that the anti-Semitism have infiltrated. It's our schools. Our schools are ground zero for this renewed hatred. There is a major crisis in our education system. We have to admit it. It's not just in colleges and universities. Now it's K through 12, where children are brainwashed to hate Israel. The largest teachers' union in this country, the National Education Association, has put out maps with Israel completely erased. Parents have called me and told me their children have come home and asked, is it true that Israel is an apartheid country? They want to turn young people not only against Jews, but against the very values a society has put on. How will we fight back? First, we must use social media because that's what young people listen to. And we must tell them the truth. Israel must finally get serious about public relations. If Israel can't tell the amazing story to the world, then its enemies will. We must expose every renegade teacher and their unions. We must expect moral courage from our public officials, not excuses. We've seen this moral before with names like Fetterman, Stefanik, Rubio, and President Trump. We have real heroes there. Let us now tell them to go ahead and fight. Secondly, we must rebuild education around truth, not slogans and lies. Third, we will have to reinvent how we teach the history of the Jewish people because it is not working. Too many young people have never heard of the Holocaust. The World Jewish Congress has produced some excellent films that explain what happened, and we want to show them in classes everywhere. Last week, I was in Poland, and I showed the film, Auschwitz Did Not Fall from the Sky, educators and politicians. The reaction was powerful, and this will be shown in classrooms all around the country in Poland on January 27th, the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. And if we don't tell our story, others will rewrite it. Now is the time that we have to do this. By the way, this film I'm going to show to the Department of Education. I want it shown in all schools for kids 12 to 17 in the schools. And when you see this film, it is so convincing. If you convince the Polish people, you can convince anybody. But this will take a huge effort from all of you. And Jews cannot fight this fight alone. Frankly, we should not have had to, because this is not a Jewish issue. It's a democratic issue. It's a moral issue. And it's a human issue. We at the World Jewish Congress are fighting back. In the past 2 years, we've launched global initiatives in Europe and around the world, not in the United States, to confront hate online and offline, including a major technology and human rights effort, working directly with social media platforms. We push governments to act, securing a statement by more than 50 countries in the UN condemning anti-Semitism at the United Nations. We strengthen community security worldwide. Even though we don't have the IDF protect us, we have some of the greatest security now, and built new task force to counter violent extremism. We are no longer simply warning, we are responding. But we can't do it alone. We need your help. And let me say this as well. There are Muslims and Arabs who are disgusted by anti-Semitism. There are Muslims and Arabs who reject extremism, who reject terrorism, who reject using Israel as an excuse for hatred. Let us build a coalition so strong, so united, so determined that no extremist movement can fracture it. And above all, let us all be bridge builders, unshakable, unapologetic, unstoppable. We have all these different groups in the United States. Let us all work together instead of each one doing their own thing, so the next generation inherits a world defined not by hatred, but by humanity. Finally, I want to say something. And that is, I want you to see a film by the students of my school singing Hatikva. And you'll see this was done about 8 or 9 years ago. But I want you to see these faces. I started schools 38 years ago in Eastern Europe. And today, 40,000 children have graduated from these schools in the past 38 years. Many did not even know they were Jewish. And interesting, all these children, when Passover came around, they were the ones who did the service while their families sat there and cried. It's amazing. And look at these faces of the children, and you'll understand why. Enormous pride that Jews have everywhere. The pride in being Jewish. And we've taught them this. And it works. Interesting enough, when they see someone coming at them in the street, even though they're not Orthodox, they put yarmulkes on to show defiance, and the people walk away. And you see much less anti-Semitism in Eastern Europe than you do anywhere else in the world. Still a lot. I'd like you now to see this, and it's Hatikva, so you please stand.
Father
Thank you very much. I'm a few minutes late to a Zoom call on Treblinka. I visited Treblinka's site last week where 900,000 Jews were killed and only 15 survived. Tell the story. Right now, Treblinka is an empty field. The Germans, before they left, destroyed everything. We are now bringing it back so people can come. And we have the names of 200,000 that we'll have a museum with their names being called out. This is the type of thing that we have to do all over Europe where there were concentration camps. And thank you again for listening.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Lauder. To continue, I'm honored to invite to the stage a diplomat who has become one of Israel's most recognizable and steadfast voices on the world stage, Ambassador Dani Danon. Israel's representative to the United Nations has spent years defending Israel in one of the most challenging arenas in international diplomacy. This conversation will be led by Elinor Shirkani-Kaufman, Israel Hayom's legal correspondent. Ambassador Danon, Elinor, the stage is yours.
Ambassador Danon, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us.
Boker Tov, good morning. Thank you for having me.
So you were presenting Israel during one of the most challenging times in our history. So I have many questions to ask you, but our time is short, so let's begin. When the road just started, Israel received a huge international support and then needed to face with a major backlash. Why did you think that happened?
First, I'm very happy to be among many friends. You know, I wasn't planning to come back to the UN. I finished my first term in 2020, 5 long years. And I never thought I would come back to the UN, you know. But when October 7th happened and the Prime Minister asked me to come back, I answered. That's what you do in a wartime. And I was shocked to come to the UN and to see the disconnection from reality. First of all, the UN was not able to pass even one resolution condemning the atrocities of October 7th. You know, this body was established 80 years ago after the Holocaust in order to prevent the atrocities. And despite the hostages and what we saw coming from Israel, they ignored it completely. So I was shocked about it. And like you mentioned, you know, at the beginning, everyone stood with us when we were the victims. But once we started to win the war, we became the target for so many attacks. I'll give you an example of President Macron. President Macron arrived to Israel right after October 7th, and he said, I will send the troops from France to fight with you against Hamas. But look what happened after that. He became the leader that led the opposition to Israel in the UN, and he had this assembly about a Palestinian state. That's unfortunate, and we have to realize that we will get the support of the international community when we will be the victims. But when we are winning the war, we should not accept them to support us. I prefer to be where we are today. That yes, we have to deal with the campaign against Israel, but we are winning the war. We brought all the hostages that are alive back home, and we showed the world that you don't mess with Israel. You know, the days when you massacre Jews and there is no response are over. When you kill innocent Israelis, we respond. We come and get you.
But Ambassador, please speak tachlis, as we say in Hebrew. Is there a remedy for Israel's position at the UN, or is it a lost cause?
Well, first, I think we have to stay there. I know many of you, you have told me that Shmum. Why do we need the UN? Why we are even going there? I think it's a mistake. We have to be in the room. And I say it we, it's Israel and the US and other strong democracies. Because if we will not be inside the hall, you're going to have our enemies taking over completely. And they will be able to delegitimize us, and they will be able to take steps against us. So, I have a conversation with my dear friend Mike Ward, who spoke a few minutes ago, a great friend of Israel. I'm flying today to Israel to prepare his visit in Israel next week. And I always tell him, we have to be there. We have to fight. Even if we know that we're going to lose the vote, it's better to be in the room and make sure that people hear our voices.
I'm curious to ask you, after Mamdani said he will arrest Netanyahu if he comes to New York, do you think that the next time Netanyahu arrives to the UN, he will arrest him?
Well, first, I think, and I know we have many leaders from the Jewish community here, we have to realize that you have a candidate who used anti-Semitism in his campaign, and he got elected. We cannot ignore it. We cannot ignore it. And if after the elections, he continued with that language. It is a challenge. I'm sure we will overcome it. We have a strong Jewish community here in New York. I'm sure Prime Minister Netanyahu will come to New York many times, will speak at the United Nations. With all due respect, Mayor-elect Mamdani is not the one who decides who is coming to New York and who is coming to the United Nations.
Lately, we've seen many countries recognize the idea of Palestinian state. How are you dealing with this kind of pressure in your position?
I found out that many times when you look at anti-Semitism or anti-Israel propaganda, it has nothing to do with us. Now, it sounds weird, no? But let me explain. Many countries and many political players, even here in the US, when you see radicals in the Democratic Party or the Republican Party speak against Israel or against the Jews, it's not because they really care about what's happening in Israel. It's a way for them to get traction, to get support on social media, to get donations. And that's what I saw when it came to the Palestinian state idea. Many countries, many leaders, they have no clue about what's happening on the ground. We still had hostages in Gaza, and they came with the idea of a Palestinian state. And when I asked them, why you are doing it now? It's not productive. It's counterproductive. They say, it's good for us. It's good for our base. We want to get support.
So you talked with them about it.
And I think we have to expose it. And even here, you have Tucker Carlson and other influencers. Many times they do it because they want to get support and traction, and we have to expose it.
And in your perspective, did Israel take the right steps towards the final victory?
Well, final victory, it's tricky. First of all, we won. The fact we brought all the hostages who are alive back to Israel, it's a victory. And many were skeptical. And when I spoke in the Security Council every week, and I told them the war will not be over with hostages in Gaza, they thought it was like just a saying. But we proved them wrong. We still have to do, to bring back the two hostages, the foreign hostages. Hopefully we will have good news in the next few hours coming from Israel about one of them. We have to make sure Hamas is not capable to rebuild its presence in Gaza. But when you look at the region today, I'm optimistic. And at the UN, I feel sometimes I'm like the diplomatic weatherman. That because, I see the way people treat me in the corridors, in the meetings. So in the last 2 years, they ignored me many times, or they were very hostile. But I feel it's changing now. Countries that we have no diplomatic relations, we have a dialogue with them. And I'm optimistic that in the next year, in the year of 2026, we will expand the Abraham Accords. We will see more countries joining the accord. And despite all the hate we saw, I'm optimistic about our position in the international world.
So you're optimistic, but there's the concerning rise of anti-Semitism, and many Jews in the diaspora are debating whether or not to make Aliyah. Because on one hand, we just came out of war, but on the other hand, anti-Semitism is really worse, getting worse.
So anti-Semitism was always there, and it's not going anywhere. But you saw it, on October 8th, when we were still counting the bodies, and we were not sure what's happening, you saw the people demonstrating here in New York. So those people who demonstrated on October 8th proved to us, the level of hate against Jews. I think today we are better prepared. We are working together, the Jewish community, Israelis. We have to reach our hand to more partners. We have people out there that we can work with them. The evangelicals are our friends. We should work with them. The Spanish community, the Asian, we have supporters. We have to reach out to them.
Ambassador, last but not least, Prime Minister Netanyahu just asked for a pardon from the president. So what do you think will be the outcome of this request?
Well, now I'm in diplomacy, not in politics. Even I can promise you, Omer, and the great reporters you have here, I'm coming back one day. I will answer all those questions. But I think that the President Herzog, will take the right decision. I'm sure it will be fast, and I'm counting on his judgment.
You are a Likud member, so you probably have an opinion about it.
Excuse me?
You probably have an opinion about it.
I will answer the question, but I don't מבין.
בטוח שיש לך דעה לגבי זה.
Well, I do have my opinion, but I think it's for the President of Israel to take the decision. And by the way, I decided
to give him a pardon.
I decided when I decided to come back to the UN and become a diplomat again. And by the way, I'm the only Israeli to do this decision or this mistake, depends how you look at it. But I knew that I would not be able to speak about everything all the time, and I will leave it to President Herzog. I'm sure he will take the right decision soon.
Thank you, Ambassador, for taking your time and sharing your thoughts and perspective with us.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ambassador Danon. Thanks to Eleanor. And our next guest carries one of the most important legal responsibilities in the United States today. Please welcome a lady whom I had the privilege of meeting yesterday, a great friend of Israel, Harmi Dillon, the United States Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division, and one of the central figures leading the national fight against anti-Semitism. She will be interviewed by Israel Hayom's diplomatic and U.S. commentator Ariel Kahana. Please.
So, shalom. Thanks for coming here. A great honor for us. I'm going to open with a compliment, because an unprepared one. Because a minute ago, I met outside a student in Columbia University. And I was asking him, a Jewish guy, is it better this year than last one? And he said yes. And just to explain maybe to the audience here, it's your responsibility to fight anti-Semitism in the universities and the campuses. You do fight. The administration is fighting. So it seems there is a change. How did it happen?
Well, thank you so much for having me here and for allowing me to address this important topic. It is our responsibility at the Department of Justice, and specifically in my role, to fight anti-Semitism wherever we find it. And this administration has a zero-tolerance policy towards anti-Semitism in our schools, in our streets, around our houses of worship, and in our cities where we're seeing it proliferate. And so the president really has kicked off that effort on the universities, making it a signature effort of his first year of his administration. And it was my privilege to sit across the table from the Columbia University president and lawyers and negotiate that settlement, as well as several others, including one with Northwestern University that was concluded on Friday. And so it's a tremendous ongoing effort. And as I heard Ambassador Lauder say, we absolutely are seeing this in the schools, K through 12 as well. So I think you're going to see a renewed focus on that side as well.
Okay, so, I mean, do you feel or think that it is safe today to be a pro-Israeli student, again, in the campuses and universities, or in your eyes, it's not yet there?
Well, it's a process. I mean, I'll give you the example of Harvard. We've been negotiating with Harvard for several months now. A lot of foot dragging on the Harvard side, lawsuits, and other unhelpful developments from their side. And just today I saw a news story about them hiring a graduate student at Harvard who has physically attacked, allegedly, Jewish individuals on campus. That's very concerning to me. So can I tell you that it's 100% safe there? But we are in the middle of litigation over there, and we are not going to rest until it is safe. Is it safe today? That depends on the circumstances, but I can't control what some crazy person does. And I will say that we've had decades of this inculcation of disrespect and outright antipathy towards Jews and Israel from faculty hiring, from university leadership, and certainly from students who've heard this in their schools. And so it's not going to disappear overnight, but this commitment is 100% from our administration.
Why are you personally so committed to that goal?
Well, look, I'm a religious minority myself, and I was actually raised in a family where the respect for all faith and all people of faith was drilled into me from my childhood. And so it comes from my faith, and in my faith of Sikhism, we believe it is very important to protect all people and have respect for everyone. And so that's where it starts. But I've been a civil rights lawyer in the United States for over 3 decades, and it has been my privilege to stand up for people who don't have representation throughout our system. And I just love this country where anybody can get a lawyer and go into court and equalize the odds. And I've done that time and again for all kinds of people from different backgrounds. And I was a little surprised when I came to this job because you would think that the fight against anti-Semitism would be a bipartisan one that really wouldn't change very much from administration to administration. But as I met with Jewish groups of all different kinds in my office in the Department of Justice, what I learned was that they had felt for some time that their pleas had fallen on deaf ears, particularly in the most recent administration. And when you see what happened on American campuses, on Columbia University's campus right here in this city, after October 7th, you saw janitors who had nothing to do with the dispute being trapped by mobs. You saw students who were visibly Jewish being blocked from getting to their classes by professors and students. It's hard to believe that that was allowed to proliferate without valid response until President Trump came into office, where we promptly acted.
I will go to politics in a second, but because you said it's your responsibility regarding all religions, is it accurate to say, is it so that Jews or people who believe in Judaism are the most attacked, is the most attacked religious in the United States, more than others?
Well, I think it depends on whether you're looking at per capita or, in just sort of gross numbers. We're seeing attacks on faith throughout the United States. I've actually opened up several cases involving violent attacks or plotted attacks on American churches as well. So both churches and synagogues have been the primary recent targets of attacks on houses of worship. This administration is the first to use the Federal FACE Act to go after an attack on a house of worship. And it was just a couple of months ago across the state line there in West Orange, New Jersey, where my office opened the first such case. And with the recent attack on the synagogue here in Manhattan, we are looking at the same thing hand in hand with the Southern District of New York.
So that brings me to politics and the next question. As you said last week, I think, here in Park East Synagogue, we saw actually a violent demonstration near, and what we didn't see is a loud and clear condemnation by the future mayor, Mamdani, who was mentioned here. Are there any steps you're going to take specifically here in New York, because that future mayor is, again, using anti-Semitism elements in his speeches, in his statements?
The future mayor of New York is an anti-Semitic demagogue. That's a fact, okay? I used to live in New York, and I loved living in New York. I started my career here in New York, and I can't believe what I'm seeing. But there's no persuading, I think, that kind of person in a way. We will be responding with law enforcement to the extent that the city of New York fails to protect Jews in this city, and we see hate crimes, we see attacks or blockages surrounding houses of worship in this city, the federal authorities, including the Department of Justice, FBI, and others, are already actively investigating attacks in New York, New Jersey, and elsewhere. Everywhere we find it in this country, we will step up and protect Jews.
It could be personally against Mamdani?
Well, I'm not going to convict somebody before they've, committed an offense, but there's crime and then there's civil violations, and so we have a whole range. And I will say that it was shameful to see the lack of police protection around the synagogue attack. But the police commissioner, as long as that person stays in office, she did apologize for that. So we'll see what happens. It is the first duty of local law enforcement to address issues like that. Throughout the United States, we've seen incidents where that simply hasn't occurred, and it's not acceptable. And there are a lot of tools we have at the Department of Justice. Among the tools I have is civil rights conspiracy statute. So what we have been looking at increasingly is who's funding these attacks on Jews in our country. Is the money coming from abroad? Is the money coming from a shadowy web of nonprofits? And material support for terrorism is a crime. And, we are going to be investigating that and filing charges where appropriate.
So talking about terrorism, about a half year ago, an Israeli, or not exactly Israeli, but couple was murdered in Washington, working for the Israeli embassy. The killer was arrested. Can you update us where the trial stands? What's going to happen with him?
Yes, so I stood next to the U.S. Attorney, Judge Pirro, in announcing our charges in that case, and they include hate crime charges on the basis of perceived or actual national origin. And so I'm sure Jeanine's office is preparing for the trial in that matter, so I don't want to comment on it or prejudice that. We're not supposed to do that. But I think you can rest assured that that offense, as well as what happened in Boulder and what happened, or Colorado Springs rather, and what has happened in other instances, I think we're investigating 4 different incidents involving synagogues in New Jersey right now as we speak. I mentioned the one, and this is happening in other places as well. And so wherever we find it, we're investigating. We work with our partners in law enforcement, including local law enforcement and the FBI. Every time I see an incident like this occur, I immediately pick up the phone. I call Kash Patel. I call the local United States attorney. And we're on it within minutes of learning about these incidents.
I think everyone appreciates that. Last topic, again, anti-Semitism, but coming from the extreme right. Now, I don't know if you have legal actions you can take. But for example, we see Tucker Carlson interviewing a declared neo-Nazi, Nick Puentes. Is there anything the administration can do to stop that really horrible developments?
In addition to being a lawyer for civil rights, that includes the First Amendment. And I have also been a journalist myself before I became a lawyer. And I think that what I would say about this is what we say in First Amendment world is the antidote to speech that you don't like is more speech. It isn't shutting down speech. And so I don't agree with a single word that Nick Fuentes says or has to say. And the decision of whether or not to platform that person is one for my friend and former client, Tucker Carlson. But we have a free country still. Nothing is guaranteed.
So forever,
it is always one generation away from being lost. And thanks to Elon Musk acquiring Twitter, we have a free platform in America on X. And so the beauty of our country is that you can drown out negative views and viewpoints by simply speaking more. And I heard, I think it was Ambassador Lauder again say, there needs to be more positive reinforcement of what it means to be Jewish and proud of your belief system. I read a heartbreaking memo that Ambassador nominee Yehuda Kaplan sent me this morning of a 16-year-old girl in Florida who was told in her high school that she should be handling the money of a club because she's Jewish. How does it feel because the person saw her Star of David? How does it feel to be a supporter of genocide? For every time you hear an instance like that, teachers and people around and students need to stand up and condemn it. No one stood up for her. So it devolves on each of us as citizens to drown out those voices of hatred with our own voices and have courage and stand up. And the government can only do so much, and we are doing that. This is the most aggressive, I think, administration in modern history protecting the rights of Jews in this country, but every citizen needs to do more.
So you stand up, and thank you very much for that. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Our next conversation is with a visionary philanthropist and one of the most influential figures shaping Israel's global presence today. Please welcome Sylvan Adams, President of the World Jewish Congress, Israel and the region. The son of Holocaust survivors, Sylvan has devoted his life to strengthening the state of Israel and its connection with the Jewish communities worldwide. Yoav Limor will be conducting this interview.
I grew up in a Zionist home. When I moved to Israel, I decided to devote this next chapter of my life to philanthropic pursuits. The principal goal was to show Israel in a really nice light to the outside world.
Silvan Adams, a dream come true. The Giro d'Italia here in Jerusalem.
It's the Giro d'Italia, 101st edition of the Tour of Italy.
1 billion first-time visitors to Israel.
Yes, we're in Jerusalem, and we're about to start.
This is not only Ironman, but it's the Middle Eastern Championship. And we're hoping to have quite a number of participants from the Middle East, from our neighbors, as part of the fruit of the Abraham Accords.
Tonight, she is here with us, Madonna!
This competition here in Israel, with the participation of judokas from all over the world, is a living example of how sport brings people together. We are bypassing the traditional media. We're reaching sports fans, and they will be watching our beautiful geography, showing off the gorgeous landscapes of Israel. Israelis are winners. Whatever we put our minds to, we are world leaders. Whether we win at the Olympics, we win world championships.
Stage win in the Tour de France. He points to the sky in memory.
Sport diplomacy is something that really works because you're building people-to-people bridges.
We will build something together to promote peace, and cycling is really the good tool for that.
Why not thinking about, indeed, the World Cup between Israel and the neighboring countries? Why not?
Stay tuned.
It's great being here, huh?
Yeah, great to be in New York. And again, thank you to Dr. Adelson for putting on this brilliant conference, expressing the warm relationship between Israel, the Jewish people, and America.
You know, I was standing on a stage when Hatikva was on at the beginning of the conference, and you stood here, and I saw you singing in Hebrew, and I thought, well, Hatikva is, everybody knows, every Jewish person should know, but you decided to become Israeli, so you sang it as an Israeli. Why becoming Israeli?
So, I grew up in a Zionist home, the son of Holocaust survivors, and we had a great attachment to Israel, of course, our homeland. And the best form of Zionism really is expressed with one's feet. And one day on a cold, dark Montreal winter's night. I'm originally from Montreal, Canada. I came home and I asked my wife, Margaret, what do you think about moving to Israel? And she said two things. She said, let's do it. It'll be an adventure. And I always thought we would end up there.
That's nice. So, but not only becoming Israeli, but deciding to invest as much as possible in us Israelis and in our Israel. And most lately, your donation, your very generous donation of $100 million to the Soroka Hospital, which was hit by a missile, Iranian missile, during the last war, added to another $100 million that you've donated to the Ben Gurion University. Why the Negev? Why the south of Israel?
So we heard earlier about a mission, a goal to bring 1 million immigrants to Israel. And by the way, we need those million olim. We need to keep the demographic balance that we have in Israel. The Soviet Jews that came, similarly, a million Soviet Jews saved the country, and we need to save the country again. And so, what better place to settle that million, those million immigrants than in the biggest part of the country, the place that Ben Gurion wanted to see flourish. And that's the natural corridor, and so investing in the South is important for that goal, but also to because Gaza is and the Otef region are close to all of that area, to tell those people that we are here to stay, to tell everybody, to tell the whole world that we are here to stay.
And furthermore, of your investments in Israel goes to arenas that most people, us the public, like them very much. But usually philanthropists don't invest in them, such as we've seen the Giro d'Italia, your private passion for bicycle, music, football, etc. Why going to that field? What influence do you see in that?
So these projects really, they appeal to the silent majority. There's a majority of people, I travel a lot, and there's a majority of people who quietly support us. They don't know much about us, and they're silent because they can't engage against the haters because they don't know enough about the region. And my idea was, and this of course was pre-October the 7th, my idea was to show the beautiful face of Israel, the good Israel that I know and love, the Israel that I moved to that was no less open, tolerant, pluralistic, fiercely democratic than my native Canada. Why would I have moved to a country that was less?
But you feel, Sylvan, that you actually make a change? Because recently, your team, your beloved team, your bicycle team, suffered, huge hatred because of Israel, because of Judaism. You personally suffer that. Your riders suffer that. So do we make a change, or maybe we attract a lot of intention?
Right. It's when there is an organized campaign, as we've been hearing here at this conference, when there's an organized, paid-for campaign of hatred against us. You see that I myself have been targeted. There are operatives, paid operatives in every single Western city. And when those protests on campuses appeared spontaneously, all the tents were the same across all of America, including Canada. And so somebody is out there targeting us, and so never blame the victim. I'm sorry. The fact that we should wear our Israel on our jersey, we should be proud to do so. I am proud to do so. And what we have to expect the authorities to curb violence, and that's what happened to us in Spain. There was violence that, frankly, disrupted the race for the majority. It's one of the most important races in cycling, and it disrupted a sport that hundreds of thousands of people came to watch, and their sport was upset, and their enjoyment was ruined by a small minority of haters, small but determined and organized. We need to call it out.
So I want to tackle the same question, but from a different angle, and to try and find out through you how small it is. Because currently, you hold position through leadership with the World Jewish Congress. And you mentioned the Holocaust history of your family, like many of us here. But it seems like current anti-Semitism, anti-Israelism, anti-Zionism is bigger than ever. And the question is, what do we do? How do we tackle it? How do we kill it? You heard Hermie Dillon before us. She does it legally in the U.S., but what should we do as Jewish people, as Jewish leaders?
So October the 7th didn't create this anti-Semitism. It was there. They were protesting in New York on October the 8th. So what it did was it revealed something that I really didn't believe was there. I was as shocked as everyone else, and it revealed this latent anti-Semitism, the world's oldest hatred. And we need strong leadership in the world, like what is being provided by the Trump administration. Harmeet Dillon is a perfect example. But we need to take on this scourge. We are the canary. We Jews are the canary in the coal mine. They're against these haters. These haters want to destroy our way of life, the way of life of Western civilization, the Judeo-Christian tradition.
Another thing that you see is the growing influence, different influence, by many haters of us. Take Qatar, for example, and their influence. Take Iran, for example, and their influence. Take Mamdani being elected here in New York and its influence. Do you see, can you connect between those dots?
Again, we saw how organized they are. They have operatives. Al Jazeera is a propaganda network. It started 20 years ago. So they have a 20-year head start on us. They've spent $1 trillion attacking Western civilizations on U.S. campuses, infiltrating people. Mamdani he's a Trojan horse. He is one of them. He is supported financially by them. I would add George Soros to this mix, and so there is an organized group of hatred against us. We need leadership in the world, like what we're seeing from the Trump administration, to combat this. Of course, we ourselves are part of this battle, and we should always stand proud. We have nothing to hide.
Qatar, Iran,
China, Russia, they're all part of this.
You want to say a word about your decision to donate your wealth?
So I am the only. Have all of you heard of the Giving Pledge? So it was a movement or an organization started by Bill and Melinda Gates together with Warren Buffett for wealthy people who agreed to give away a majority of their wealth during their lifetime. And I'm proud to say, or unfortunately really, that I'm the only Israeli signatory to the Giving Pledge. And I had hoped to be an example to other wealthy Israelis, and I haven't succeeded so far. So I'm reaching out to them once again. I do in every time I get a microphone to tell them how good it feels to give your money away to good things and to do good in the world.
Sylvan Adams, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sylvan Adams. Now we turn to a panel that explores the cultural and social crossroads facing New York's Jewish community in this turbulent time. Moderated by Or Shaked, Israel Hayom U.S. correspondent, this discussion brings together leading voices in scholarship, culture, community leadership, and national Jewish strategy. Please join me in welcoming our panelist, Rabbi Dr. Ari Berman, President of Yeshiva University, Rabbi Ruby Namder, award-winning author, Dvorah Halberstein, Chairwoman of the Office to Combat Anti-Semitism in New York, and Eric Fingerhut, President and CEO of the Jewish Federations of North America. All panelists, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon to our distinguished panelists. Thank you for joining us today. Since we have a jam-packed roster of exceptional speakers, let's get right to it. So, as you know, New York has always been more than a city. It has been a symbol of safety and belonging for Jews around the world. However, today, that sense of security is being challenged by rising anti-Semitism, campus unrest, and deep political polarization. We are joined by 4 leading voices to help us understand this moment and what it means for the Jewish future of New York. So to start, I will commence by asking a general question to each of our panelists, and then we'll dive through to more expert-specific questions. The first question of this panel is, what do you see as the main challenges facing Jewish New Yorkers today? Why don't we start with you, Dr. Berman?
Okay, thank you so much, Or, and thank you to Israel Hayom for organizing this amazing conference. There's a lot of talk about the challenges. I just want to spend a moment to discuss the opportunities. I think what Miriam said before when she opened this conference was exactly right, that what they're trying to do is split Israel and from the diaspora Jewry, and trying to split anti-Zionism from anti-Semitism, and it's our job to stop it. And what I've told our students is that this is our moment, this is our time, that we go out and we spread the truth, and if there's attention on Zionists today, for me, it's not a burden, it's a stage to showcase the truth. And that's the opportunity that we need to come around and do.
Thank you, Doctor. Zev, Devorah, why don't you take it from here?
Hi, thank you for having me here today. I think there's a lot of unknown of what we're going to see ahead of us. What I'd like to say is I think that New York City is the center of the world. And what happens here is what happens everywhere. So we're 8.5 people strong. We're 20 million people in the state of New York. We have 360 million people in this country. And I think what happens in New York, the Jewish community probably post-October 7th is very traumatized. But nevertheless, I really think there's a check and balance in this country. There are many good people that are rising to the occasion. I know the hats that I wear in the mayor's office, who is such a powerful supporter. I'm speaking about Mayor Adams. For all these years before October 7th has happened and continues until this very day, along with other people within and the hate crimes. And I'm counting on Jessica Tisch, who is our police commissioner, that also is overseeing the NYPD. So, as you said, there's a lot of good things happening, and I think the worry is less than we are building up. I have hope for the future in New York City.
Thank you very much, Devorah. Ruby, you're next.
Well, thank you, and wonderful to be here with all of you. I agree with you. New York is not a city. New York is a symbol. New York is a focus. It's a cultural event that keeps projecting on the world. And I think that what happened over the last election is a cause for worry. And one of the things that worries me most is the fact that, that's the numbers I heard, that 40% of New York Jews voted for Mamdani. And this is, again, we look at this room and it feels wonderful to be here. But I have bad news. We are not necessarily representing the entire Jewish community. We are actually a minority. You could say we're a cool minority, smart, resolved minority. Maybe we have a key to a future. Number-wise, we are minority. And for me, the crisis is already here, regardless of what Mamdani could or could not do. The fact that we are so divided and that large parts of our community have lost their, I'll just say it, tribal instinct, their Jewish solidarity instinct, in a way that allowed them to vote for us open enemy of Israel, in my opinion, the Jews. This worries me, and I think we should focus on what went wrong and how do we fix it.
Thank you, Ruby. And Eric, you can take it from there. And of course, as president of the Jewish Federations, president and CEO, rather, of the Jewish Federations of North America, perhaps you can reflect from New York as a preview, perhaps, of things that are happening on the national level as well.
Well, I want to say that I agree with the panelists who said that New York is important in terms of its leadership role. And you need to understand that what is happening in New York is now starting to happen in every community across North America without question. Candidates are running with Mamdani's platform and role model, the growth of anti-Zionist synagogues, to Dr. Adelson's point about trying to divide the Jewish people on the basis of Israel, Jewish Voices for Peace going to newspapers and saying, well, you have to quote us when you quote, the mainstream Jewish community. So, the colleagues that I work with, the Jewish Federations across North America, are on the front line. And the amount of effort and energy that now has to be spent in every single community, it was existing anyway, but now because of the Mamdani wave is very significant. And I'll say to you, Rabbi Berman, my dear friend, as you're training people, not just for New York, for synagogues and schools all across North America, we need them to be the voices that you spoke about in every single community. And I know that's what you're asking them to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric, and thank you all for your comments. Since you mentioned Dr. Rabbi Berman, I have a specific question for you. You lead the most important Jewish higher education institution in the country and have watched Jewish students navigate this moment up close. How would you describe the climate for Jewish students today, both on your campus and across the city? Are you hearing from families who are considering leaving universities because they no longer feel safe? Families and students, of course. Please.
Now, I'll tell you that we are packed, and we have not seen the level of interest in our history. And this is not just from the Jewish students who are coming and leaving the Ivy Leagues to apply to Yeshiva University, and if they can get in, to come to Yeshiva University. But in our graduate schools, we see it in our non-Jewish students, who we've grown by thousands of people, who come into Yeshiva University because they want a place that's normal and that has values. And they leave as ambassadors of the Jewish people and of Israel. And it's one of the blessings that I say, this is what I say to our students, that our job, the way we fight hate, is by shedding light. We bring love and truth and joy, and we help people develop who they are. So our students know that they have to confront lies, like when a mayor-elect says untruths about Israel, that they're at the forefront of the rallies and our faculty writing op-eds, and I'm on the news all the time to fight for Israel. But they also know that they have to be a blessing to the world, so that when they go out and when they are being kind and nice with integrity, and they're Mekadesh Shem Shamayim, when we host clinics for the underserved and underprivileged, when we bring in the non-Jewish students to grow and benefit, when we do path-breaking studies on areas like addiction and mental health, when we solve the world's problems, we're showing is the Jewish people are a blessing. And that's the best way to fight against anti-Semitism. Zionism from the very beginning has been not just that we have the right to the land, but that the Jews are a blessing to all the families in the world. And by showing that blessing, we will win this battle and serve our purpose.
Amen. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Devorah, your work with law enforcement and your personal experience after your son's tragic anti-Semitic murder give you a rare perspective. Have institutions genuinely changed, institutions in New York, genuinely changed in how they respond to anti-Semitism, or do old stereotypes and blind spots still influence their decision-making?
Well, that's a very loaded question to begin with. So for the purposes of this conference, my son, Ari Halberstam, was murdered on the Brooklyn Bridge, which to date is the worst anti-Semitic attack in New York City's history. It was an attack on 15 children identifiable of Jewish students who were attacked because they were identifiable in revenge for what was taking place in Hebron at the time. Now, I wear many hats. One of them is I'm the chair of the Hate Crimes Review Panel. I've also trained at least 60% of the NYPD and the FBI, and I've traveled all over the country, even the world, training law enforcement. What I've brought, what I've learned is terrorism and anti-Semitism is one and the same, which you can say, well, we all know that. We didn't. I would say President Trump is probably bringing that all together right now, where the federal government is intervening, where in the past it was only localized. So from my son's case, it's taken, I've been on a long journey, and the journey is not over yet. There were no civil rights violations. It was treated as a random act of violence. I had to fight our own Department of Justice, etc. What I would say today is, I think the more important question is, did I see and do I see along the way that there was institutional anti-Semitism within the ranks? Mm-hmm. And the answer to that, reflecting on it, sadly, is yes. I think that because my son was murdered as a Jew, it was not treated the same. It was looked at, it's everything except for the Jews. It's because it was between Arabs and Jews, rather than my son's civil rights were violated among all the other 15 kids on the van. And that's been my journey and my fight. I've changed laws along the way. I've written the New York State laws on terrorism, which we use now, and we've put many, many bad people away. But I also want to say something. I need to respond to something that you said. Rabbi Berman spoke about the importance of your students. So I built a museum in memory of my son. It's called the Jewish Children's Museum in Brooklyn, and it's K through 12. Those are our visitors. To date, we've had 4 million visitors visit the museum. And the reason it's so significant is because that is exactly what you talked about. We teach them about tropes. We teach them about embracing, accepting, regardless of who you are, whether you're Jewish or you come from any other ethnicity, to accept and to embrace. You would not believe that a 10-year-old child could ask, do all Jews live in big houses? These are old tropes, and we need to change that dynamic. So really, it begins from when they K through 12, and then you get them after that. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. That's so important. Thank you, Devorah. Ruby, you write about Jewish and Israeli identity through the lens of modern New York life. From where you sit, is New York still the cultural and spiritual center it once was for American Jewish life, or is that chapter shifting?
Thank you for this question. I want to say something. I think it's not that it so happens that New York is so great and that there are so many Jews here. I think we should say it. We, the Jews, have made New York into what it is. True? I don't want to say we own it, but we should be very proud of what we, together with the non-Jews, have created here. And we should definitely fight for our place in the city and not go without a fight. I think, right? I think that we will it is still, we have a lot of presence here. It might be different. It might not be in our pocket like we thought it was, but that just means we need to rise to the challenge. We need to make it ours again.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Eric, New York is often viewed as a bellwether for American Jewish life. Are the challenges we see here unique to this city, or do they reflect a national moment that will shape Jewish communities across the United States?
It's very much, very much a national crisis that we're facing, but we also do know the answers. We've heard about education as being one of the most important answers. I also want to talk about the role of Jews in civic life. The fact of the matter is, we're not just Jewish community leaders, we're also community leaders. We own businesses in every community. We send our kids to the school. We're alumni of high schools and colleges and belong to professional associations. Every one of us has an opportunity to speak up on behalf of the Jewish community, to build the relationships that at moments of crisis then become the relationships that protect and secure our Jewish community. So this is a moment of civic engagement. I'm the only non-New Yorker on the panel, so I get to say, yes, New York's an amazing place with Jewish culture and Jewish life, but there's amazing Jewish culture and Jewish life all across North America, and every one of those communities are also deeply engaged in the civic life of their communities, and now is our time to become even more engaged in American civic life and American communal life so that we can stand up and respond to this wave that is coming at us that unfortunately New York has over the last, because of this last election cycle, has helped create this wave.
Thank you. And this is a perfect segue to the last question of this panel. Hearing all of you speak, there's a certain theme that kept repeating itself, and that is Jewish resiliency. It's not just the challenges, but how we cope with them as the Jewish people, as a community here in New York and around the United States and the world, for that matter. So, in the face of these challenges that we just talked about, how do you explain the resilience of New York's Jewish community, and what will be required to preserve it in the years ahead? Please keep it brief. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, very important question. The answer to that question is partnerships. It's what Eric just said before, building the partnerships. And the good news is that America does not hate Jews. This is a very important statement for people in the press to hear. The overwhelming number of Americans, they respect Jews, they respect Israel, and they are our partners. And we need to establish those partnerships. Right after October 7th, the first thing I did is I called my university president colleagues, and I got over 100 university presidents to sign a statement that we put in the Wall Street Journal that we stand with Israel against Hamas. With all the focus on the few universities that are problems, we have to focus on the good ones. We have to focus on the angels and find the people who are our partners. After I spoke at President Trump's inauguration and delivered the benediction, the overwhelming response I had from America to see a Jew with a kippah, with a hostage pin, pray for Israel unabashedly, unapologetically, pray for the hostages. That was, to me, the most heartwarming experience of what it means to be an American, because America truly stands with Israel. And we need to find those partners, cultivate those partners, and that is the secret to our success in New York City and across the country and in the world.
All right. Thank you. Let's continue, and please keep your answers brief. Go ahead.
Ruby? For me, a very important way of keeping the resilience is emphasizing the affordable, high-quality Jewish day school education. We are sitting in the room here with some of the great leaders of the Jewish American community, philanthropists, leaders, thought leaders. I think this should be our number one goal, to make a large quantity and quality of Jewish education available to kids from kindergarten up, affordable, So it's not just for the privileged and the 1%. I think without this, we will not have an identity to fight for. Thank you.
Thank you. Devorah, go ahead.
Yes, hi, thank you. Well, there is nobody greater in this world than the Jewish people. We have been people who have survived the worst, and we have hope. We've lived through the Crusades and the Spanish Inquisition, and et cetera, and the pogroms, whether they were in Russia or otherwise. And we've always managed not only to survive, but we've been a light unto the nations of the world, because we have dusted ourselves off, risen above it, where they didn't allow us to practice and be doctors or lawyers, and we had to become money lenders. And England threw us out. There isn't a country of the world that didn't chase us. So we've always been on the run. The good news about New York and America that I'd like to say is that, I want to go back to something you said, that there is no doubt America is a great, great country. And there are wonderful people living here that do embrace and respect the Jewish people. Sadly, I will say to you, after my son was murdered in 1994, one of our modern Orthodox schools called the kids into an assembly and said, it's time to take your kippah off your heads because it's not safe to be in America today. That was way before social media. Today, I tell every single Jewish child, you have to have Jewish pride. We need to teach kids and children from when they're very young. Jewish pride is very meaningful. Don't hide from who you are as a Jew. We have to be the proudest. My son was murdered because of the kippah on his head and what he stood for. And I teach my children, my grandchildren, my family, my community, all the Jewish people. We are a people, not all of us are resilient. We have so much that we stand for. And again, we're a light unto the nation. So with that, I want to say, I'm Yisrael Chai. Thank you all for being here.
Yeah. Eric, your final thoughts. Very brief, please.
I'll use my final word to say amen to Ruby's point about Jewish education. This is the moment, and there are people in this room who are leading the way. Ambassador Lauder with the Lauder Initiative, the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs with their with United and the Aleph-Bet Initiative. So many foundations in this room that are supporting Jewish education. The Trump administration, the Congress that just passed a new federal education tax credit for all the citizens of the United States. This is our moment. We are organizing. There is a groundswell of support for it. Ruby's right. Let's all lean into Jewish education.
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Very moving. Very, very.
Now, thank you very much. Thanks all, and thanks to all our panelists. And now I would like to welcome Israel's Minister of Diaspora Affairs, Amichai Shikli, a leader who has been working to strengthen the ties between Israel and the Jewish communities from North America to Europe and beyond. This interview will be conducted by Ariel Kahana, Israel Hayom's diplomatic and U.S. commentator. Minister Shikli, Ariel, the stage is yours.
Shalom. Shalom, Minister Shikli. Thanks for coming. Time is very short and the topics are a lot. You are the Minister of Fighting Anti-Semitism, and it's mentioned here too much, I would say, today, unfortunately. But one aspect of anti-Semitism in the last months comes from the extreme right. And that's a phenomenon we were not used to see in the previous years. What is your ministry? What are you as a minister doing to fight this extreme right anti-Semitism coming like Nick Puentes, we mentioned him before, Tucker Carlson and others?
So when I entered the role as a Minister of Diaspora Affairs and people would speak to me about anti-Semitism on the right, I said, this is some lunatics in a basement that have no impact whatsoever, and we should focus on the red and green alliance of radical left and the Islamists who are working together. 2 years later, that's 3 years. That's a whole different story. And we are seeing the white supremacy, Nazi anti-Semitism being actually moving to the center of MAGA, being normalized by people like Tucker Carlson, who you mentioned before. And it didn't start with the interview with Nick Fuentes. It started with bringing Daryl Cooper, a Holocaust denier, and many others. So what we're seeing, we can see few things. One is the conspiracy theories. Second is the religious assault on Judaism, claiming that as if we have something against Christianity, and obviously Nazi ideology, which is being more and more popular.
So
now,
what is being done? Time is very short. I'm sorry. What is being done
to
fight it?
Okay, I think that we should stay out of the fight within MAGA. We should not interfere. We should not ask to monitor or to quiet these voices. It is a fight it is a fight that needs to be fought here with the true conservative leaders, because these voices of Tucker, that's not conservatism. That's not conservatism. Fuentes, that's not conservatism. But if we interfere, I think that it will be counterproductive, and we should stay out of this inner battle in America. And I believe that reason will win, because if not, I believe that if it will be the mainstream in MAGA, it's not. But if it will be the mainstream, it will be very, very hard for anyone who is out of the, let's say, the black community, the Hispanic community, the Jewish community. They will all need to walk away. So I think that there's a great chances that eventually they will lose this fight. I don't think we should fight this battle. Now, what we can do is to go on who is financing and who is promoting these voices. I believe that Tucker is being paid for pushing forward Sharia law.
You believe, or you can prove it?
It is extremely difficult to prove it, but what we can see without intelligence or without anything of this type, you can see this week on Thanksgiving, you had delegations of right-wing influencers, American influencers, going to Qatar. They were asked...
So you think Tucker Carlson is being paid by Qatar?
I think that Tucker Carlson is being paid by Qatar, yes. Okay.
As a result of the attacks against Israel from now both extreme sides, there are new voices in Israel suggesting to change the security assistance coming from the United States for 50 years to Israel. Instead of a yearly few billions, change it to kind of corporations. How do you see this issue?
I think that this is crucial, and this is part of the answer to the anti-Semitism that is coming from the right. We need to rely less on the support of American budget and to move into collaboration, research, investment in the Israeli defense industry, and not to receive money to buy American weapons.
So the model we have for 50 years, you support of changing.
The more we are independent, the more we are partners, and we're not dependent on U.S. Foreign assistance, that it would be best for our interest and also best for combating anti-Semitism, because one of the main claims is we're spending so much money on Israel, and we need to invest it in other places.
Okay. We mentioned with Ambassador Waltz and others what's going on with Syria. Now, just yesterday, President Trump, at least that it was reported, told Israel kind of what you do in Syria, it shouldn't be too extreme for the regime over there not to be this stable. How do you see the way we, Israel, should treat Syria? Should we take into account the stability of the Jolani or Ahmad Ashara regime, or just do whatever we feel is necessary for Israel's security?
Yeah. There's a term in the Bible, mitzafon tipatach hara. The greatest threat to the state of Israel today is coming from Turkey and Syria. Turkey is becoming the new Iran. The vision of Erdogan is twofold. One, it is a neo-Ottoman vision to re-establish the Ottoman Empire. But there's a second dimension, which is the Caliphate, the Muslim Brotherhood vision of the AKP, Erdogan's party, and Erdogan himself is a part of the same movement that the US administration is banning. Erdogan is Muslim Brotherhood. Giuliani is Muslim Brotherhood. Their vision is the Caliphate. Their enemy is us. I think that one of the most strategic, the most important decision of the war in action was to take the Hermon and the buffer zone in Syria. We must insist to have our troops in the Hermon and in the buffer zone and to fight those jihadists and not let the next October 7th
and not
scenario,
even to try to achieve a peace agreement or even a ceasefire agreement with
There will
Giuliani?
be no peace agreement with Giuliani. Giuliani is the founder of Al-Qaeda in Syria. He is the founder of Al-Qaeda in Syria. There is nothing mutual between us and these jihadists who butchered thousands of Alawites and Druze, and there is zero legitimacy for Giuliani. And I think it was a mistake to give him the credit.
Okay, last question. I would appreciate a short answer. You are not a Knesset member, so you will not vote.
Yeah.
But there is a great debate now in Israel, of course, about Chok HaGiyus, Chok HaIshtamtut, recruitment law, about the Haredim. If you were a Knesset member, will you support it or against it?
So we're sitting here with David Hager. I think he's one of the most important people on recruiting the Haredim. So thank you for everything you did.
He deserves it.
So he started Netzach Yehuda. The next big project, which is now taking place, is the Hashmonaim Brigade, the first Haredi brigade that we've seen. One of the soldiers of the Hashmonaim was interviewed this morning by Yossi Yoshua, and he was asked about the bill. And he says the bill is crucial because the bill means that we have the authority of the rabbis, and there are many Haredim who are afraid to go against the rabbis. So the strategic mission of the bill is to have the green light from the Haredi spiritual leadership to draft. We need a mass critic to go first, few thousands, and then to make it bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, regarding the technique of the law, we do need to make some improvement. One is, how do you define a Haredi? Because now it's 14
Okay,
to 18.
we can't go to this. So you would change the law the way it is now, but you will not voting against it.
I'm not looking into voting against. I'm looking into how can we do it, not how we cannot do it. I think it's very easy to say, no, we want all the Haredim tomorrow morning in the army. I think we need to try and find solutions. I think the bill is okay at the moment, but it's not enough. It's not enough. There are still some correction that needs to be done.
Very clear. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks so much.
תודה רבה.
Our next guest is at the forefront of shaping the future of Jewish leadership across the globe. Please welcome Meir Holz, CEO of Masa Israel Journey, an organization that has enabled hundreds of thousands of young Jews from around the world to form meaningful connection with Israel. Today, Masa is introducing Masa Changemakers 2025, distinguished list of alumni who are leading in their files and driving the future Jewish communities worldwide. Yoav Limor will be conducting this interview.
So, what does it mean to be a Masa Changemaker? It means standing up for what you believe in, even when it's difficult, and using every talent you have for the good of your community. It means transforming your personal experience into empowerment for others. It means using your story to educate and inspire. It means becoming a leader yourself, using the influence you've earned to help those who need it most and inspiring others to follow. It means stepping into the political arena and becoming a voice for those who need to be heard. It means pursuing justice through the legal system, bringing together talented minds from around the world to defend truth and create lasting change. It means blending humor with tradition, bringing Jewish culture closer to young people in a language they understand. It means tackling serious issues through laughter and never stopping to create initiatives that respond to real needs. It means building community for new immigrants far from home, creating connection through something as universal as sports. It means using storytelling to connect tradition with modern life, inspiring millions and showing how Jewish voices shape global conversations. It means sharing your most personal journey to open conversations about identity and belonging. It means using art to build bridges. These are the 10 Masa Changemakers of 2025. At Masa Israel Journey, we are proud of our alumni and the many ways they are doing Tikkun Olam, each in their own unique way. That's why we created the Masa Changemakers list to recognize 10 remarkable alumni who are changing the world daily, making it a safer, stronger, and better place. We're proud to have been part of their journey and proud to share their stories with you. Visit Masa's website to read their full stories. So, what does it mean to be a Masa Changemaker? It means shaping the future and leaving your mark. Are you the next changemaker?
So many thanks for being here with us. For those who are not familiar with Masa, you want to tell them what Masa is?
Sure, thank you, Yoav. So Masa is an organization founded over 20 years ago by the Jewish Agency for Israel and the Prime Minister's Office in Israel to bring young Jews from around the world to meaningful, long-term experiences in Israel. Over the past 21 years, we've brought over 200,000 participants and to a variety of different programs. And as you saw just now in the movie, many of them are really, really shaping the future of the Jewish people.
Let's speak about numbers. How many? And up until now, this year, the future?
So the past 2 years have been difficult years. We'll get into that in a second. Up to now, about 220,000 alumni from around the world, from 60 different countries. This year, as of today, we're standing on roughly 5,500 participants in Israel as we speak. And I believe we'll reach the 9,000 mark this year.
Yesterday, we had a chance of speaking a little bit, and you gave me the unbelievable figure of how many of them stay in Israel, decide to take Masa as a platform to stay in Israel, make Aliyah.
That's true. That is amazing. 30% of Masa alumni make Aliyah, but I don't think that's the most important stat. Masa's goal is not for people to make Aliyah. Masa's goal is for our alumni to get involved with Israel and Jewish communities. And one of the stats that I actually like more is out of our North American alumni, 1 in 5 works for a Jewish organization. 1 in 5 of the people coming back to America work in a Jewish organization. To me, that stat is no less important than the 30% who decide to make Aliyah.
So let's speak about that, and let's speak about the Changemakers list. What is it, and what's its goal?
So the Changemakers list is really just a touch of what really the impact is the impact Masa has on its participants. We decided to showcase 10 out of the 220,000 alumni that we have, but we could have easily chosen 100 or 2,000 of them because there are so many of them who are really making a difference. The people that we chose this year are people who've really already made an amazing impact, especially after October 7th, but not only. We have people there who become the youngest politician in Brazil today is one of our Masa alumni. You're going to meet them later today. You'll have 2 of them on a panel who will be speaking about what they're doing. And it's lawyers, and it's comedians, and it's influencers, and it's just the variety of people is really unbelievable.
You meet quite a few young people, Jewish young people. If you had to define them, what do they do? What are they interested in? How connected they are to Israel, to Zionism, to Judaism. I mean, we have so many questions vis-a-vis the X generation, the Y generation, the young generation. Tell us about them.
So I think like many of our generation, we were very concerned about what's going to be happening with the next generation. What the next generation of Jews is going to be looking like. People are talking about them, the TikTok generation, people who are not so involved. And to be honest, you know, October 7th did create a lot of polarization within the Jewish community. We saw people, you know, drifting away from Israel. But I actually want to connect to two of the panelists that we had just earlier. First of all, the optimism of Rabbi Dr. Ari Berman, which I share very much, and I'll speak about in a second. But that connects also to JFNA's survey that they did and what we're calling today the surge. Right? There's a surge after October 7th. There's a real surge of people looking for Jewish connection, looking to connect to Israel, finding ways. We're seeing all the campus organizations have numbers that they've never seen before of young Jews trying to come and connect, find a safe place, but also a place where they can express what they want, what they feel, and how they feel about Israel. I'm optimistic. I really am. You know, our numbers now are much lower than what they were 2 years ago or 5 years ago, but I'm very optimistic. I think that next year we're going to feel that surge. We're going to see more people coming much more. This generation is a generation of unbelievable young people with so many powers and such amazing abilities that we're going to see them moving forward on so many aspects of life.
But I want to stay on that issue, Meir, for just a little second. You know, we see the numbers in the U.S. in particular, but around the world of Jewish people leaving Judaism, disconnecting, intermarriages, etc., 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 interfaith marriages. Did anything change since October 7th? Did the rise in anti-Semitism pushed Jewish people, those you meet, to Judaism or maybe away from being Jewish?
The answer is, I think, very clearly both. Right? We saw, that's a polarization I was speaking about earlier. We saw a lot of people who are now afraid to identify with Israel or don't feel strongly enough about it. But I think we're seeing bigger numbers of people who are being pushed for the wrong reasons, but in a very good way towards it. The challenges are there. Let's seize the opportunity. We have to make sure that the worst thing that happened to the Jewish people since the Holocaust is not in vain. It's something that we actually seize the opportunity to make sure that we enable these young Jews who really want to connect to Israel, to Judaism, and find the ways to bring closer, a little bit closer, the ones who are drifting away. Some of them, unfortunately, you know, will be impossible to do, but, you know, I'll go back to Pirkei Avot on that and say, you know, Lo alecha melacha ligmor ve'ein ata ben chorin batel mina, right? This is not that we do not have to do everything, but we do not have the right or privilege to not try.
So let's look at the future. And I'll use the knowledge, the data, the sense that you hold dealing with young people. We are dinosaurs, so we use old media, old tools, old methods. They speak different language. How do we win the current war? Because there is a war out there, being Jewish.
We win that war by making sure we bring people who are part of that generation. We bring people who know what they're doing. There's no way that I can really connect to the young Jews. I mean, I can try, and, you know, I'm a good-looking guy. It's all good. We're fine. But at the end of the day, we need the people who know how to use the power of social media, like Mr. Lauder said. We need the people who know how to connect to these people. Most of my staff is younger than I am, and I'm not that old. And there's a reason for it. We need the people to be there. We need the people to be where the young Jews need to be. But I'd say even more than that. We need to make sure that we adapt to what the needs are. Say, as a small example, I'll give a couple of examples. One of them is, after October 7th, we started Masa Volunteers, bringing over 1,000 volunteers from around the world for meaningful volunteering in Israel. That was a need that we saw. It came because we saw the people that want to do it. We recently started a program called Masad Diplomats. We chose, in a very, very selective program, 21 participants from 8 countries around the world who are coming and really learning about it. There's so much more that I can say, but I also know that we're short on time. So thank you, Yoav.
So thank you very much, Meir Holtz. Lots of reason to be optimistic, lots of reason to support Masa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yoav.
To continue, I would like to invite to the stage a leader who has represented Israel with strength, clarity, and unwavering resolve on the global stage. Please welcome Ambassador Gilad Erdan, Global President of Magen David Adom and former Israeli Ambassador
to the United Nations and to the United States. Please, Gilad. So, it doesn't work. So, Gilad, in a second, I'll ask you.
I have to be polite as an Israeli, so thank you, Yoav, for having me as part of this important event. Thank you.
It's an oxymoron being polite and as an Israeli, but
we are making
about
progress on every
we'll
front.
be Americans currently.
Yeah.
We'll speak about Magen David in a second, Magen David Adom in a second, but I want to ask you, you served here quite a few years, both in Washington and in New York. How concerned are you with the current situation vis-a-vis anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, anti-Israelism, the election of Mamdani here in New York?
You want me to answer everything in one answer? Okay. It's like
You're a politician, you'll say whatever you want anyway.
No, I'm different. I will address exactly what you asked me to address. So first of all, let me say that it's really a pleasure to visit New York without the need to enter the terrible house of lies, which is that is the UN. And I'm very happy to be here with you. Thank you. But we should all be extremely, extremely concerned because until recently we were concerned because Israel's standing among progressive liberals, mainly the Democratic Party, was alarming because we saw the squad, then we saw the expanded squad, then we saw them supporting Hamas after October 7th, many of their younger generation. But now we see it also among Republicans, and it's not only Tucker Carlson, or we call it Tucker Carlson, whatever, or Nick Fuentes or Candace Owens. I saw it and I was shocked to see Vice President Vance meeting with young students of Turning Point, Charlie Kirk's movement, and he didn't know, and they were cheering the student who asked why we should support Israel, why we should get involved in Israel's battles. And on the other hand, Israel's position in the Middle East now is stronger than ever. As ambassador, I used to get phone calls from Arab ambassadors that used to tell me, finish the job. We know the true nature of Hamas. We know they are a branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. And as a moderate Arab country, we support what you're doing in Gaza. So obviously, we have a problem here. And Mamdani's... the fact that someone like Mamdani can get elected is a huge warning sign because if it can happen here in the city with the largest number of Jews, it can happen in any other city, it can happen on Capitol Hill, and it can, God forbid, happen in the White House in few years from now. So what do? There are many things we should do, but first and foremost, we must internalize that our branding, our Hasbara PR war is not just nice to have. It's not a luxury. Today, it is part of our national security. And we abandoned this battlefield. We did almost nothing. Like, how is it possible that in Europe we have 28 embassies and consulates, and here in the United States, with 50 states, different from one another, we have only 8 consulates. Most of the consul generals, they don't even get and meet, and not to let alone initiate public diplomacy events. We're not talking to Gen Z, the younger generation. We're the startup nations, but we don't do many things. I don't want to get into social media things, but it's quite clear that the young generation gets its information from TikTok, and the last thing I want to say, Qatar. Qatar is the polar opposite example of what we could have done. They are radical jihadists. They support the Muslim Brotherhood. Look what they have done with soft diplomacy to whitewash their crimes. And we, the only liberal democracy in the Middle East, we are portrayed, we are branded almost as a pariah here in the United States. So It's a huge failure of our government. We should change it dramatically. We should look at the future, start engaging with the younger generation, speak with them in their own language, engage with African American communities, minorities, etc., etc. And always be on the offensive to expose the hypocrisy and the lies of our enemies. That's what I did at the UN.
A quick question and a quick answer, please, because I want to move
This
on.
Wasn't a quick
Madam.
answer?
Is this battle lost? Can we win this battle given the money of Qatar, given what's going on?
We cannot win this war because we believe in democratic values, and sadly we are divided. And I could see Jews supporting a ceasefire a week after October 7th, and even Israelis are coming here and criticizing the IDF. So we cannot win it against 1.6 billion Muslims, but for sure we can minimize the damage because, see, the older generation or everyone who really involves or get the real data on what's happening in the Middle East, they side with Israel. But the younger generation that we abandoned and we never engage with them or with other influencers and minority leaders here, so they absorb and they get the information from our detractors, from our enemies. So we can do much, much more. And as Meir said, Lo alecha melacha ligmor. We should do whatever we can do to push back and fight against our enemies.
So let's speak about Magen David Adom. Why becoming the global president of Magen David Adom? You had lots of opportunities to do other stuff. Why choosing that? What makes Magen David Adom so unique, looking at other services, and how complicated it is currently? You know, you travel the world, you travel the US, pledging for money because there are so many needs, and Israel is not very popular in some crowds. So why there, and how do you do it?
So you should know, everyone should know, I was surprised to learn that Magen David Adom was established before the State of Israel. We are now commemorating 95 years of saving lives, and I feel very proud and privileged to be the global president of Magen David Adom. And you know, after 4 years fighting for Israel inside an organization of sheer evil, I wanted to feel a different feeling. So coming to Magen David Adom every day, an organization of pure good, because what can be more sacred of saving lives, saving everyone's lives? So this is number one, why I chose to continue my mission by strengthening Magen David Adom. And number two, and I think you should know it because of your background, today the focus of our enemies is not the IDF. They know that they cannot defeat the IDF, thank God.
It's the civil arena.
Exactly, it's the home front. They want to terrorize our civilians and drive us away from our homeland in fear. That's why they attacked on October 7th our communities. Not only the communities, the Shin Bet shared with us that on the Nukhba bodies they found instructions to deliberately attack our ambulances, our paramedics, our stations. Why? Because it will terrorize the civilians even more, because help is not on the way. The paramedics couldn't get to some of the communities. So that's why I understood that MDA today is as important as the IDF, as the police, because it can impact largely our national resilience. As if we are deployed with state-of-the-art equipment, like we have the most advanced blood center on earth, underground, fortified, we supplied whole blood units to the soldiers fighting on the battlefields this war, and we succeeded to reduce the mortality rate among wounded soldiers during this war in 50% compared to past wars that Israel had. This is the importance today of Magen David Adom. We have the most advanced dispatch center equipped with AI technologies that can respond to thousands of phone calls at the same time. We are now responding to 95% of Israel's emergency phone calls. So if we can get many more armored ambulances, armored station, training centers for many more paramedics that will be deployed in every city and town, be it in Judea and Samaria, near on the Golan Heights, near the Gaza envelope, we'll be able to save lives within seconds, and that will foil the the vicious plot of our enemies to weaken the civilian population and attack the home front.
Our time is over. Please do. Our time is over, and yet I must ask you a question. It's a personal question. Are we going to see you back in politics? Because many people think that we deserve better politics.
Well, obviously there are many things that we need to repair in Israel, and it was always that I always felt that this is my mission, my calling, to serve the people of Israel, and that's why I served for 21 years, 17 years in the Knesset, 4 years here in New York and Washington, and now, as you said, I'm proud to lead Magen David Adom. But for sure, I still aspire to get to the most influential position because we still have so many things to fix in Israel. We touched upon our branding, for example, but I think the unity among us, the connection between diaspora, Jews, and Israelis. So, to your question, yes, I aspire one day when the right time will come to lead my party, the Likud, and to try and run and get elected as the Prime Minister of Israel, God willing.
And here we get a koteret, a headline. Gilad Erdan, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Our next speaker leads one of Israel's most influential national institutions. She is also the first woman in the history of national institution to serve as a chairwoman. Please welcome Ifat Ovadia Lusky, chairwoman of Kakal JNF, to speak about connection between diaspora Jewry and Israel during the war and its aftermath.
קק"ל דואגת לחיזוק הביטחון בכל רחבי הארץ. גם בזמן המלחמה וגם בשגרה, קק"ל מכשירה עבורנו קרקעות ומעניקה לנו אפשרות להתפרנס. קק"ל פועלת לפיתוח מפעל ההתיישבות בארץ כבר יותר מ-120 שנה. דאגה לנו שאין לנו מקום לגור בו, בזמן שפוננו מהבית שלנו.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Dr. Miriam Adelson, publisher of Israel, Hayom, honored guest. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here in New York, one of the strongest, most influential communities in the Jewish world. 2 years ago, on October 7th, we, as a nation and as a people faced a brutal terror attack, causing destruction, loss, and deep shock. A horrific massacre of Jews on a scale unseen since the Holocaust. It quickly became clear this war was not just Israel war, it was war of the entire Jewish people. An unprecedented wave of anti-Semitism spread across the world, in schools, on campuses, in the streets of major cities across the United States, Europe, and wherever Jews live. For the first time in decades, Jewish communities felt hostility simply for being who they are. Yet, the most important and hopeful response came from world Jewry. Not theoretical support, not slogans, but real, practical help. For the first time in years, the connection between Israel and the diaspora stopped being an abstract idea. We saw it in action. We saw it save lives. It was a moment in which we all understood the bond between Israel and world Jewry is a living partnership, not a theory. Today, more than ever, Jewish unity worldwide is a strategic interest for Israel. It is not only an emotional or ideological matter. It is a security and diplomatic asset. In a world increasing polarization, violent discourse, and uncertainty, the internal resilience of the Jewish people is a support we cannot lose. Now, more than ever, we must choose connection over distance and understanding over judgment. David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, wrote that the mutual bond between Israel and the diaspora is essential for our existence. The past 2 years proved how right he was. As part of the efforts to deal with the effects of the war, KKL-JNF took on a leading role, not only to restore what was destroyed, but to strengthen the backbone of Israeli society. In the South, we were there from the first hours of fighting, and the same in the North. We provided emergency aid and then moved to recovery. We built a new neighborhood in Kibbutz Ruchama for Kibbutz Kfar Aza. We turned Re'im, the site of the Nova Music Festival, into a memorial site. We established resilience centers in Sderot, Sha'ar HaNegev, and other communities. And it's important to emphasize, Jewish communities in the diaspora were full partners in creating these centers. Communities in South and North America, Europe and Australia supported these projects with deep understanding. Israeli resilience is Jewish resilience. But our work does not end here. After 2 years of war and towards the nation's recovery, a long-term strategic plan is needed to strengthen the connection between Israel and the diaspora. Not just a plan activated in moments of crisis, but an ongoing vision. The next generation must feel part of a single story, part of a contemporary Zionist narrative. Otherwise, we risk losing what history has given us through sacrifice and through grace. Alongside the challenge lies a rare opportunity to rebuild and strengthen the essence of the global Jewish connection. Dear friends, the history of the Jewish people is not a series of exiles and pogroms. It is a series of growth, of shaking off the dust. We have proven throughout history that we can rise again, that we can unite, that we can rebuild. Our mission now is to make sure that this unity, born from crisis, became a way of life. I want to thank the communities, federations, organizations, and individuals for your dedication and commitment to the State of Israel and the Jewish people. KKL-JNF, Keren Kayemet LeIsrael, will continue to be a branch, a root, and a canopy for Israel and for Jewish communities around the world, building, developing, and keep strengthening the State of Israel. Let us all end with a prayer. Hashem oz le'amo yiten, Hashem yivarech et amo b'shalom. Thank you so much.
To follow, we welcome Michal Cohen, former General Director of the Ministry of Education and the CEO of Rashi Foundation, advances equal opportunity in Israel's periphery through education, employment, and community empowerment. She will speak about strengthening Israeli society at pivotal times.
For more than 40 years, the Rashi Foundation has been working to give every child in the Israeli periphery an equal opportunity. Every year, we empower more than 500,000 children, youth, and young adults across Israel. We do this together with 170 local authorities, nearly 90 partners, 10 government ministries, and 8 affiliated NGOs, creating broad, long-lasting social impact. In times of crisis, and especially since October 7th, 2023, we stand with communities in the North and South and create opportunities by focusing on these key areas: education, employment, community resilience and growth after trauma, and strengthening local authorities for sustainable, impactful change. Together, we can create a future full of opportunity for every child, everywhere.
Dear friends and partners, distinguished guests, the story of the Rashi Foundation began with one person, Gustav Lavin, who had a simple dream, a dream that no child would go hungry. From that desire to fill the human need, one of the largest and most significant foundations in Israel was born. 40 years have passed. Reality keeps change. Program, goals, and challenges redefine the dream, but the vision remained the same. A secure and thriving Israel that aiming for strength, a society in which every individual can realize his or her full potential. This is a moral, ethical, and social obligation to create equal opportunities for every child to dream, to grow, and to shape their own future, regardless of their starting point. We meet here today while still living through one of the most difficult and painful crises in Israel's history. A crisis that has touched every area of life: security, society, health, economy, education, and community. A shock that hit a society already marked by deep gaps and exposing those gaps in most tangible way. The crisis, pain, loss, fear, and uncertainty has touched each of us in some way. And yet, it also showed us the goodness and the compassion within Israel's society. Communities, hundreds of organizations and businesses, tens of thousands of volunteers, partners from Israel and abroad, municipalities, all supporting and offering help. Seeing the power of partnership and solidarity was a source of comfort and hope. These days highlight the strong bond between Israel and the diaspora. The Jewish people have been under attack on every front in Israel and sadly also in many other countries. Still, Israel has received amazing support from partners, organizations, and individuals worldwide who spoke out despite pressure and anti-Semitism. This is a clear proof we are one people. At the beginning of these difficult 2 years, the first response focused on immediate and essential needs. When the state seems slow to understand the urgency, philanthropy in Israel and abroad played a key role, as did organizations already working in the South and in the North. Today, Israel stands at a critical crossroad. Our ability to respond to the crisis is being tested. Physical infrastructure recovery is necessary, but even more social infrastructure is needed. We need growth guided by long-term vision. The evacuees from the south and the north who relocated to central Israel understood something we have worked for it decades to change. As a resident of the periphery, they get less, much less. Their children get less, and if nothing changes, their grandchildren will get less too. Less education, less health care, less employment. They are not worthless. They simply receive less. They deserve equal opportunity. And here, philanthropy has a vital role to play, not only a source of funding. Philanthropy has the power, flexibility, resources, and courage to work together to create high-quality infrastructure that ensure growth to decades to come. In a country where crises follow crises, we must build foundations that ensure our resilience and our shared future. Philanthropy has not only the ability, but also the responsibility to be part of this collective effort. Cross-sector partnership of public, businesses, and social organizations is the most powerful agents of change. This is what we believe in, and this is how we work. We have the commitment and the ability to connect resources to opportunities. Those who work to change social reality don't have the privilege of being pessimistic. We are optimistic, with a sense of mission and responsibility. We believe it is possible to give our children an equal opportunity to create the future they deserve, not the future that imposed on them. We have the chance to transform a great disaster into a rare opportunity, to become a society that acknowledges its weaknesses and it is not afraid to repair them. The rebuild not only what was destroyed, but also what we should be, a values-based society grounded in morality, justice, and solidarity. Thank you all.
Thanks, Michal. She's a real leader. Yeah, she deserves. She studied one grade higher than me in high school, but she has much better grades than me. Our next guest is one of the most long-standing, trusted, and respected leaders of the American Jewish community. Please welcome Malcolm Hoenlein of the Conference of Presidents. This interview will be conducted by Ariel Kahana from Israel Hayom. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Shalom, Malcolm. It's a great honor to have you here. Our time is very short, as you can see, and we have to cover, and I'm serious about that, very heavy issues in a very short time. So first of all, since I know you a little bit, let me share with the audience 2 facts about you. I think most of the people here don't know. First of all, you are 18 years old. That's it.
Wrong.
Right?
Wrong.
Wrong. Okay. That's what I know, 18. But 18. I said 18 years old. 18. Okay. And now, more seriously, you are in business since the 50s, right? As a child, you're joining the campaign of Adlai Stevenson, did I say it correctly? A Democratic candidate for presidency against Eisenhower. Malcolm, that time was, again, 11 years old. Now, I'm mentioning all that, and now it becomes serious, because you saw it all. You saw when anti-Semitism was mostly in the Republican side. You were warning in the last 20 years what's going to happen about the green-red ally against the Jewish people. You said what happened in Europe will happen in America, and we see it now happening. All of that all together, and that's my question, are we in the phase, as Dr. Adelson said earlier today, that Jews are coming to some galut, to some country which are not their own, they are rising, and then they are falling. Are we after the golden times of Jewish community here in America? Or maybe, although what we see attacks from both sides, it could once again become good for the Jewish community here in America? That's the question.
And for that, we need a seminar.
You have 5 minutes. Sorry.
Not even enough to introduce it, but this is a very complicated time and a complicated subject. And the one that you're raising, as you said, for 20 years, to much criticism, I warned about these things. People didn't want to hear it. To a large degree, they still don't want to hear it, and they don't want to face the reality that we are facing a pincer movement of the extreme left and extreme right, and when they go far enough, they look identical. And they are finding common cause against one target. The problem is that we have not got a sophisticated, thoughtful approach on the part of the community. We have more than 200 organizations formed in the last few years to fight anti-Semitism. We're spending well into the 9 figures to fight anti-Semitism, when in fact we're winning a few battles and losing the war. There is no accountability for the money. There is no coordinated effort with the money. And it's time the community and the leaders of the community get together and say we're going to hold people to account to make sure that the money is spent in very effectual ways. We saw in the election in New York what is really at stake. There are more Muslims in New York than there are Italians or Irish or Poles. And their numbers are going to increase. The birth rate here is the same as it is in London, 1.6. which is not even replacement. And while people throw around the numbers that 30% of the Jews voted for him, it's not true. I believe it's way less than...
Someone here earlier today said 40%.
It's less than 20%, and if you look at the polls and the studies that show that the vast majority of Jews say he represents a danger to them, so you can be sure they didn't vote for him. Nobody really measures the Jewish communities. They have isolated pockets that they use to measure it. But it doesn't matter whether it's 20%. We have to understand what motivated that 20%. And you know what? The one word that they say is vibe, excitement. He came with a message that meant something to them, their vulnerability, their affordability. He would throw a piece of red meat about Israel, and we would all run after it and criticize it. In the meantime, he talked about affordability. He spoke to young people about what motivated them. He excited them. We're not exciting young people. But it's not just a rebellion against Israel. Israel's only a symbol. It's a rebellion against their own families. Half the families in New York are single individuals. We are not reproducing, and we are not building for the future. There is no commitment to the future. We are the ones who carry that message. We always have. And so it's time now for us to reorient ourselves, not just to study the past, and we have to, and to learn the lessons. We know that this is a cancer that arises periodically in every country. B'chol dar v'dar omdim aleinu. It doesn't say omdu. It says omdim, to tell us every generation faces it. Just some are willing to look at it honestly and confront it, and some are not, and then they pay the price. We're now in the latter group because too long we thought it couldn't happen here, it wouldn't happen here. Right now it's happening here. I believe that we can do a lot to help reverse it, but we have to understand the phenomenon, we have to understand the motivation, we have to have people doing real, honest research and telling the truth to us, to our leadership. We need new excitement, new brand of leadership that will take us through this period, that will establish what are Jewish interests and Jewish priorities.
But is it possible to win this fight or this war? Because I'll tell you, I was just last week in the UK, and many people over there told me, we have no future in the UK anymore. So maybe here it's the same. Unfortunately, I mean, you know, personally, I love America a lot. But, I mean, we see what happens, again, from both sides of the aisle. And maybe there's no future for the long run.
There is no future for European Jewry. I went there 10 years ago, and I said, don't flee, but prepare, because you can argue with everything. You can argue politics, policy. You can't argue demographics. The same thing is true here. We need to have less meetings, more babies. We need to produce a generation. We need to get people more educated and connected to Israel, but we have to do it perhaps in different ways. Birthright, Masa, these were all wonderful experiments and should be continued. But we have to be much more creative and much greater outreach to the community. I think a lot of the young people can be brought back. We saw it on October 8th, how young people, and still remain, the October 8th revolution is still going on. We're just not taking advantage of it. I see the clubs all over New York City that are not Jewish, where they started Friday night events. They started then calling them Shabbat events. Young people want to identify with the Jewish community. We just have to make it easier, more meaningful, and appropriate to what concerns them.
And there is future for the Jewish diaspora here in America?
I'm not going to say that long-term that our future's there. I'm building an apartment in Yerushalayim. My grandson, with his 2 children, made Aliyah. 2 of my children bought apartments because they're looking at the situation and they're worried about the future. But we can't give up. There are 6 million Jews here, 5.5 million Jews, 5 million Jews. Are we going to abandon New York with the billions of dollars of investments we have here? We can't. And who's left behind then? The poor, those who can't afford to? No more running. We have to stand and fight and demand our rights and be sure that the community is safe and protected. And if it's not, then we have to take to the streets. We have to use every means at our disposal, like we did. If we mobilize for Soviet Jewry, we need a movement now for American Jewry like we built for Soviet Jewry.
We even left 24 seconds, but we did cover a very heavy and important issue in 5 minutes. Toda rabba. Thank you very much, Malcolm.
That's only the introduction.
Exactly.
Okay, so thank you very much, Malcolm Honline, and we now move on to our second session with a painful yet essential conversation. This panel brings together families whose strength, sacrifice, and resilience stand at the heart of Israel's story this past 2 years. Their voices remind us why the fight for security, unity, and truth is so vital. I invite participants to join me on stage. Dear friends, Orna and Ronen Nutra, mother and father of fallen IDF officer Omer Nutra, and Yael Alexander, the mother of hostage survivor Idan Alexander, please.
Every time I speak to families of hostages, and I've done it every day for the past 2 years, Yael has been with me quite a few times, I think that I'm more nervous than with any other interview that I've conducted in my life, because your story is our story. And the fact that we're sitting here once your story had a closure is unbelievable, and doing it with Miriam Adelson here, who played a vital role in bringing them home, means the world. Do you feel a closure, Yael?
Wow, it was a journey. It was a fight. It was very, very hard one. And thank God, Idan is home. Idan is okay. Idan is getting back to himself. And it's going to take us a while, you know, to get back to our life, because we stopped everything after October 7. We had just one thing to do, and it was so important for everyone to know Idan, to know the family, to know us, and to know the story of all the other hostages, and just to do whatever we can to bring them back home. And now he's home. He lives in Israel. He signed up with the IDF. He continued with the service. And I'm so proud of him. He's amazing. And
stick with that for a second. You know,
yes.
He was released after being kidnapped as a soldier. Why going back?
He told us it was very quick, after a few weeks, that we still stayed in Israel and we done the rehabilitation for him. He told us, Mom, Dad, I decided I want to stay in Israel and I want to continue with the service. I feel that I'm much needed, and still there is hostages and the war is still on and I have to help. So, he lives in Tel Aviv now, and I'm very proud of him.
You remained a worried mom from the U.S. for a lone soldier in Israel, knowing your mother, he's in good hands.
Yes.
Right. Ronen, Orna, your closure was different, and yet it's a closure.
Very different. As you're asking about closure, I don't feel that we have closure. I mean, we have relief. Like Yael said, it's been an insane journey, really a marathon, but on a sprint. Every day was so intense, was so focused on just one thing, bringing Omer home, bringing all the hostages home. It's almost over. There are still 2 hostages that have not been returned, and yes, there is a sigh of relief. We were able to bring Omer back and to lay him to rest almost a month ago. Relief, but there's a big hole. And now, we have to deal with that, with the grieving that's been kind of suppressed for 2 years, and what that means to lose a child, to lose him in that way, and how do we make sure that his legacy continues on? Because Omer was truly a kid that had one footing here in the Jewish community and one footing in Israel, and that's certainly, part of his legacy too.
Ronen, you shared the story of Israeli Americans whose kids went to Israel to fight, being soldiers. But furthermore, I think you carried the torch here in America for our fight, not for your fight. I see it as our fight, as an Israeli fight. Fight for the truth, fight for freedom, fight for the future. And you managed to do it bipartisan with the previous administration, the Biden administration, and the current administration, the Trump administration, which is not for granted.
Definitely challenging. From day one, I have to say, October 7 happened. We were in our house on Long Island in New York, and we had to make a very tough decision. What are we doing? Because our family said, when are you coming? And we saw lack of, in very gentle words, the administration in the United States, in Israel, disappeared for a few weeks, and we had to take a role that we took by decision to be the bridge here and to make sure that the administration knows here in the United States there is a crisis, there are American hostages, there are so many Israeli hostages, and Israel as a country needs help. And that's what we did for the first few months. And you're right, it's an election year, and we had to go through pretty rough waters. We're not politicians. We've never been trained on anything like this. We had to map who are our friends. We met so many wonderful people along the way that helped us. We started to go to Washington almost every other week. I think we've been together, I don't know, dozens of times, and with Orna, we've been maybe 50 times in Washington and knocked on every possible door, spoke to every possible congressman or senator, and then find our way to the White House. And at the time, with the Biden administration, made special connections with the National Security Advisor team and with the president himself. And then election time, how do you navigate it? How do you keep this issue bipartisan? Both sides should support us, understand that this is not a political issue. This is a huge humanitarian issue that has a huge effect on Israel, on families, on people, but on the whole region in the Middle East. And that took us into, obviously, the election of President Trump and the nomination of Steve Witkoff, and the rest is basically history.
I want to ask you a tough question being an Israeli, which I ask myself, tough question leading this conference, speaking about Israel in America. Yael said it very clearly in quite a few interviews that we had. You received a bigger hug, warmer hug, stronger hug here in the US than in Israel, where your sons were kidnapped from, where they served in its army, in the IDF. How come? How come?
I can't explain how come. I can just say that it was very, very difficult for us. We raised a boy with a true passion and love for Israel. Almost a naive kind of passion, not critical of anything, that left everything behind here in the United States and made his way into the Armored Corps, became an officer in the Israeli army. Together with Idan on the same post on October 7th. And we couldn't understand the reaction. I mean, this is an administration that has not owned their responsibility since day one yet to date. And I think that's part of the explanation. While the American administration received us with an open heart from day one. I still remember the phone call the first week of the war with President Biden, where he took the time. At the time, there were a lot of missing persons, American citizens. There was a Zoom call the first week of the war, and people didn't know what happened to their loved ones, and he insisted on hearing everybody on that call. His team kept wanting to stop the call and say, you have a few more minutes. At some point he said, you know what, I want to hear these people, so I'm the boss here. And literally, he took the time to listen to everyone, and that was the tone across his whole administration and across the Trump administration just as much. So I can't explain that, but it is heartbreaking to me.
Yael, you have an answer?
So the hug that we felt here from the administration was a real one. Everyone wanted to meet us, to spoke with us. They knew the stories. They were like prepared. You're coming to a meeting and they know everything about Idan, about Omer, about everyone. In Israel, it was different. It was very difficult. You felt like no one is really listening. No one is taking responsibility. And okay, it's a sad story, but we are in war now, and I don't know. It was very, very difficult, but thank God President Trump elected, and I'm thanking him every morning that Idan is home. Everything is because of him, and Mr. Steve Witkoff was it was unbelievable.
But one thing you did get was a huge hug from the Israeli people. A huge hug.
Yes.
Bipartisan, from everybody. A huge hug, and here in the States as well. And I want to, we speak of mutual responsibility. We speak of our duties as Jewish people. What do you take, I want to use your experience, your sad and half sad, half happy, or happy ending experience, to our big story. What do you take out of that
It's a very good
marathon
point.
you went through?
Very good point. We understood that the bond between Israel and the United States is critical. We understood that there must be Jewish leaders in Washington, that we must help Jewish kids understand the importance of getting involved, of loving Israel, of embracing their Jewishness and their Zionism. And we understood that the same thing needs to happen in Israel. And to some degree, they need to connect. This connection between the two countries, between the communities, is critical for the success of Israel in the future. And this is something that Omer embedded in his life by moving to Israel, by doing what he did and losing his life. It's something that obviously their son is doing now every day in the army. But we need more and more young Jewish kids to step up and say, I care about Israel, I care about being Jewish, and here's what I'm going to do about it.
Exactly, because it gives so much strength to hear someone who paid the heaviest possible price telling others, do the same way, go the same way, knowing that we're still at war. So thank you for that. I want to conclude by a personal question. What do you do now when this marathon is over? There was the end line. What do you do now?
So people are still wants to hear us. They want to give us this hug. It was quite a journey. A lot of people was praying, doing afrashat chala, doing everything that they can, and they kind of knew our kids also. They felt like they're part of the family, their family. So we are still doing it. Yes.
I think to what you said before, and I'm going to tie this in, we lost all degrees of separation within the Jewish community. Everyone came out in our support, and it truly is amazing. And I almost feel like we need to harness that energy right now and to harness to rebuilding and to strengthening the Jewish people and the Jewish communities, both here and in Israel. Clearly, we need to work together on this. We're such a small people, but a big family. That's really what it is, and there's a lot of work to be done.
And I just want to say, absolutely, in the name of all the hostage families, the surviving one, the returning one, and the deceased one. We can't be thankful enough for the people in this room, for the leaders that help us, that carries us through this emotional roller coaster of 2 years of horror, and help us reach the point, and the administration reach the point where 20 hostages came out live first, which was unbelievable. Nobody could believe that this is going to happen. And then all the deceased hostages, among them our son, coming back. We have 2 more to go. We can't stop now. And we are so, so thankful.
So you mentioned the 20 living hostages who came back. 2 of them will be with us shortly, Eviatar David and Guy Gilboa Dalal. But I want to thank you, not only for this interview, but for the light, for what you did, not only for your sons, but for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, after this emotional talk, our next guest is one of the key architects behind the diplomatic efforts on Israel's northern front, and a figure whose influence has shaped some of the most sensitive negotiations in the Middle East. Please welcome Amos Hochstein, managing partner at TWG Global and former senior advisor to President Biden. This conversation will be led by Ariel Kahana from Israel, היום. Please.
Shalom Amos, thanks a lot for coming, great honor for us. Let's jump immediately to the news. Of course, you were negotiating the ceasefire agreement last year between Israel and Lebanon, together with Ron Dermo mainly. Is this fire collapsing?
Well, first, thank you for having me and on a very impressive conference here. Before I start, let me just say I was listening to the last panel, and Mrs. Nutra talked about the phone call with President Biden. I was there for that call, and she's not wrong. We all tried to get the president off the call, and the one thing that President Biden always wanted to do is talk to the families, and I'm so grateful that some have closure, others have to live with the terrible tragedy, but that will always be with me for the rest of my life. Look, a year ago, almost a year ago to the day, so today we're on December 1, on November 27 last year, the ceasefire was achieved between Israel and Lebanon, between the two states, but largely, let's admit it was between Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah was not a willing participant in that ceasefire. They did not want to reach the ceasefire, and it was a display of both their military weakness after being weakened by the Israeli military, and their political weakness, which had been building over a period of time. It had a number of elements into it. One of them, they had to leave the south, and there was a call for disarmament, for disarming Hezbollah after that. Immediately after the ceasefire, I went back to Lebanon to work on establishing a new presidency because there had been a vacuum there for 2 years. The ceasefire would not last a month without a president and a new government. And so what Lebanon has today is the most pro-Western, forward-leaning, forward-thinking president that they have ever had in the modern era. In the Doha summit after Israel struck Doha, the president of Lebanon was the only Arab leader that actually said positive things about wanting to meet with Israel to go back to a direct negotiations. He said the same thing.
So they tried, but we are a year after, sorry for cutting you, but time is very short. They tried, that government, and the current administration tried as well to go forward what you were beginning, but we see the bottom line. The government of Lebanon failed to disarm Hezbollah, and Israel is now saying we have no other choice than coming back to war to eliminate Hezbollah because no one else is doing it.
So let me be clear. Hezbollah has to be disarmed, and the government of Lebanon has to stand up to what they agreed to. The cabinet passed a law just a few months ago to that called for the disarming of Hezbollah. So the cabinet has taken that decision, and it is incumbent upon the government of Lebanon to do that. But Israel has to give this government a chance to do it. I agree with the Israeli concern that they haven't done it fast enough. But the idea of going back to war and saying, if the Lebanese government doesn't do it, then we Israel, will do it. One, I think, will not achieve it. You're not going to get disarmament by airstrikes. You had a whole year of war, you didn't disarm Hezbollah then, without full occupation, which I don't think anybody really wants. It's very easy to say where these wars start and how we should just do it.
You know, I remember you saying the same before we began the campaign against Hezbollah. I mean, you and President administration, they didn't want Israel to begin the big fight with Hezbollah, and it ended the way it ended, successfully. So maybe now, but that you're warning the current government not to begin another cycle, maybe you're wrong?
Let's be fair. We wanted to get to a ceasefire before the land invasion because that's what the Israeli government wanted, and that's what we wanted as a result. What we warned publicly in Lebanon at the time was, if you keep saying we're not going to stop this war until Hamas stops its war, then Hamas is going to be deciding the future of Lebanon. And
Hezbollah, you mean Hezbollah?
No. Hamas will be deciding, because if you're saying no ceasefire in Lebanon until there's a ceasefire in Gaza, and we said at some point the Israelis are going to say enough is enough, and they're going to go do it. So we warned of that. The difference is, even after that year and a massive campaign, Hezbollah was not disarmed. The disarming won't happen by Israel. You can weaken them, and you did. Israel did, without a doubt.
So maybe that's what they want to do now.
But you can't keep living in a state of war. What you have to do is find a way to get the Lebanese to do it. I agree with the contention that the Lebanese have not done what they need to do. But the response should be, the U.S. government should be coming in and supporting the Lebanese government in taking decisive action against, for the disarming of Hezbollah. It is possible to do it. And I don't think that going back into war is good for Israel, and it's definitely not good for Lebanon, and it's bad for American policy for sure, as any destabilizing in Lebanon will not stay in Lebanon. That will be destabilizing again in Syria and into the rest of the Middle East. We're trying to end this cycle.
So just to end this topic, because we have to move on, how long, in your opinion, should Israel wait and give a chance to the Lebanese government? For how long?
I'm not here to give advice to the Israeli government. I think the American government should be engaging with the Lebanese and come up with a strategic step-by-step approach. Instead of saying, disarm Hezbollah, but rather say, look, the agreement was the South. Let's start with the South. Hezbollah has to be out of the South, all weapons out of the South. You do that, give me a period of X months. After that, all long-range missiles need to be disbanded. After that, medium range. Let's put this into a process that can actually have a chance of working.
Okay, we have 1.5 minutes left for another important topic, which is mentioned all this important day here in this conference, and that is anti-Semitism in America. Now, you are, of course, a senior Democratic official, part of the Biden administration, as everybody knows. And it feels, at least by many Israelis, that there is no support anymore for Israel in the Democratic Party. I was even looking for positive statements about the Israeli attack against Iran. I think you were the one, maybe Dan Shapiro, but not from Hakeem Jeffries or many other Democratic leaders. Is the Democratic Party still supportive of Israel?
Suppose I've sat here for a little while listening to someone, by the way, talk about Democrats in the state of Israel. Secretary Clinton is speaking here tonight. I think she's this afternoon. She's here now. There is still strong support both for the Jewish community and for Israel and Democratic Party. It's not the only voice. I think Malcolm Hoenlein said a little bit earlier that it's a pincer movement. There's a rising anti-Semitism on the far right. There has been anti-Semitism on the far left. That is not what America is. That is what social media and very loud voices. The idea of saying the future of the Jews in America is over, the end of the golden age. Let me tell you, Ariel, in the 1930s, there was a headline, the end of the golden age for Jews in America. That was in the 1930s. We are still in the golden age. Look around. Look at America. Look where Jews are, what they're achieving. Are there very troubling signs that we should not let go of? Yes. Should we fight for it? Yes. But this idea that the Democratic Party is all Mamdani and not all the other people that were elected on that same very day in Virginia and New Jersey and elsewhere. We have a problem of anti-Semitism that goes back about 2,000 years. It has moments where it rises above the median, which is what we're in now, and we have to fight it. I'm not ignoring it. I'm not denying it. But I think that jumping from there to the sky is falling and Jews can't live in America, this is still the safest place for Jews to live in the world. The safest place for any Jew to live anywhere on the planet is still the United States of America, and I think that is going to continue to be true. I think in the Democratic Party we have to support moderate voices that reject the anti-Semitism, and the Republicans have to do the same thing on their side. But that's not new. We have always have to deal with this. So I'm pretty positive of the role of Jews in America now and into the future.
Thank you very much. I wish we had time to explore, but we will conclude with that. Thank you very much, Amos.
Thank you very much, Amos Hochstein. Now we turn to important discussion on resilience, development, and the future of the communities along Israel's borders. This panel will be moderated by Elinor Shirkani-Kaufman, Israel's Hayom legal correspondent. Please welcome the panelists, Itai Greinek, CEO of the Ministry of Heritage, and Sar Shalom Jerby, Head of the Education and Community Division at Kakal JNF. Please.
טוב, קודם כל טוב להיות איתכם פה שוב. נתחיל ישר כי הזמן שלנו קצוב. אז בואו נתחיל רגע עם משרד המורשת. אנחנו מכירים כל כך הרבה משרדי ממשלה, משרד התפוצות, משרד ירושלים והמסורת. מה הייחודיות שמביא משרד המורשת?
משרד המורשת עוסק בכל אתרי המורשת בארץ. ומ-7 באוקטובר דיברו פה בבוקר חנן, השותף שלנו משקפי ויארד, אנחנו בעצם מתעדים את כל מה שקורה בעוטף עזה, כדי לבנות שם מרחב מורשת. המרחב מורשת הזה הוא בעצם זיכרון ומורשת של לספר את הסיפור של מה שקרה בכל העולם, וכל אתרי המורשת בארץ, מ-3,000 שנה אחורה ועד 100 שנה אחורה, זה מה שמשרד המורשת עושה, וזה דבר מאוד מאוד חשוב.
בוא תספר לי קצת על פרויקט שעשיתם במהלך המלחמה.
אז כמו שאמרתי, באמת, התחלנו מיד אחרי 7 באוקטובר, לתעד את כל מה שקרה, אספנו את כל הרכבים השרופים במגרש הרכבים, בתקומה, הקמנו בסדרות את איפה שהייתה תחנת המשטרה, דרתה. היום מבקרים בעוטף עזה כל יום 3,000 אנשים בקיבוצים. הדילמות שלנו הן מאוד מאוד קשות, זה לא פשוט. יש לנו אתגרים מאוד מאוד גדולים, אנחנו עובדים מול כל הקיבוצים וכל המקומות שחדרו אליהם. אני יכול לספר לך דילמה אחת אם את רוצה?
זהו, איפה באמת עובר הגבול הזה בין מורשת לשיקום, להנצחה?
אז זה בדיוק הדילמה הקשה, אמרה לי ראש מועצת אשכול מיכל יוזיהו, שמצד אחד על כביש 232, שזה הכביש של העוטף, יש המון הנצחה, ומצד שני היא רוצה שילדים יחזרו לחיים. ילדים עולים על אוטובוסים לבית ספר, היא רוצה שהחיים יחזרו. הדילמה הזאת נמצאת גם בכפר עזה. בכפר עזה היו אצלי במשרד לפני שבועיים שמעון אלקבץ, אבא של סיוון, איריס חיים, אמא של יותם, איציק אדרי, אבא של אביעד אדרי, שזה הורים של ילדים שגרו בכפר עזה, שמעון ספציפית גם גר בכפר עזה, אבל הם לא גרים, הילדים שלהם גרו והם לא גרים, והילדים שלהם נרצחו בכפר עזה או נחטפו ונרצחו כמו יותם. והדילמה היא קשה, כי מצד אחד הקיבוץ גם חצוי, הוא רוצה לחזור לחיים, הוא רוצה לחיות. ומצד שני צריך לשמר את ההיסטוריה. אז אנחנו משקיעים בצמודי גדר, במקומות שהם ליד הגדר, שיהיה אפשר להיכנס בחוץ לקיבוצים לראות אותם. אבל זו דילמה מאוד קשה, והם אומרים לי, אמר לי שמעון אלקבץ, הוא אמר, באושוויץ, אם היו רוצים להרוס את המשרפות, ישר היו אומרים שזה משהו אנטישמי. הוא אומר, ופה בארץ רוצים להרוס בתי עדות, בשביל לחזור בחיים, שזה דבר חשוב. והדילמה היא מאוד מאוד קשה. הייתי ביחד עם שר המורשת, השר שמע אותם והוא אמר שזה לא עניין שהוא רק של הקיבוץ. יש פה משהו לאומי, יש פה דבר שבעצם מדינת ישראל צריכה להחליט. זה לא רק הקיבוץ, זה שטח של הקיבוץ וצריך לפצות אותו על זה, אבל זו החלטה לאומית. איך אנחנו משמרים את המורשת, איך אנחנו מספרים את הסיפור הזה. כמו שלא היינו רוצים שבאושוויץ היו מוחקים, אז גם אצלנו אנחנו לא רוצים למחוק, והדילמה לצד החיים של הקיבוץ, ולצד ההמשך בחיים, ולצד החיים של היישובים, הדילמה היא לא פשוטה, היא מאוד מורכבת, אבל חד משמעית מבחינתנו, אנחנו כמשרד המורשת מתכוונים לשמר ולספר את הסיפור, גם בשביל אלפי האנשים, מאות אלפי, מיליוני האנשים שיגיעו מכל העולם לראות את זה, וגם בשבילנו עצמנו. אני רוצה שכל תלמיד מכינה קדם צבאית, או תלמיד בגיל 17-18, לפני שהוא מתגייס לצבא, יגיע ויקבל משמעות, יבין על מה הוא נלחם, ויבין כמה זה חשוב, ויבין את העוצמות ואת הגבורה של העם הזה, עוצמות גדולות.
תודה רבה. באמת, בתקופה שהתחילה המלחמה, היה כאוס שלם במדינה. היה קשה באמת שמשרדי ממשלה לא כל כך תפקדו בלשון המעטה, ולשם נכנסו ארגונים כמו קק"ל, שבאמת נכנסו מתחת לאלונקה. בוא תספר לנו קצת על האתגרים שהיו לכם בתקופה הזאת.
אני רואה את השעון, אז אני בלחץ, אז אני אנסה להגיד את כל הדברים כמה שיותר מהר, כי אני רוצה להתעסק דווקא בחינוך. אבל באמת קק"ל, איך שבשביעי באוקטובר המלחמה נפתחה, אנחנו, קק"ל זה הארגון הראשון שהוציא אלפים ועשרות אלפים, גם מהצפון וגם מהדרום, לבתי מלון, עם העשרה חינוכית, ובמשך הזמן השקענו מאות מיליוני שקלים ומשקיעים בכיתות כוננות, במרכיבי ביטחון, בחינוך, את אנשי כפר עזה ברוחמה.
אמרת חינוך, אני אעצור אותך רגע. קק"ל, שחושבים על קק"ל, חושבים על יערות. מה לקק"ל ולחינוך?
זו שאלה טובה. עוד האבות המייסדים הבינו שאי אפשר הכשרת קרקעות בלי הכשרת הלבבות. ובאמת אנחנו עוסקים בחינוך. תראי, אני סגן אלוף במילואים. אני בשמיני באוקטובר התגייסתי, אני בן 56, לא הייתי צריך, התגייסתי כמו...
לא רואים.
תודה. כמו יתר אחי, והתגייסתי, ורוב הזמן הייתי בבארי ובכפר עזה. וראינו שם שאנשים נלחמים אחד ליד השני, בלי לחשבן, מי שאשכנזי, ספרדי, ימני, שמאלני, קיבוץ, עיירת פיתוח, ואנחנו הבנו, חשבנו שנכשלנו בחינוך. כל הזמן שואלים, זה דור הטיקטוק, הצלחנו בגדול בחינוך. ואנחנו היום משקיעים מאות מיליוני שקלים, גם בארץ וגם בחוץ לארץ. אגב, חטיבת החינוך היא החטיבה עם התקציב הגדול ביותר השוטף בקק"ל, ואנחנו משקיעים כדי לראות איך להכיר אחד את השני, איך אנחנו באים כדי שלא יהיה את הקרע שיש. וצריך לזכור, לפני השביעי באוקטובר היה כמעט מלחמת אחים. אם תקחי אותי הימני שגר במצפה יריחו, דתי, ותקחי את הבחור משמאל מהקיבוץ, על 90% מהדברים אנחנו מסכימים. על 10% כמעט היה מלחמת אחים. על זה אנחנו לא ניתן. ולכן, אנחנו בכל המיזמים המשותפים שלנו, בהיקפים של מאות מיליוני שקלים, אנחנו קודם כל עושים את המפגשים בחברה הישראלית. שיכירו, ילמדו, וגם בחוץ. ואני אתן לך סיפור על חוץ לארץ, כי אנחנו כאן ואני רואה את השעון. אני לפני כשנה וחצי הייתי בסיור בארגנטינה. הייתי בבית ספר שולם הלחם. ונפגשתי עם המנהלת. והיא אומרת לי, אני רוצה לספר לך סיפור. היא מספרת לי סיפור שבא אליה אחרי השביעי באוקטובר, אמא עשירה מאוד שהילדים שלה למדו בבית ספר פרטי. והיא באה לרשום את הילדים לבית ספר. המנהלת שהיא חברה שלה, תגידי מה קרה? והיא מספרת שבשביעי באוקטובר, האמא רואה טלוויזיה, היא רואה את כל מה שעשו לנו, והיא בוכה. הילדים בני 14 ו-15 רואים טלוויזיה דקה, חוזרים לשחק בכדור. אז היא הבינה שהיא מאבדת את הילדים. אז היא הבינה שאם היא רוצה לשמור על הילדים, היא צריכה להביא אותם לבית ספר חינוך, לבית ספר יהודי, והתפקיד שלנו זה לנצל את המשבר להזדמנות. לצערנו זה קרה, אבל זה ההזדמנות של כולנו כאן. לבוא ולראות איך אנחנו מביאים את כל היהודים ללמוד בבתי ספר ובמערכות יהודים, ואני אתן לך דוגמה עליי. בארגנטינה, ויושבת כאן יפעת, יושבת ראש קק"ל שעוזרת לנו בהכל, בארגנטינה אנחנו נתנו עכשיו 500,000 שקל במצ'ינג עם אמיה, כדי להביא ילדים שלא באים לבתי ספר יהודים, לבוא לבתי ספר יהודים. עשינו עכשיו אותו דבר, 200,000 שקל במקסיקו. אבל אני רוצה להגיד משהו שלא יאהבו לשמוע כאן אנשים. אולי גם מרים לא תאהב לשמוע את מה שאני אומר. אבל אני אגיד לכם, מדינת ישראל היא מדינה חזקה. מדינת ישראל היא גם לא צריכה את הכסף של אף אחד. אבל אם אנחנו דואגים ליהודים, לילדים, אגב, הילדים האורתודוקסים לא מעניינים אותי. ילד אורתודוקסי יתחתן עם יהודי ויישאר יהודי ויעלה גם בסוף לארץ. אני דואג לרפורמים, לקונסרבטיבים, לאלה שלומדים בפאבליק סקול. ואנחנו צריכים לאפשר להם, לכל ילד, לבוא ללמוד בבית ספר יהודי בחינם. ואת הכסף שנותנים במשאבים לארץ, תנו את זה כאן, בכל העולם. אם אנחנו רוצים לשמור על הילדים שלנו, זה המציאות, וזה מה שאנחנו רוצים לעשות.
שר שלום ג'רבי ואיתי גרנק, תודה רבה לכם.
תודה לכם.
תודה רבה.
Thank you very much for this panel. I want to welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Thank you so much for... Wait, Ms. Clinton, wait, please. It will take a minute until I welcome you to stage. There is a speaker before, but I want everyone to acknowledge the fact that you're here. So please, since she stood up, Avigdor Karani will wait for us. Let's go to the next speaker. Yes, please. No, so now I want to welcome Uri Dagon, Deputy Editor for Israel Hayom, an Israeli hero, Avigdor Kaalani, veteran of Israeli war, one of the most decorated Israeli fighters, for the next panel. Currently the chairman of the Shazar Institute, Kaalani, Dagon, please.
שלום לכולם.
Shalom and hello for
שלום אורי.
Mr. Kaalani, one of the Israel's most heroes, generals, fought in 5 wars. Only in Yom Kippur War, you fought almost alone against hundreds of Syrian tanks. Let's start with what happened now in Israeli frontier, in Gaza, in Lebanon, Iran, and Judea and Samaria. Let's start with Iran.
First, in the 7th of October, I think you had an atomic bomb in Israel, and nobody can explain what happened. Even me, that I was a division commander a few times, I cannot. But it was a revolution here in Israel. Everything changed. From Lebanon is not really trait about the future of our country.
Why is that?
Because you have a new president. It looked like a Goliath, you know, Goliath from the Bible. But he doesn't control the Hezbollah, but we can control them, and we can beat them, no question.
But it's an independent country.
Yeah, they have a lot of missiles. They ready to fight against Israel. Remember what happened between them and Iran. And it's going to be, it takes time. We need time. We will beat them, and I think we show them that we're strong enough. Syria, it's unbelievable. I was the commander against Syria for many, many years. And in Syria, I met my friends over the border now, a few kilometers. They're traveling with jeeps, with air. And
something that you couldn't imagine before.
I cannot even imagine in my dream that it's going to be like that. It's going to be quiet for many, many years. They are not going to be Chovevei Israel or Ovei Israel.
But do you think that the IDF should stay in Hermon Mountain and in the areas in the Syrian border?
I know. We are there. I think we will negotiate about that. And the moment where we withdraw back to the border, I think we withdraw. It is a moment that we have some kind of agreement between them and us, security agreement. And after that, to be in the top of the Hermon is not my dream. It's nice, but it's not my dream. This is not for security for our country. It's not so big deal. And
but you can see that a peace process between Israel and Syria with the Shara regime.
I studied when I was a child, when the dog see the cat, he is running to eat him. They never would hate us. I don't believe them. I don't believe they will change their mind. I believe they want to kill the Jewish people. And the jungle, that we are living in the jungle, if you are nice and soft, they eat you. And I believe those people, they will wait behind the corner some days to try to achieve the Golan Heights back and to destroy our country. Now it's quiet because they have their problem. But don't trust them. I don't know if it's in my generation or I have 4 tank commanders in my unit, in my family, and I can tell you, it's like generation come, and I have to teach them how to protect our country and to have the responsibility for the country. And those people, maybe they will fight again.
And then what about Iran?
Again?
Iran.
Iran is, the moment in 1967 we had to invade to the Golan Heights, we thought we dream, we cannot do it. And we did it in Iran now. It's like we achieved some kind of a dream.
You were surprised about Israeli achievement in Iran?
Yeah, we can beat them, I think, with the American. Yeah, with the American, we can dream them. It's, we cross a big obstacles just in our mind that we can fly 2,000 kilometers far away from Israel and to beat them. This is, we are very proud what happened.
And
Gaza Strip, it's a problem that we will solve. That is not threat about the future of Israel. No, it's we suffer a lot. We've been stupid. We give them everything. It's unbelievable what happened.
What do you mean by stupid? Who was the stupid one?
We had to protect ourselves there, and we've been we sleep. And this is what happened to us. But I think this war, from the position from 10 years or 12 years from now, is going to be, it will change all our country, all the habits, the army even that. We close factories of a nation. We close many tanks. Many tanks we have done by mistake. And we said, quiet will bring quiet.
I have to ask you something that bother many people. We always will live on our sword, on our weapon, or the word peace can move back to the front of the Israeli discussion?
King
After
Solomon,
2 years of war.
Yeah, King Solomon have said, דור הולך ודור בא והארץ לעולם עומדת.
And what do you mean by that for the English audience?
There's one generation go, one generation come, the land forever. And we have to teach the new generation to protect our country, and we know how to do it. They are the future of our country. And I can see my grandchildren with Star of David, and I can see my kids, both of them tank commander, and all of them, they have the responsibility for the country. For when I joined the army, they call me espresso generation. They make laugh about us. And we call the generation now TikTok generation. We laugh about them, but believe me, when I see them in Gaza Strip running between the street and fighting, I have tears in my eyes.
And it gives you hope for Israeli future.
We can trust them. I have tears in my eyes. The new generation, this is the best generation that we have. It means that the educational system taught them how to join the army, participate in war, and be the best in the world to protect our country. This is the only country that we have, and we know that. And I believe that we are going to be strong enough in the future. It's going to be a revolution in our country. I believe and I pray to somebody here said, I have a dream, Remember him?
I remember.
I have a dream. I have a dream. Maybe
we all do have. Thank you very much.
Maybe 50 years from now, 5 years from now, many people from the world, Jewish people, will come to Israel, and this is one capital that we have in Jerusalem, and one country that we have, Israel, and we are going superpower.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kahalani.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avigdor, my dear friend, Israeli hero. Thank you very much, Uri Dagon. Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton has been a central figure in shaping American foreign policy and in strengthening the U.S.-Israel relationship throughout her career. She has consistently spoken with clarity and conviction about Israel's right to defend itself and about the moral obligation to stand firmly against anti-Semitism. Her insight into world affairs, democracy, and the U.S.-Israel partnership remains invaluable, especially in times like these. Please welcome Hillary Rodham Clinton. People like you in New York.
I love New York. I'm happy to be here.
Especially Israeli. I think Israeli and Jewish people like you very much.
It's mutual.
How much concerned are you for the bonding for American Jewry for Israel nowadays since October 7th?
I think that it's time now that the hostages, thank goodness, are back and people can breathe again, that everyone needs to take stock of where we are, both in Israel and in this country, learn the lessons that perhaps can help us determine a more productive future. And I would mention just a couple. Just in the time that I've been here and the conversations that I've had with some people, there's a great deal of valid concern about how Israel is viewed, not just around the world, but from the United States, how Jewish Americans are viewed and what is being seen as a significant increase in anti-Semitism in real life and online. And I think people have to be very clear-eyed about what is happening and what we're up against. And it's especially important to me that we pay attention to what young people the information that they are receiving, how they are processing that information, and the conclusions they're drawing from it. And I would just add, I have the great privilege of teaching at Columbia University at the School of International and Public Affairs, whose dean is Karen Yarhi-Milo. She and her husband Ariel are here. And it's been an extraordinarily productive personal and professional relationship, but we were teaching. October 7th happened on a Saturday. We taught on a Wednesday. And then we saw this organized effort to really almost turn what had happened on October 7th upside down so that it was unrecognizable. And we began to realize that our students, smart, well-educated young people from our own country, from around the world, where were they getting their information? They were getting their information from social media, particularly TikTok. That is where they were learning about what happened on October 7th, what happened in the days, weeks, and months to follow. That's a serious problem. It's a serious problem for democracy, whether it's Israel or the United States, and it's a serious problem for our young people.
So you've mentioned
Columbia University and Keren Yarchimilo, mutual friends of ours. You taught there during, the riots and everything that went through. This is your New York. You were a senator from New York. You know this state, this city, much better than I do and most of us. What's going on?
Well, one thing that was going on is that there was an organized effort that was prepared literally on October 8th to begin to try to both provide mis- and disinformation about what had happened on October 7th, what the meaning was, what the history between the Israelis and the Palestinians, the region was. And it was frankly shocking to me how little the students we were encountering, not only in this class we teach, which is a very large class, international relations about crisis decision-making, but students more generally. And that's why I mentioned the social media piece of it, because when you would try to talk to them to engage in some kind of reasonable discussion, it was very difficult because they did not know history, they had very little context, and what they were being told on social media was not just one-sided, it was pure propaganda. And I think as you have this summit and you talk about the issues that are facing Israel internally and Israel externally, you have to deal with the narrative. And you and I were talking very briefly, and there are some people here that I was privileged to work with when I was a senator for 8 years, and I used to have conversations with them about how Israel had the worst PR of any group that I knew, that the story that needed to be told was not getting told as effectively as I thought it should. And I think that's only worse now. And so when you think about how to tell Israel's story, and it's important, it's not just looking internally, it's looking externally, and particularly looking at young people, because, it's not just the usual suspects, it is a lot of young Jewish Americans who don't know the history and don't understand.
Are we, Israel, losing the U.S.? That's what you're saying, if we keep on going that way, because you just said that we have the worst PR of any group that you know, which means the whole world practically. Are we about to lose the U.S.?
I don't think so, but I don't think you can take it for granted. And I don't think it's a partisan issue. I think it's more generational. I mean, when you hear people like Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes talking, they're on the right. When you hear others saying similar things, they're on the left. So this is not a Republican versus Democrat kind of divide. This is generational. And I think it's really important for whether it's a newspaper like this or groups that are building bridges between Israel and the United States, you have to confront this. I mean, Karen and I and many others who are associated with some of the, great universities in America. I was talking to Condi Rice, and, she said in an interview that I did after the 20-point plan came out, she and I were on CBS, and she said, when people were chanting from the river to the sea, she would ask the students, what river, what sea? They didn't know. I had the same experience. And so I just feel like you have to dig deep into understanding how to, people still may not agree, but how to do a better job of talking about the history, the context, the real security threats, the challenges. I also, would hope that there would be more events like this with more and more efforts to bring people together who you may think don't agree with you initially to have some of those conversations, because I think it's important that we not automatically write anybody off until we've had a chance to have a chance at some kind of dialogue.
I ask you if Israel is losing the US? Are we losing the Democratic Party? Is the Democratic Party losing itself? Looking at Israel?
Look, I think the Democratic Party, like the Republican Party, because you can go from obviously President Trump to people that are associated with the Republican Party. I mentioned two of them, Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. That's a pretty wide range. I think similarly in the Democratic Party, you have a comparable range. But I don't think you can take anybody for granted. And I think it's important within the Democratic Party to have the kind of discussions that I was just talking about. And there are people that I disagree with within the Democratic Party. Obviously, a lot of people I disagree with in the Republican Party. But we have to do a better job of talking through the importance of supporting Israel and Israel's security in a way that crosses generations. And I'm going to use that word again because a lot of the challenge is with younger people. More than 50% of young people in America get their news from social media. So just pause on that for a second. They are seeing short-form videos, some of them totally made up, some of them not at all representing what they claim to be showing, and that's where they get their information. And that cuts across Democrats, Republicans, Jewish young Americans, non-Jewish young Americans. That's where they get their information. I think that's a threat, not just to Israel's standing in the world. It's a threat to democracy. It's a threat to our way of life, because how do you even make common ground decisions if people don't have the same information and they don't even see facts or evidence that they can rely on? So it's a bigger issue than what a Democrat says or what a Republican says. This goes to how we know what we should know about important issues. And I think, Israel's standing in security is an important issue, and we need to do a much better job in trying to understand and explain it. Not everybody will agree, as I said, but at least we should have a fighting chance.
And maybe what symbolizes most what you've just said is Zohran Mamdani being elected here in New York.
Well, he was a brilliant social media candidate. It proves my point. I mean, just think about it. And he drew from across the city. And young people were the drivers. And they were young people from every background, every ethnicity, every religion, who related to him, who really admired the way he presented himself. And the social media campaign was so effective. And I think that is a very strong case as to why people need to pay attention to how you get information, and particularly young people. And I think, now we'll see what happens in the governing and what the real consequences are. But study the campaign, because the campaign was extremely effective in conveying an image and a message that young people were drawn to.
Are you concerned with his election, with him being elected, with having more Zohran Mamdani around the U.S.? Should we Israelis, should our Jewish friends living here in New York be concerned?
Look, I think it was one person who was elected, and if you look on the same day, you had two very strong centrist women Democrats elected governor of New Jersey, governor of Virginia. You had two public service commissioners, the first Democrats in 25 years, elected in Georgia, a much more conservative state. So this was, in many ways, a New York phenomenon, but not, there will be other cities, other urban areas where that kind of very effective media campaign. And remember, why was it effective? It was effective because it talked about issues young people care about. Affordable rent, affordable transportation. the things that concern you or me or this audience, they were subtexts. That was not the message that was being conveyed through the campaign. What was being conveyed was, I'm going to freeze the rent, I'm going to give you free bus rides, and we're going to have affordable childcare. And if you're a young New Yorker who can't afford to live in this city, you thought somebody was talking to you for the first time. So politics has changed dramatically, at least in our country. And we're going to need to either change with it or see people who are more adept at managing the visuals and the social media messaging be elected regardless of what they believe.
One thing that hasn't changed dramatically, or maybe it did, and yet remained the same, is the Middle East, which you followed for decades. President Clinton tried to bridge peace or a different future for the Middle East, and then you tried to do it under the Obama administration, and currently we see President Trump in both terms trying to do so. After October 7th, can we be optimistic, or should we be much more realistic looking at that very tough neighborhood that we live in?
Well, I always think you have to be realistic. You want to live in the real world, but I think you can choose to be optimistic about what's possible within that realm of realism. When the Abraham Accords were signed, I immediately publicly supported them because I thought it was a very significant step forward. And even during the years since October 7th, you didn't see the signatories to the Abraham Accords walk away, which was, I think, proof that there is a new, more optimistic scenario for Israel's relationships within the region. I negotiated the last ceasefire before the ceasefire ending this war back in November of 2012. I know how hard it is to get a ceasefire even under the circumstances which existed then, which were, maybe a couple of dozen people killed, but, then the Prime Minister was also Netanyahu was getting ready for a ground invasion. So trying to negotiate a ceasefire with the Muslim Brotherhood president of Egypt, who was our potential contact with Hamas, was a very strenuous but short effort, which was successful until it was broken. So when, President Trump was able to achieve a ceasefire, I immediately supported that. So you have to be optimistic while being very conscious of the difficult environment in which Israel lives. But there are still more opportunities, I think, to try to nail down optimism because the circumstances have changed. It's imperative to keep Hezbollah down and out. It's imperative to keep Iran on the back foot and to try to prevent its resumption of its nuclear arms program. It's imperative to try to, in whatever way possible, influence what happens in Syria. It's imperative to try to keep the balance in the immediate region while reaching out. So, in my head, I can see, a number of steps that could be taken that are important to try to reach out and confirm some of the relationships that are now possible that weren't before. And I think that's an exciting opportunity, but you need leadership in Israel that is not traumatized. And, October 7th was a collective trauma. And I was so pleased to see some of the hostage family members that I had met with and knew over the last 2 years, and also see the 2 returning hostages. There is an opportunity now to be realistic but smart, and smart about steps that can be taken that will enhance Israeli security, get Israel back into the economic swing of things, stop what I'm told is a growing out-migration of young people from Israel, which should be a big alarm. That you can't let that happen. And figure out how to have a series of decisions being made, not just by your government, but by your private sector, by the media and the people in Israel, to pull together and to tell that story that I think is so important.
It is always so heartwarming to hear you speak about us, because the love and the care of yours for the state of Israel, for the Jewish people. President Biden used to call himself the last Zionist president. I think President Trump in many ways is very much Zionist. You definitely are. And I want to thank you for the words you've said, for the support of Israel, and for being what you are. Thank you, Hillary Clinton.
So thanks again to an excellent lady and a great friend of the Jewish people and the State of Israel. Our next dialogue brings together two exceptional women shaping business, innovation, and leadership in Israel and the United States. Please welcome Ofra Strauss, chairperson of the Strauss Group, and Yasmin Lukacs, VC investor and founder of Icon and Code for Israel. They will share the stage. Please, ladies.
What a tough act to follow. A day with strong women. How exciting. So we heard today from several ambassadors, but I personally think that business people are probably the best ambassadors for the country of Israel, meeting with other businesses all day around the world. And Ofra, as someone who's heading an international company, how has it been? How do you experience the past several years globally?
Well, I can't answer your question before, really referring to with Hillary Clinton, who was not only an advocate of Israel all the years, and I, from my personal experience, I had the privilege really to join her on some of the amazing things that she was doing for Israel, but also an advocate for women all around the world.
Ima, you're disturbing me. Go outside, please.
Hey. Not always, not always easy subjects to talk about, Israel, women, and also business. So I think we have an amazing platform to start our discussion after Hillary Clinton. And answering your question about how was it, or how is it to be an Israeli businesswoman leading an international company in today's environment. Well, I'll tell you one thing, we are in international business for a long time. And I see, all the people who I work with in all the countries that we are working as my partners, our partners, and lifetime partners. So it's not, and excuse me for saying, I know what you're doing every day, we are not a software company. We are industrialists. And industrialists, once we start a business, we are here to stay. So we were always welcomed in so many countries, and we felt privileged guests to actually do business in so many countries. And it paid back. I didn't feel they disappeared. People who we worked for 40 years, 30 years, they are our people. And
but I think that
this investment was really paid, and it wasn't only difficult for us, it was also difficult for them.
But I think this is when you have been working with someone for so long, they know you, they know who you are and what you stand for, but maybe new relationships could be a challenge in this time.
Well, we have the patient one, I have to say. But, the business world, at the end, it's people. I mean, it's very nice to say, it's not buildings, it's people and relationship. And yes, we have to start from a maybe difficult place, saying, wow, hi, I'm from Israel and I want to do business with you or in your country. For so many years, I have to say now, on my shift, to say I'm an Israeli, everyone wanted to do business with us. It was all about innovation and growth and fun, I would say. Well, it's not like that nowadays, but we have serious discussions with people. I mean, as we discussed before, one way or another, we're ambassadors of everything we are about, which is Israel, Judaism, the world. And so, so it's not only P&L. I know people think the business world is about P&L. No. Yeah, there are different lines to it, which are actually country's life. We invest in environment, we invest in the people. It's how we pay, how we educate people. So,
Can you give me a few examples? I mean, many people say when you ask, what is the role of a business leader? Is it just to create profits or is it to do impact? And what do you do? How do you do that? How do you combine both?
Well, we do it all the time. I mean, it's sometimes it's what's expected. Sometimes it's actually what we do. So food and food security is really a topic for a long time, definitely after COVID. I mean, we were all afraid we're not going to have food, food will not travel. So many countries reached out to Israel to talk about food security. I mean, I know we like to talk about our country as an amazing place, but we live in a desert. I mean, 40 years, we talked yesterday about 40 years traveling from Egypt to Israel, and at the end we landed up in a place where water is something in scarcity, everything is, and we have food. And we proved it in COVID, and we proved it also now during the war. Food security is really part of our life. So our business is really not only to talk about what we produce and how much we sell, but when people meet us in today's world, they want to really understand what is it? What is it in Israel that we do, that we have agriculture, that we are able to actually use technology, food technology, agricultural technology, in order to really do what we are doing. I think I'm trying, at least, to take conversations which are pessimistic, like discussions we had here today, to take the optimistic on really on a realistic side, because we did it, because we can, because it's an attitude that you choose to have towards life. And, well, what we are doing now is exactly that. Thank you.
I think this is great. I mean, my day today is startups and innovation, and thinking about that you see so much innovation in industry. I think this is exciting. It means, like, for me, that the tech is not just the software, it's everywhere. And this is our future.
Well, at the end, startups is it's also an attitude. It's really to start from nothing and to build. And I always say, I knew from the beginning, from a very early stage in my life, I like and I love to be part of big organizations. But I really appreciate this attitude that every day is really to do something new. So it's true. I'm part of an amazing company that is here around for like 80-something years. But to surround ourselves with what you're doing, with those startups, with different view on life, is part of this optimistic. People ask, the food industry here in the U.S. is not growing. It's growing in Israel. And when you talk about growth, it's really with innovation, with this optimistic attitude that you have to have if you really manage businesses, if you manage a country, but as industrialist, and that's what I am, it's, when you think about building a factory, it takes like 6 years from the moment you think about till you open the door. You have to be optimistic. I mean, that's, it's all the years now. We just opened a factory, plant-based, which is really the future, not only animals, but also plant-based. And we called the whole area Michael's Campus, which is on my father's name. And his vision was always be open to the world. We are Israelis. And in his will, he said, make sure, to all of us as a family, make sure that we have always the roots in Israel, but travel the world. We are the citizens of the world, so I don't believe in closing up, not the, U.S. to us and not any place. And if they do, well, knock on the doors. It has to be our future, traveling and being part of the world, not closing up in Israel. We were not born to be in a ghetto. That's over. We are the citizens of the world.
It's, yes, applaud to that. You really are, you touch everything. When you talk about impact, you build industry, you build plants in the country, you supply, you create places for, for more people to work, and then you take all this knowledge and innovation and good products and you create relationships all over the world. So you really are an ambassador. You spoke about the culture and the importance of the people that are with you on the journey. Being two women on stage, I have to ask you on gender. We don't see enough women in tech. How is it where you stand? How is it in industry? What more can we do?
Well, I remember that the first interview I had when I became chairperson of Strauss, or chairwoman of Strauss, the journalist asked me, how is it to be the only woman on Tel Aviv 50? I said, I was so shocked from the question. I didn't understand what he's talking about. I said, it's wonderful because I had a wonderful, journey getting to the chair. But, okay, I'm used to look at numbers. And when I saw the numbers, yes, I understood that, okay, I have to do something. And since then, I am on a constant journey. And as I told you, really, Hillary Clinton saw one of the organizations that I was chairing, Yasmin, and asked me to really share the know-how of what we do in Israel. It was business owned by women, Jewish and Arabs. So all the things I love, and are important for me. So we need to see more women. And what we are doing now is one of the most important things. Women need to see more women on stage talking about everything, about women as well, in order for us to have more women. Equality is part of the way to a good society, an equal society. When 50% of the population is not represented, no one is going to have peaceful, world. So I think this subject is a great one to actually repair a lot of the damages that we see in Israel and around the world now. Equality to everyone and to women especially. And we saw it happening, by the way, in the Israeli army. This time we saw women taking really a very important role in making things happen, but also pay the price, of course.
I want to take this message and remember that women has the power to change in industry, in politics, like we saw before, in hasbara, in anything else. Thank you very much, Ofra, for being here. Thank you.
Thanks to Ofra, thanks to Yasmin. Our next panel explores the role of the media during times of war and uncertainty, and the responsibility of journalists to truth, clarity, and public trust. Moderated by Adi Nirman, please welcome our panelists, Ariel Kahana, diplomatic and U.S. commentator for Israel Hayom, Chilik Sharir, CEO of Keshet 12, Neria Kraus, U.S. correspondent for News 13, and Tom Tzadok, CEO of ILTV, a media executive bringing Israeli news and culture to global audiences. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Shalom, everyone.
Shalom, thank you for having us.
Thank you for coming here. So now we're going to do something a little different. It won't be the people that make the headlines speaking, but the people who write them. And obviously the past couple of years have been very challenging for Israeli journalists, covering the war, the turmoil in Israeli politics, and the developments at the White House. So let me just begin by asking all of you, does the Israeli media truly understand American society and the complexities of its Jewish community, or do we tend to view the United States through an Israeli lens?
Okay, I'll be the first. Toda rabah. It's nice, by the way, to answer questions and not only to ask questions. And I'll try to be short. Generally speaking, and sorry for generalizing, but the way I judge it, Israeli public from all sides of the aisle, right, left, religious, secular, whatever, are provincial, unfortunately. I'm sorry to say it. We don't understand what's going on in the world. We do not aware enough to what's going on here in America. And you know, I'll be very honest, if it was not my area, my field of news covering, I wouldn't know as well. Okay, 15 years ago, I was a different person. And in my opinion, it's on our shoulders as reporters and writers try to tell Israelis, hey, we are not alone in this globe. We should pay attention to what's going on outside. And whether it's you spit on a church or whether you going strongly, publicly, against Israel, against Israeli soldiers claiming for war crimes, no matter for what, just take into account someone outside is listening and take into account what would be the meaning of the story you want to bring. I'm not saying, of course, no censorship, I want free media. Just take that in account. That's my message.
I feel like Israel should do more about what's going on in the U.S. in terms of the public opinion. I think that what we see, and we just heard Secretary Clinton talks about it, the way the young generation gets their information about Israel has changed immensely. They're getting their news from TikTok, from Instagram, and from other apps, and they hear a lot of fake news when it comes to Israel. And I feel like this is a very important stage. And when we talk about Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, I feel like Israel does not really know how to act in that field. And giving interviews to CNN or Fox News or other older versions of how we knew the media is not good enough today. And I think that this is something that people do not understand about the atmosphere in the U.S. these days, and it's really important to understand what's going on with the opinion of the young people here.
Chilik, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a room for improvement, because if we see the Israeli media, traditionally we report about the political relationship, about the White House, the Congress, and not about the American public. And I think we know that there are real gaps in information about the nuances of the Jewish American identity. I think we are not concerned enough from the generational gaps in the United States and the different views of younger people. I don't think that we are doing that as good as we should. And I think we have to learn. I think that the last 2 years have shown us that the bond between the Israeli community and the American Jews is critical, and we should work on it, and we should learn about it more. I think that's part of the reason that I'm here, and this summit is, I think, a very good example for what we should do.
Amazing.
And also, I will just add on what Chilik just said. I think that Israelis don't understand necessarily, not everyone, what the Jewish community is going through in the U.S. and what American Israelis are going through in the U.S. these days, because they are another front line. And that's really important to understand that.
Tom, you wanted to add?
And I want to connect to what Neria said, that we in ILTV do English news, and we are seeing, and most of our journalists are American, that made Aliyah, that Olim Chadashim, that speak the language and think like American and think like the Jewish communities here, because as an Israeli, the only Israeli in the company, I can say that I'm not always think like an American. I think like an Israeli that delivered the news from Israel. But we have more to say, and there are big division within the United States about the different Jewish community.
Want to say something, Ariel?
No, I agree with my friends. We should, of course, discuss a lot what's going on with American Jewry, with Jews all around the world. To me, it's a very important topic. We do cover it. We try to cover it in Israel Hayom. And because all in all, and it was mentioned here earlier today, we are a tiny people in the world. And again, that also relates to what you tell and what you don't tell. We are a tiny nation in the world. We are attacked all over the place. There is no other minority in any country which is attacked as Jews are all over the world again. So when the point is that in Israeli media, I think as Chilik said, we are focused so much about internal issues. Naturally, we care about politicians, the internal fights, etc., etc. But again, the real risks are, are outside. You know, I'll give you just a very quick story. It's a year before October 7th, a few months before actually, I was part of in a panel by AJC. And the panel was about the judicial reform, yes or no. And I said, hey guys, it's not the main challenge we have, the judicial reform. That's not the main challenge. The main challenge we have is that now we are now in Tel Aviv. At any moment, missiles can fall, whether from the north, whether from the south. Of course, I didn't know what's going to happen. But we should never forget what our real challenges are, where our real enemies are. And while we do have our, and from media perspective as well, while we do have our internal debates and our internal discussions, and of course it should be free, just don't forget where the real problems are, proportions.
And also in relation to that, I want to focus on your roles for a second, because both of you covered U.S.-Israel relations, which relates to what you just said, and you've also covered this transition between administration during the war. And I want to ask you, how do you describe the current relationship, if I need to compare it to previous years?
It's always complex. I think I covered the White House. I've been covering the White House for the past 3 years. I've covered Biden's administration and now Trump's administration. I think this administration cares deeply about Israel. They care deeply. They take care and they make sure that Israel will stay strong and safe. But of course, they have their own complexities and their own interests when they look at Israel. The U.S., when we talk about America first, I think that taking care and keeping Israel strong is very much a part of America first. But the U.S., they have, of course, their own interests, and they take that into consideration. That doesn't always align with the Israeli interests, but we do see this very special relationship that eventually made the hostage deal happen. And that was incredible, right? I mean, we had dozens of hostages, and President Trump was able to release them with the help of course, his special envoy Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and the involvement of Israel in the IDF and the brave soldiers. But eventually, this deal was made possible because of this alliance. And I think that's important. And it's very important to keep it that way.
Your thoughts, Ariel?
Yeah, I would like to follow up about that. You know, it's now about 10 years since Donald Trump became a politician. And in that decade, I hear from Israeli colleagues time after time that it's just a question of short time until President Trump will overturn against Israel and he will throw us under the wheel, under the bus, etc., etc. It never happened, and it will never happen, because, as Neria said, this administration is very supportive of Israel. Yeah, they deserve it, not me. The administration deserves it. And I'm sure it will not change. There are challenges, and we discussed it in previous panels, but regarding this administration, it will not change. The difference to me between Trump and his circles and the previous administration is that it was Biden who was pro-Israel. Biden personally was pro-Israel. Unfortunately, too many people around him were not. And that's a big difference. I'll tell you again another very short story. I entered the Oval Office once with President Herzog, covering a meeting between President Herzog and Biden. And then Biden saw my yarmulke, he saw my kippah. And he replied as if he knows me. You know, it's a light, I could see a light in his eyes. Now, of course, he doesn't know who I am. But just seeing a Jewish boy coming from Israel, he knew that I'm part of the Israeli media. You could see where his heart really is. That was before October 7th, and then we know what happened. So that's about Biden.
Thank you. Tom, I'd like to move on to you, because you've mentioned the American perspective of ILTV. And ILTV recently became an independent channel after years of operating as a production house. Is this change connected to a growing criticism of foreign media coverage?
So the answer is yes, definitely. It was a big part of our decision to open our 24/7 channel, because we saw, like everyone else, the biased media around the world and how they not covering Israel as the way they should. Some of them, yes, but most of them are not. And we already doing it in the past 10 years. We syndicate our content to channels around the world, and we said, okay, this war was very intensive for us, and we broadcast live every major event that happened in Israel with reporters on the ground, and we had an opportunity to develop it, and we've done it because we know that people around the world, not particularly Jewish people, also Christian, evangelical, that very supportive of Israel, need some sort of a source that they can rely if they want to know what's going on in the country every day. And not only about news and updates, about the people of Israel, about different stories that we bring every day.
Neria, this also relates to you because your position is very interesting. As an Israeli journalist that is based in the United States, you've interviewed for American outlets such as CNN, talking about the war, but it's been widely documented that there's proven bias in global coverage of the war. Do you think that foreign journalists actually understand the complexities of this conflict?
I think that many journalists in the U.S. Got to learn about this conflict for the very first time after October 7th. Some of them on that very day, some of them weeks after. And they don't know as much as people who've been living through this conflict know. And you can tell by the way they cover it. And also you can see that there are editorial effects when you see the way it has been covered. You can tell that in certain outlets or in certain programs, you can see that there is a bias line against Israel. From time to time, it's just a lack of knowledge. And from time to time, you do see a lot of great journalists who know what they're talking about, and they've been covering it well, but it's not good enough. And I think this is something that a lot of Jewish people, a lot of people from the Jewish community and Israelis felt here, and I think it's very important. And this is why I think me as an Israeli journalist, it was really important for me to give interviews and to talk about the situation in Israel with facts. Just bring the facts to be known. And I think this is why it's very important. Let's say Chilik's channel, Channel 12, they had Eretz Nehederet, which was very important. They had a few things that became viral here in the U.S. and it had an impact.
Yeah, of course. We cooperated with a few American figures like Michael Rappaport or a lot of influencers who participated in our sketches, in our satirical sketches, and then we took those videos and distributed around the world, and it had a huge impact in the social media in the United States. So we wouldn't do that before the war. We wouldn't have considered it. It's not our main business. It's not our main goal, but it seems to be important, and it seems to be effective. And so, you know, we gathered a team of people that, again, it's not their day job, but they did create like thousands of short-form videos that were in English, and we distributed them through influencers and media outlets around the world, just that people could share. They shouldn't create their content themselves. Take our content, we'll do it for you. You just have to share, and hopefully it will be viral, and the Israeli story will become more, more public.
Accessible abroad. I mean, you've opened your platforms to everyone.
Yeah. We made our platform free for everybody to watch during the war, yeah.
Ariel, I want to ask you a question. How do you assess, I want to focus on Israeli media now after we've discussed Chilik's Channel 12. How do you assess the Israeli media's coverage of the war? Do you think, in your view, that we did a good job?
Well, I expected from myself and my colleagues in the beginning of the war to be, I would call it more responsible, in ways that many stories in the beginning of the war, in my opinion, should have not come out. For example, disagreements in the cabinet about what price to pay for Hamas for bringing back the hostages. The problem, by the way, began from the senior source who gave the information to cover himself, but that's a different story. I wrote about it, and I tried to talk with friends to change the altitude, because we were in an existential war. It was a real existential, at least in the beginning. And you cannot act as if it's regular days. And once again, for example, there was a story at some point of the war that a unit of Golani, the morale was so low that I think 50% of the soldiers didn't show up. That's a story that shouldn't have been public, okay? I think the censorship should have not let it...
What do you think it caused?
It helped the morale of Hamas. At that point, it was, war is not, it's not war. You win a war not in the military field. You win a war in the military of minds, and that's what we're talking about all days here. When you voluntarily tell tell your enemy, I'm weak, I'm broken, I have no soldiers, I can't win, it gives them morale. It gives them strength. And that's just one example. So again, when you bring a story, especially during a war, take into account what does it mean outside. That's my line.
Thank you. Yes, I'd love to ask you a million more questions. This is such an interesting topic, but unfortunately we have to wrap this up. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all our panelists. Our next conversation focuses on one of the most ambitious and forward-looking national visions of our time, known as the 11th million. Please welcome Michael Eisenberg, Israeli businessman, venture capitalist, and one of the most influential voices in the conversation about Israel's demographic, economic, and social future. This conversation will be led by Omer Lachmanovich, editor-in-chief of Israel, Hayom. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. We are now moving to a key conversation at the heart of Israel Hayom's initiative, the 11th million. How do we bring 1 million additional Jews to Israel, not only as a Zionist calling, but as an economic, technological, and social engine? With us is Michael Eisenberg from Jerusalem, born in Upper West Manhattan. raised in a vibrant Jewish community, made Aliyah, and now one of the most influential investors in both Israeli and American high-tech. He's the co-founder and general partner of Aleph, an early-stage venture capital fund. Michael brings unique perspective, deep Zionism, strategic economic insight, and belief that Israel can be home for top talented from the tech. Michael, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Omer.
I will start with a simple question with complete honesty. If you were a Jewish professional living here in New York today with a great job, strong income, senior position, and children in excellent high schools, do you even consider making Aliyah?
That's the great question, but I'm going to pick up on what Miriam Adelson said this morning. First of all, how amazing is Miriam Adelson this morning? Incredible.
She is.
She said, can you even say shalom in New York anymore? That's what Miriam said this morning. So just to pick up on that, what I'll tell everybody is skip Miami. If you're leaving New York, just come straight to Israel. There's no reason to make a stop in Florida before you need to come. So come straight to Israel. But exactly. So a book I wrote about a decade ago called The Vanishing Jew suggested that actually the real start of anti-Semitism and the growth of it in America was in 2008 and not the Gaza War. I didn't know about the Gaza War 10 years ago. But that's when you see it start picking up, because bad economies and the economy across the Western world has become a have and have-not economy, always breeds more anti-Semitism. And that is the sur meirah part of this.
Yeah.
Come to Israel before you end up having to skip to Miami, skip that step, and just come to Israel. But today, if I told you back in 1973, after the Yom Kippur War, 1948, that Israel would have a $500 billion economy, you'd say, really? And even after this war, the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange is at all-time highs. The shekel is stronger than it's ever been. Israeli high-tech is booming. And this is going to become, I just wrote a piece in the Sapir Journal, building Israel's $1 trillion economy. The next decade is going to build Israel's $1 trillion economy. You can stay in New York, or you can become a part of building that $1 trillion economy. And if I'm an active soul, an active person, somebody who is a builder, there's literally nowhere better to be right now than that. And I'll say one other thing. About a month and a half into the war, I wrote a piece called The Defining Generation. Post-World War II, Americans were called the greatest generation. Our kids, and Yoel Zilber mentioned this last night. I'm privileged to be his chairman at the Shomer HaChadash.
Yeah.
This is the greatest generation of young people ever created. If you want to have resilient, strong, creative young children, bring them up in Israel. It is the greatest place on earth today to raise a family.
You often say that Zionism is economic growth. When we talk about the possibility for 1 million Jews moving to Israel, what is the economic logic behind such a vision, and why is now the right moment?
So, first of all, immigration in general always adds to economic growth, except when you bring in, let's call it less qualified immigration. But all immigration to Israel at this point has been contributive to the economy. There's just a study about the billions of dollars that Olim, particularly from North America and Western Europe, have brought to Israel. And I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but they're large. And it's very meaningful. The cost of the Sal Klitar, or the absorption basket, is peanuts compared to the economic growth that it brings. But the Israeli economy is going to go through a transformation now. It's not only going to be high-tech led. We're going to build a finance sector in Israel. That's the first thing that's going to happen. There's new tax laws and regulatory relaxation that's going to happen. And you're going to see, beginning already in Q1, hedge funds get set up in Israel so we can become another capital of finance. I'll argue we will beat London within a short decade as the second capital of finance.
We hope so.
It's going to be New York as a gateway to America, Hong Kong a gateway to China, Dubai a gateway to Southeast Asia, and Israel as a gateway to other parts of the world. But I'll add something else. I think the other thing going on right now is IMEC. And we have here in the audience Daria, wait, raise your hand. Daria Pishavar, her father and I, Shervin, wrote an article together about how there will be peace between Israel and Iran. As President Trump said, they will join the Abraham Accords. And Noor Pahlavi is here. Her Excellency, thank you for joining us. And I think we'll see, by the way, even more regional integration with the 70 million people of Iran and all the other Gulf nations. And as IMEC runs through Israel, the opportunities are literally going to be limitless. And so we will, over the next decade, build this $1 trillion economy. And you can decide, you can stay here in New York in a declining empire, or you can come to Israel, which is part of the rising middle of the world, which is moving south and east. That's what I encourage you to do. I did it.
We are witnessing a rise in anti-Semitism across the Western world, including large Jewish communities. Do you believe this creates real condition for significant aliyah, or is much more than a Zionist message, or is much more needed than a Zionist message to make it happen?
I actually think that, unfortunately, I think one of the things we learned in the Holocaust is that people, it's like boiling the frog, anti-Semitism, and people don't leave. I think the other thing we learned is that there aren't that many people who are Zionist ideologues. It takes a rare few. What there is, though, is most people, when you ask them, why aren't you making Aliyah, it's a career consideration, it's an economic consideration. The argument that I've been trying to make for 25 years is that Israel is actually a great place to build your career, to build your family. It's the best place to raise children and to help come build the economy. Look, this is still a young project. The country is 77, 78 years old. When you come to Israel, it's like coming to America in 1850. There's still 200 years to build forward. And we can build for the next 100 years. And you can be a part of that. You can be a small cog in a big wheel in New York, or you can be the big wheel in Israel for the next 100 years of growth for the future of the Jewish people. And it's going to happen. Okay, I know, listen, this war was very tough. But the economic resilience, we all know people who were killed. I had 2 cousins who were killed. My son's spent 1,500 plus days in Gaza. It's been very difficult, and people are tired. We should just say it openly. People are tired. But they should come. And I want to say something else, if I can. You know how you get to 11 million? Yeah. There's almost 1 million Israelis here in America and in the UK. And I'm calling you right now, come back. Come back. Come back. There's a couple reasons for that. One is economic opportunity. You can come back and build it. And then the second thing is, unfortunately, the second and third generation of Israeli immigrants sometimes gets lost to our people, and we cannot afford that.
That's an important call. Final but necessary question. At the center of the Israeli debate stands the draft law.
The draft law?
Chok HaGiyus.
Yeah, no, it's
the
excuse law.
Yeah, and we know the Israeli society is heading toward dramatic demographic changes in the coming years. As a religious observant Jew, how can we create a productive, technological, and thriving society while at the same time preserving the word of Torah?
I'm going to start with the last part of the question. The world of Torah is under no threat. It is under no threat. This is the most thriving Torah generation ever in the history of the Jewish people in thousands of years. I spent many time in yeshiva myself. I write books at the intersection of economics and Torah. My kids all learn in yeshiva. Don't worry, it's fine. This thing that the Haredim call it the Olam HaTorah, the world of Torah, is false narrative. It's not correct. Yes, there are kids that learn in yeshiva. The Torah needs to be applied in day-to-day life, not stuck or jailed in the walls of the Beit Midrash. That's number one. Number two, I've said this for 20 years. The demographic threats is like climate change. It's something to rile people up. The young generation of Haredim want to be Israeli. They are jailed by the political leadership and in some ways by the rabbinic leadership. They will get out. They will get out. In order for them to get out, we need to stop. We need to stop this unholy alliance with what they call the Askanim, or the political leadership of the Haredim that wants them to stay jailed in these systems. Sanctions on yeshivot don't matter. Life is individual. People respond to individual economic incentives. The current law proposed is nothing short of a bluff. That's all it is. It doesn't do anything. Really, we don't need a law because the current law says that everyone needs to draft. And what we do, and I've said this, we have to stop, I want to say this clearly, stop jailing the yeshiva bachers of the Haredi society. It does nothing but backfire. It is silly. At the same time, and I'll make a meta point, the welfare state around the world is very challenged. It's not just, it's actually less challenged in Israel. Right? The United States is way out over its skis on debt to GDP. Europe is a disaster. The welfare state is collapsing. Why? Because the welfare state funds the fringes of society and not the core of society. The core of society in Israel serves in the military or national service. As soon as we pull the welfare state away from the fringes of society and stop funding people who don't serve the country, this will all get in line. The younger generation wants to serve, of Haredim. I spend time with them. This will more than work itself out, and you're going to see this young generation of Haredim will actually be another leg of economic growth for Israel. We just need to let them out, and we need to let them out by making it easier and to stop giving in to the Haredi politicians who are bullying the politicians around. It's enough. Stop it.
Go to the people, go to the center. Michael Eisenberg, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Omer. Please join me in inviting our next speaker, Ambassador David Friedman, a central figure in advancing one of the most significant periods of strategic cooperation, diplomatic breakthroughs, and historic achievements between the two nations. This interview will be conducted by Ariel Kahana. Gentlemen, please.
Shalom, David. Great honor to have you here in our conference. Frankly, I saw you were listening to Secretary Clinton, and I want to put aside all the questions I prepared, really, and to share with you my thoughts about what she said. You know, we are talking all day about Israel, about anti-Semitism from the right, from the left, etc. And what actually she told us, and I'm not cynical at all, she says, guys, it's a question of generations, it's a question of social media, it's a question of maybe ignorance. So maybe when we are focused so much about the issues themselves, we are watching to the wrong side.
Well, look, she said something that I agree with, that that there is a generational problem. We have it on the left, we have it on the right. And obviously it factors its way into the politics. Any democracy is a function of the will of the people. I didn't hear a solution to it. You know, I'm not aware of a solution to it. I wish I was. You know, when people think about the election of Zoran Mamdani, they say 30% of Jews voted for him. But they're missing the point. It's probably 80 or 90% of Jews under 30 who voted for him, right? Because I don't know anybody my age who voted for him. So we're confronting in America a massive, massive generational problem. We have it in the Jewish community. We have it in the evangelical Christian community. We have it in the secular community. And to think that that doesn't over the long term filter into our politics and the leadership of America is just wishful thinking. I mean, that can't be true. So we have a real problem, and there are lots of solutions. We can talk about what they could be, but it's an enormous problem down the road.
Yeah, no question about that. Okay, just I hear some noise from the audience, and hardly I can even hear myself. Thank you. Okay, so let's move to at least one issue that I was raising before, and I told you I want to discuss as well. Why is it good for America to be in alliance with Israel?
So, that's, oddly enough, that hasn't really been an issue for many, many years, both in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. The notion of supporting Israel has sort of been until maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it's always been just assumed. Started to get a little bit off. I remember there was a Democratic convention maybe 2 or 3 ago when they tried to get a recognition that Jerusalem was the capital of Israel, and they tried to get it by voice vote. They couldn't get it. So I mean, but I don't want to suggest it's only it's on both sides. We got problems on both sides. You can easily make the case to support it. I mean, let's take pick a subject you care about. You want to talk about national security. So the U.S. military spends about $100 billion a year on research and development. Okay, you look at that at the $3.3 billion that it gives to Israel. If you put it in that bucket, it's the best money spent on research and development within this entire $100 million budget. $100 billion budget. Look at the F-35s. Okay, the F-35s, the Adir that flies in Israel, is the best F-35 in the world. Okay, who gets the benefit of that technology other than Israel? Only America. Right. So if you just want to talk about a return on investment on research and development in military, it's a great relationship. It's also a great relationship economically. I mean, Israel has technologies that it develops here. A lot of Israeli technologies start in Israel, but then, I think other than Canada, there are more public companies on NASDAQ that originated in Israel than, anything other than Canada in terms of foreign companies. So Israel makes a huge contribution to the American economy. There are still people out there who are people of faith, I'd like to think. I mean, maybe it's shrinking. I would include myself in that. I'm hopeful most people in this room would feel that it is important for the wellspring of our Judeo-Christian heritage to be in good hands, right? We want to know that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 100 years from now, places like Jerusalem, Beit El, Hebron, Shiloh will be, that are, and the Galil and places in Bethlehem and places that are important to Jews and Christians, that they'll be in good hands, that people can visit them and visit them safely. If Israel is not the sovereign, then they won't be. So, but at the end of the day, I don't want to. We've been making these arguments for 50 years. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not saying anything that hasn't been said every year forever. And the bottom line is that America will support Israel not because it's the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do, but because that is the will of the American people reflected in the democratic process. And and when Secretary Clinton said, "Don't count on that, don't take it for granted," she's absolutely right.
Okay, I'm talking about places like Beit El and Hebron. It's well known that you are promoting the idea of one Jewish state. You wrote a book about it, and you have an organization who is pushing that idea, and that's a contradiction to the two-state solution or vision. But just 2 weeks ago, the UN Security Council approved a resolution 2803, which includes the vision of two-state solution, a Palestinian state, and of course it was made by the Trump administration. So is this two-state solution once again on the table by Trump?
Look, I think President Trump has made it clear that he's agnostic about the solution, what form it takes. He'd like to see a solution. I think everybody would like to see a solution, but he's the least pro two-state of any president, since there's been an issue since 1967. So, the Security Council voted in 2016 that the Kotel, that the Har HaBayit is illegally occupied territory. If I'm going to start worrying about what the Security Council says, I'm going to kind of curl up into a ball and just stop working. So, I mean, the answer is who cares? Who cares what the United Nations says? They have at the end of the day, they're not going to be the decision.
Okay, I'll tell you what I guess you care about.
Yeah.
President Trump also said no to the idea of Ribonut, annexation, as the way people are calling it. Actually, he took it completely off the table.
Let me tell you what the way I see his view, and it's not as if we've had a recent conversation on it. When he said there's not going to be annexation, the way I saw that was there's not going to be kind of a unilateral grab of land by Israel during a time when we're trying to achieve, an end to the war in Gaza. And I would think most people would agree with that. I mean, it's just not the right time. But how he would react, for example, to what I proposed in my book, how he would react to essentially a one-state solution in which the Palestinian areas, like in area A and B, would be modeled after, let's say, Puerto Rico, which was the suggestion that I made, where there would be local autonomy, but no national, no national rights, but rights, to local autonomy and prosperity and dignity, coupled with a major economic realignment that gave everybody from the river to the sea, every single person that Israel was responsible for would have a better education, better healthcare, better opportunities. I can't imagine I don't see any reason why he would be against that in principle. I think he would support that in principle. Again, it's very hard to deal with those issues when you have the immediate crisis of hostages and a very, very challenging war. So you have to. So right now, it's not getting the kind of airtime it deserves, but it will.
Okay. Last question. I will appreciate a short answer because time is ended. When President Trump met Kanye West and Nick Fuentes, you publicly went against it. But just a week ago, he met Zaran Mamdani, which by, I think, most of the people here at least, is an anti-Semite future mayor. So what do you think about that meeting?
Listen, the way I look at, President Trump is a unique person, and let's judge him on his actions, not on his meetings, not on his words, because he has a view that he can meet with anybody. He wants to gauge who they are, what they are, take the measure of the person. But his actions are what counts. No American president has ever joined Israel in a war against an enemy. Okay, none, right? He joined with Israel, okay, in a 12-day war in which he put his entire presidency on the line. He put his entire political base on the line, and he authorized the flying of those B-2 bombers 37 hours back and forth to thread the needle in Fordo and to destroy the reactor with Israel guarding the airspace. Nobody ever did that. No one has ever come close to doing something like that before.
That's a fair answer. Toda rabba. Thank you very much. Toda rabba, David.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Friedman. Thank you, Ariel. Our next guest is a pioneer of social security, agricultural defense, and rural empowerment in Israel. Please welcome Yoel Zilberman, CEO and co-founder of HaShomer HaChadash, an organization that protects land, supports farmers, and strengthens Israeli resilience. He will be interviewed by Or Shaked. Yoel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, Mr. Zilberman, let's get right to it. October 7 exposed a major security crisis and a real test of Israel's resilience, from border communities to agriculture and social cohesion. Few organizations have been as deeply involved in rebuilding these foundations as HaShomer HaChadash, bringing over, check this out, more than 300,000 volunteers throughout the period of the war. Yeah. So, Yoel Zilberman, thank you for joining us. My first question is this. HaShomer HaChadash has taken a much more active role in confronting weapons smuggling from Egypt and major theft from IDF bases. After October 7, how should Israel understand the internal and external threats it currently faces, and what did this period reveal?
Shalom to everyone. Happy to be here. I'll say first, I grew up in the Galilee. Holocaust survivors was my grandparents, and we grew in a small farm. I grew up as a shepherd when I was young. And as a shepherd, don't know who had this experience, you go every day to your field. And every day you see the differences if something changed. And I think it's very symbolic to what we saw on the 7th of October. There was so different, so many opportunities that we saw the changes in the fields. If you remember the balloons, and when they go to the fence, there was so many of it. And it's exactly like what we felt as farmers. And on the 7th of October, as we all know, the first one who met Hamas was the farmers. Here in the United States, especially people that live here in New York, you know that your farmers are not here on the east or the west coast. They live in the middle of the country, in the Midwest. In Israel, the farmers and the borders, it's one. So when they're breaking this fence, and when these communities are not safe, it means that no one is safe. And I want to say something. When Amos Hochstein spoke here and said that this is the most safe place for the Jews around the world. You heard this president during the beginning of the war, right, Biden, when he said that if Israel will not be safe, no Jew will be safe around the world. And I think that the reason why people are here safe is because of Israel. And the reason why Israel is safe is because the people that live on the border, and this is the farmers. So we need to understand that this is our world Jewry security, the national security, it's the same. And what we saw since the let's say 3-5 months after the war started is that we started to lose control inside Israel back again. I guess you know that inside Israel we have 400,000 illegal guns. Not in Judah and Samaria, I'm speaking about the Negev, I'm speaking about the Galilee. People that live today in Beersheba, in Omer, in Meitar, or in Carmiel in the Galilee, they feel that tomorrow night they can be attacked. Tomorrow night. And we know that there is groups that are related to Hamas inside Israel. So on the same aspect, we understand that we see the signs. We see it coming, okay? And, Mamdani, I think we see it coming also here in many ways. So in Israel, there is no doubt that if now, just in the last Rosh Hashanah, we saw 500 drones going from one side, from Sinai, to the other side, with guns, with M16, with MAG, with Negev, like with a very tough weapons inside Israel, we should know that it's going to meet us very soon. And we're understanding that if we want to make sure that people live safe on the borders, it's not just to bring the volunteers, it's have to be a very deep change. And I can tell you that in the last year and a half, 2 years, we brought 1,500 ultra-Orthodox volunteers, and we brought many others, and we see the potential to do a huge change. Still, the work is in front of us. We need to understand that we were struggling against 7 armies around us, but we have another very hard struggle inside the state of Israel that we never had the chance to confront this problem yet, and it's just about to come. So we need to be very fast and to be the first one to be react. We remember May 2021. If you remember, all Israel was closed and blocked. Hundreds of villages couldn't get out of their villages. And this was a sign to what we saw on the 7th of October, and we cannot allow it to happen now in the Galilee or the Negev. We need to be proactive and very fast.
Of course. And thank you very much for your and your organization's efforts in combating these types of phenomena. You just spoke about the internal struggles and challenges that we have domestically in Israel, but you've also written about the rising danger to Jewish communities around the world, where hostility toward Israel is now directed at Jews everywhere. What is the core threat in this moment, and what role does HaShomer HaChadash see for itself in strengthening and protecting Jewish communities, not just in Israel, but around the world as well?
So look, in 1903, there was the Kishinev program. I guess you all know that not only 100 people got murdered in Kishinev. And that made hundreds of thousands of people to escape from Europe. Most of them got to the Isles Island, not far away from here. And just like a small group of people came to Israel. As we all remember, in the 7th of October, we lost 1,200 people. Okay? Like 12 times more. And I'm telling us, the atmosphere around the world, in France, in England, in London, here in New York, and some other place around the world, okay, I think that we need to look on this situation in a new, let's say, a new perspective. Our conception is that somebody will come to save us. 2 weeks ago, we had a tour with the CEO of the Ministry of Defense in the Negev. And one of the highest position officers came to the tour, and he told us, listen, guys, I'm telling you, where there is no people live on the same area, the army will not come. And beside that, we saw on the 7th of October, okay, that one kibbutz was have to struggle and fight, okay, by his own. Even though there is another many villages, 7 miles, 10 miles east to Kibbutz Be'eri, for example, they never coordinate to support each other. And I think that part of the conception that we need to drop away and to look back again on our lives, it's to understand that we need to be responsible to every Jew around the world. It's in our mind always. Okay, this is why we were so care about the hostages, etc. And the same, when we look in here in New York, and there is 5 Batei Knesset, 5 shuls, one nearby the other. Today, if something happening in one of them, there is no chance that the other 4 will leave everything and will go to rescue the other one. And I think that right now, we need to see how we like the idea of Kitat Konenut. Kitat Konenut, I don't know how much you are aware to it. We have 1,000 Kitot Konenut. But 99% of them never training together how to protect each other. It's still something that we can have like a huge crisis, and we're not ready enough. And here, I think we can bring this ability to connect many organizations that there exist, but to learn how that in one bad situation, I hope that will not come, but if it will come, they will go and support each other, to protect each other.
Thank you. Thank you. And does Shomer HaChadash have some best practices that it already implemented in that respect?
So the Shomer, like I said, when the war started, we got calls from all the ultra-Orthodox cities to support them and help them to see how we can build some infrastructure that will, none of them have a gun. They don't know how to protect themselves. They literally asked us to build this platform in the ultra-Orthodox communities inside Israel. And today we have organization inside the Shomer that's called Mishmar Am. And the idea is to take this platform and to copy that to the rest of world Jewry. I think that beside that, we have a platform with more than 3,000 people that go in oftenly to protect farms all around the borders of Israel. And just because of that, people could stay and live there safely. And to take that and copy that to the rest of the world, I think it can be dramatically important. Again, I think it's felt to many of us far away. It's felt to many of us that it's not in our area, but when you see the demonstrations, you see, I'm saying again, I think someone like Mamdani, in my mind, when I'm looking on the history, there is so many like him in Russia, in Ukraine, that when something happens, they just stand and decide they did nothing in the good case. In the other case, some of the time they joined. And I'm telling us, we need to be ready, and we need to be ready fast. And I'll say last sentence. I think that what is so powerful about Israel Hayom, about Omer that leading Israel Hayom with his team, and the Adelson family, Miriam, and Yasmin that working hard to build Israel Hayom, is that it's a newspaper that the work that they're doing, it's speaking that must translate to actions. So I really hope that part of what we will see from here, it's something that will make us more safer as a nation for the future.
May we learn from history, and may we be there for one another. Thank you very much, Yoel. Thank you.
We now bring to stage 2 thinkers who offer deep insight into global markets, governments, and leadership in times of change. Please welcome Professor Ephraim Chalamish, New York University, and Senior Advisor at Carroll, and Mitch Silk, Group General Counsel at Waterone Global Resources and former Assistant Treasury Security for International Markets. Their combined experience bridges academia, government, and business leadership. Gentlemen, the stage is yours.
How is everyone doing? So first of all, thank you very much, the organizers, the publisher, or the editor, for a fantastic day. I learned a lot, and hopefully you did the same. We're going to spend the next few minutes talking about some of the things we haven't covered yet: international markets, national securities, U.S.-China, U.S.-Israel relations in a different way. We're blessed to have Mr. Mitch Silk with us. He's been an attorney for many years, Assistant Secretary of the Treasury under Trump, and many other amazing titles. Mr. Silk, thank you for being with us. One of the things that you spend a lot of time on is the relationship between the U.S. and China. And when I look at the market today, it feels like we are more in crisis management mode than crisis solution. We're all waiting for the Supreme Court's decision on tariffs. We know that China is dealing with internal economic slowdown. How do you assess state of affairs today, and what did you learn from your own experience dealing with the leadership of the Chinese that can be applied today?
Great question, Ephraim. Thanks so much for having me here. I need to start with a correction. My father was Mr. Silk. We're very good friends, so you should call me Mitch, okay?
Please.
You've pointed out very, very clearly and correctly that the circumstances that we find ourselves in, the positioning of the U.S.-China relationship shows instability. It's a cause for concern, and I would attribute that very simply to being at a point of very significant transition. And to describe the transition, we have to put a couple of very simple labels on where we were, particularly in Trump 45, and where we are, where we've come from in Trump 47. And I think it's a pretty simple story of transition, Ephraim. Prior to Trump 45, we had about a decade of complacency. We thought that meeting with China for the sake of meeting with them and talking about integrating them into the global order was the correct approach. It clearly wasn't. Trade deficits got worse. IP protection got worse. Predatory industrial practices got worse. Technology transfer respect got worse. And so the president one fine day at the beginning of Trump 45 said, I've had enough of it. I'm not going to stand up for it anymore. Strategically, he used tariffs to bring the Chinese to the table. We had a playbook. We stood by the playbook very firmly. It took about a year and a half, but we delivered. And here we are in Trump 47 after 4 years of basically no action. And the president has brought out the same playbook, only with much more vigor. And we're at the beginning of that playbook. I think the goal here is managed interdependence. It's not necessarily coexistence. It's managed interdependence, but managed interdependence on our terms, not theirs.
So if I understand you correctly, and you've been working with Trump and our leadership closely, you're talking about consistency, you're talking about concrete deliverable goals, and you're talking about managing the crisis and not necessarily solving it. Mitch, people look at you and they see a Hasidic Jew, and you're very proud of it, and you talk about it extensively. Mr. Stephen Adams earlier today spoke about the importance of role model in sports and leadership. We heard similar things from other leaders here today in business, in politics. When people look at you and think about government service and the importance of having a Jewish voice in government on a high level, especially coming from the Hasidic community, what kind of voice do you try to bring to our government? And when people here looking at you and thinking about their next goals, how they should think about it?
Well, my simple goal, and I don't see myself from the outside. It's rather impossible unless you have a mirror in front of you all day long. But my simple goal when going into service, and it was not a task or a job that I took on easily. It meant leaving my family for the week, leaving my community, which I love very much. But my simple goal was to serve my country and to serve my country well, to do things in relating to China where I have some expertise, and energy and infrastructure where I have some expertise, and lend that in furtherance of national interest, right? But from the standpoint of my background, I always knew and I always felt and I always have conducted myself to the best of my ability using moral clarity. And it's the moral clarity that I got from my grandfather and that I get from our good books, and that's what I tried to bring to the table. From the standpoint of appearances, Ephraim, I think that the important point here is participation in government. Government service is important, but also for a person like myself who is very noticeably Jewish, it's not just serving, but it's also an issue of how we serve. Because how we serve is the difference between what we call a Kiddush Hashem and a Chilul Hashem, between sanctifying God's name and desecrating God's name, right? So the point is, do we want to project well or do we not want to project well?
It's very interesting, Mitch, that you use the term moral clarity, because if I really need to summarize the day here today so far, and we still have a couple of amazing speakers, it's really all about moral clarity. Whether you do it in the a business setting or political leadership, in your case, as part of the leadership of this treasury. Before we talk a little bit about Israel, US, and the rest of the world, especially from the perspective of global investment, which you did a lot on, just to close this loop, what do you think we can do better when we try to bridge the gap between government and the private sector? I'm sure that you learn a lot because you've been back and forth between public service and private practice and private markets.
It's a pretty simple answer, Ephraim. Let the markets work, and don't let government get in the way. I mean, we could expand on that. Saying that on one foot, we could expand on it for a couple of decades, but I think it boils down to that. When the markets are left to work, they work well. They've proven so. When governments get in the way, through overregulation, through doing things that they shouldn't be doing, participating, say, as an investor or a financier, where private finance is available, then things tend to go the wrong way.
And I think it's very interesting that it comes from you, because during the COVID pandemic, you spent a lot of time rescuing many different sectors, like the airline industry, and you always speak a lot about the importance of saving jobs. So from my perspective, to find the right balance between intervention, market intervention, and also let the markets do their thing. I think it's a very fine balance. And actually, I want to congratulate you. You just came out with a new book, Sit at the Table, where you actually speak about your experience making tough decisions during COVID and during other national crises. Let's talk a little bit. Today, we covered a lot the relationship between America, the Middle East, US, and Israel. You've seen that mainly through the lenses of global investments, because you actually accelerated certain regulatory frameworks which are designed to increase investments in Latin America and other emerging markets where the Israeli voice can be unique, where Israeli innovation, Israeli leadership can play a role together with American leadership. Could you please speak about that and about ideas, how people here and people around the world are watching us, how they can get involved in this kind of dialogue?
Well, again, that's a long one, Ephraim. We're limited to about a minute and a half, as I understand it. So I think the saying is that when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I spent my professional career as a lawyer working mainly in infrastructure, so I maybe we'll just limit it to energy and infra. I've seen a very interesting phenomenon grow up since October 7th, which is, I think, an unprecedented closeness between our two countries, and particularly in one dimension that I find really interesting is that of financiers and investors actually getting more involved in matters of the day, not limited to just business. I think that I see a tremendous amount of opportunity, particularly with the new energy dominance and critical minerals policies of the president, for much more stepped-up cooperation between the two countries, not limited to hard assets, but if we were to talk about hard assets alone, there are addressable markets in the tens of billions of dollars in Israeli energy alone that is not limited to just Israel, but are actually regional plays, some of which I mapped out as a part of the economic dimension of the Abraham Accords. So investment in hard assets, in energy, in Israel for the benefit of Israel and the region. But I think the more interesting play is really on the tech side of energy and infra and mining, particularly critical minerals, but also precious metals as well, where Israel's innovation, ingenuity, AI, can be brought to bear in many technology plays that would benefit the president's policies and move them along in critical minerals in the U.S.
And I'll just add, since you decided to focus on energy and AI and the kind of unique participation of Israeli companies in this area, that the new U.S. Sovereign Fund, learning from experience of other nations, is one of these great cutting-edge vehicles to inject liquidity to some of these ventures. And those who are interested in learning more about that, I think there is a lot of writing about it right now in the marketplace. Before we finish, just maybe one thing that I know you're very passionate about, and I'm very passionate, is about bringing Jewish pride to wherever you go. And people will never guess, and you spend a lot of time in Asia, and especially in some parts of the world where people meet Jews for the first time, Jewish pride means so much to them, to you. Can you say a few words about what it means for you to take this Jewish pride wherever you go in the world?
Well, I just got back from Asia, Ephraim. As you know, I had a book launch in Taiwan and Singapore. We traveled to Thailand as well. More and more folks do recognize. I mean, in the old days, when I would travel to China in the 80s or 90s, nobody knew what I was. I was a foreigner for sure, but nobody knew what brand of foreigner. There's much more awareness and much more knowledge about us. And I get no better thrill, I get no more pride than to walk on the street of small villages in Thailand or to engage with ministers of finance. This last trip in Taiwan with the President and Vice President, National Security Advisor, and engage with them on a professional level, but also a personal level in a way that leaves them feeling good about me, about the United States, and about our people, the Jews.
Amazing. And I think that this is such a powerful note to finish on. If I learn anything in my own experience in business, academia, policy, media, is that if you bring this kind of journey to wherever you go, this pride, this energy, people will always appreciate and respect you more. Mr. Mishsil, thank you very much for being here.
Our next guest is one of the architects of modern Israeli education and a visionary leader in academia. Please welcome Professor Uriel Reichman, founding president and chairman of the board of Reichman University. Yoav Limor will be conducting this interview.
So, Professor, thanks for being with us here. Following our conversation, we will be joined by two of the hostages who came back, Guy Gilboa Dalal and Eviatar David. And I know that you in the university support dramatically the IDF, the hostages, everything that has to do. I said to you, you're the Zionist University of Israel.
In name, not only what you prove us. We are, from the very first one, the very beginning, when I established the university, I declared it is and will be a university, a Zionist university.
I take you back 32 years ago. Please do. I take you back 32 years ago. There are a very close, short list of universities in Israel, and you decide to change that world, starting with the Reichman College, which turned up to be the Reichman University. Looking back at that journey, what made it possible?
Well, there was two issues. There was an issue to open the gates of academia in Israel, and the second was to change certain basic tenets of the Israeli academia, insofar as opening the gates. Unfortunately, for many years, the 7 leading universities controlled the issue whether a new academic institution would come into being. They felt very comfortable of controlling the budget that the government poured into higher education. And there was no great interest in enlarging it. The result of it was that the gates of academia were actually closed in front of hundreds of thousands of Israelis. Those who had money went to study in England, the others had to give up. And it was a major, major crisis that had to be solved. So I came after I finished my term as a dean of Tel Aviv University Law School and said, let's open a university and let's open a college in the beginning. And I said from the beginning, it will be one day a university. And the government, the position said, we have the right to decide whether another institution is needed or not. I said, yes, you have that responsibility if you ask to give government money. But if you don't want to give me money, you have no right to decide whether another university should be or institution should be opened. You have only the duty to control the standards, the academic standards of it. Who should decide if something is needed or not are the people themselves. And therefore, we have to open the gate for private universities.
So I take you 32 years onwards. What makes the Reichman University so unique?
Well, several things. But let me only say that the journey was very difficult because they tried to stop me. I started without land, without money, without right to grant degrees. But people came and enrolled, believed in the idea, and so I worked with the students and broke the doors of the gates that were closed. And thereafter, things changed because they saw that it cannot continue, so they established colleges, subsidized colleges, with the limitations that they couldn't reach the stand of a university, and some other private colleges stood up. We started to solve the major crisis in the States. Now, insofar as the idea, there were things I didn't like in the university system and things that I thought should be pushed forward. First, there is an ideology. I said my ideology was that the university has a duty to society. A university is not only a research institute. A university has another goal. It comes from society and it goes back to the society. And the idea of education summed in two words: freedom and responsibility. From the very beginning, we emphasized entrepreneurship. We said everybody should believe in himself, should learn all the materials that we provide them, and should go into life, write his own life story, believe that he can work with others, don't be afraid of challenging as a status quo, and make a difference, and actually navigate his own dreams into fulfillment. But that wasn't all. We said the same thing, that we should do away with, that we have to push interdisciplinary education, break the silos of education that persisted in the past, have joint degrees and joint programs and move forward with it, and of course, do other things.
So I want to ask you one last question regarding the situation. You know, we're here in New York and we're speaking much about the Israeli-American relationship and about anti-Semitism, and you at the Reichman University opened your gates for many, many, many foreign students from the US, but from many other states as well. Many of them deciding to stay in Israel, to make Aliyah, looking from the outside of the problem of anti-Semitism and the bond between Israel and the diaspora. What's your thoughts on that?
From the very beginning, from the idea that you establish a Zionist university, I said from the very beginning, we have to build programs in English, so students from all over the Jewish world can join us and be with us. And 25 years ago, we started this program, and today we have, any given moment, about 30% of our student body comes from 90 countries, from all over the Jewish world, and we build a system which is a bilingual university, so the kids feel at home in Israel. Now, that became a growing issue and a way to answer to what is happening around the world. what I can say is that this year, the number, due to anti-Semitism, the number of students that applied to study with us increased by 80%, 80%, which shows how that enterprise is needed. I do believe that's a problem, as was said by others. The problem is reaching out to the younger generation. I think that American Jewry didn't do enough to speak out and teach the younger generation and create better relationships with Israel. In Israel, we have to straighten our differences and go back to the basics of Zionism. What I say is that it's very important to Israel to go back to the very important document. In my view, the second most important document in the history of the Jewish people after the Ten Commandments, which is a Declaration of Independence that promises a democratic equality to all and freedom from religion and freedom of religion in the state of Israel. And from here, create the common denominator and speak out, reach out to American Jewry and to Jewry all over the world. Try to create this contact, this very important contact. And I can tell you that from the students that come from the States to study with us, about 50% make Aliyah, and all the single soldiers, most of the single soldiers that leave the States and other places to fight the army end up in our university. Some of them stay, and those who goes back are actually wonderful agents of the idea of the wonderful story that has to be told here in every place, the story which is unique in history, that the people that were exiled, that were away from a country, stood up one day and came and formed this unique story of the state of Israel.
Uriel Reichman, a real changer of Israel. Thank you so much. I'll do it from here. Thanks, Professor Reichman. I'll introduce in English, although the interview will be in Hebrew. There are many words written, but I'll just say a few. It is a huge privilege to welcome to the stage two heroes, Evyatar David and Guy Gilboa Dalal. Bo. הלבישו אתכם יפה.
כן. כן, אהבת? זה חדש.
כמו בעזה.
חזרנו מעזה לחליפות.
תגידו, אם הייתם מראיינים אחד את השני, במקומי, אביתר, מה היית שואל אותו שאלה הראשונה?
אם הייתי מראיין אותו?
כן, עכשיו אתה מראיין את גיא, תשאל אותו שאלה הראשונה.
האם הצלחת לשמוע מוזיקה בעזה? גיא אוהב מוזיקה.
האם הצלחתי לשמוע מוזיקה?
האם נתנו לך?
הלוואי. לא שמענו מוזיקה, אבל אני ואביתר, קודם כל אני ואביתר חברים מגיל 1.5 שנה, ואנחנו חולקים את אותם אהבות, ואחת מהאהבות שלנו זה מוזיקה, וזה אחד מהדברים שבאמת באמת הצילו אותנו והשאירו אותנו שפויים בשבי. היינו שרים ומדברים על האומנים שאנחנו אוהבים, וזה היה אחד מהדברים שבאמת השאירו אותנו במצב טוב.
ואתה, מה היית שואל אותו שאלה ראשונה?
כשהפרידו בינינו, הפרידו אותי ואת אביתר אחרי חודשיים.
בחודשיים האחרונים.
סליחה, בחודשיים האחרונים. היינו ביחד כל הזמן, מהרגע שבעצם הגענו לשבי, ובחודשיים האחרונים הפרידו אותנו. כשהפרידו אותנו אחרי כמה זמן, הבנת שאנחנו מופרדים. שאנחנו לא נהיה יותר ביחד.
חיכיתי זה 3 ימים. אמרתי, אולי הוא יחזור, אולי הוא יחזור. אבל זה לא, נראה שלא, ולא היו שום סימנים שאתה חוזר, אז שם הבנתי את זה, והייתי צריך את הדרך, למצוא את הדרך להתמודד עם זה. זה היה קשה, אבל גם את זה בסוף הצלחתי.
טוב, אני אגיד לכם ככה, ישבתי עם שני הבחורים האלה אתמול שעה, ואם יש משהו אחד שהוא מדהים, זה איך אתם מדברים בעיניים. בכלל, אתם לא צריכים להוציא מילה, אתם לעולם לא עולים אחד על השני במילים. אתם תמיד משלימים אחד את השני, והכבוד שאתם נותנים, זה היה עוד לפני השבי או שזה נהיה בעזה?
הכבוד כמובן, כאילו החברות שלנו תמיד הייתה קרובה וחזקה, אבל שם זה קיבל פשוט רובד אחר, עמוק יותר. ממש מאפיינים של חברות שלא היו, שבעולם האמיתי קשה מאוד גם להרוויח אותם או להשיג אותם או ליצור אותם. אז לגמרי, כאילו הקשר שלנו הוא מאוד מאוד, הרבה יותר עמוק, הרבה יותר חזק.
תראה, אני ובת'רדס חברים באמת מגיל 1.5 שנה. אני עברתי מכפר סבא לאלפי מנשה כשהייתי בן 7. איפה תמצא חברים בני 7 שממשיכים להיות בקשר, כאילו בשתי ערים שונות? היינו ישנים אחד אצל השני במשך ימים רצופים. ותמיד היה לנו חברות כזאת, אבל באמת כמו שבת'רדס אמר, בשבי זה הגיע לרמה אחרת. זה באמת, זה מעל להגיד אחים, להגיד חברים, להגיד משפחה, זה רמה אחרת.
זה היה גם כאילו ממש חברות הישרדותית במובן מסוים. אתה מבין?
מה זה אומר כשאתה מקבל אוכל, אז אתה חושב בשניים?
ברור, כל דבר. כל דבר שאנו מקבלים זה כמובן מחלקים לשניים. הרבה פעמים גם היו פעמים שהוא מביא לי, בעיקר הוא היה מביא לי, אני לא שקר, אבל זה, כן, זה חלק מזה, זה כאילו כל הדבר, הכל.
היו שם הרי מיליון רגעים קשים, כל שנייה, ובכל זאת אני שואל אתכם, מה היו הרגעים הכי קשים? זה מה שאמרתי שהם מדברים בעיניים.
כשאתה אומר רגעים קשים, קודם כל אתה מתכוון לכל השבי. אין רגע באמת לא קשה בשבי. החלק הכי קשה שהיה לי זה... אני יכול לספר שעברתי תקיפות מיניות בשבי. עברתי 2 תקיפות, כאילו פעמיים, מאותו טרוריסט ששמר עליי. ואני הייתי גם תקוע שם, באותה מנהרה. לא היה לי לאיפה לברוח ולא ידעתי לאיפה עוד זה יכול להגיע. ובאותה תקופה גם, ממש קצת אחרי זה, אז זה באמת התקופה שבת'רדס היה לו את הסרטון שהוא נראה כמו שלד. ובאותה תקופה ראיתם את הסרטון ואיך כאילו ככה נראינו, והיה לי דילול מאוד גבוה בעצם בכתפיים של שריר, דילול של שריר מאוד גבוה בכתפיים. זה היה במשך 3.5 חודש, זה היה רוב הזמן, שבעצם ימים שהייתי יושב ככה, ואני לא מסוגל להזיז את הכתפיים שלי בלי לצרוח מכאבים. זה היה ברמה שבת'רדס היה מוריד לי את המכנסיים כשאני הולך לשירותים, ומרים לי אותם כשאני חוזר, ובתקופות כאלה שאנחנו מוותרים על מקלחות עד שמביאים לנו אותם, כי אנחנו לא יכולים לחמם את עצמנו ואנחנו נהיים חולים מזה, אז אנחנו מוותרים על מקלחת ואנחנו מנקים עם מגבונים את אזור הבית צ'כי, מפסע, פנים. אז הוא מרים לי את היד מנקה לי את בית השכי עם הגבון ומוריד לי אותה, כי אני פשוט לא יכול להזיז את הכתפיים. זה בשבילי.
אתה יודע, הוא הזכיר את הסרטון, שאני מהסרטון הזה, חוץ מזה, איך שאתה נראה. אני זוכר מילה אחת, עדשים. אמרת, אתמול נתנו לי עדשים, שלשום נתנו, כאילו כל יום אכלת. זה מה שאכלתם שם?
אכלנו הרבה עדשים, כאילו הרבה פעמים. אכלנו גם מעט אורז. כשהיינו מקבלים אורז, היה צלחת כזאת שטוחה, ממש פלט לגמרי. וזה בגדול, אתה מקבל קצת קטניות, כאילו, ואיזה חתיכה קטנה של פיתה או משהו כזה, וזהו.
הם לא פחדו שתמותו? הרי הם רצו להחזיק אתכם על הקצה, אבל אתם נכס חיים, וכמו שנראיתם, כמעט מתתם.
נכון, היינו לסף קריסת מערכות, כבר ממש בסוף בכלל, זה היה נורא, כאילו ברמה שבאמת לא יכולנו לחמם את הגוף, כל פעם שאתה קם אתה מקבל סחרחורת מטורפת, אתה נעזר בקירות כדי ללכת לשירותים שנמצאים 3 מטר ממך. אני לא יודע, תשמע, הם לא הכי חכמים, כן? אבל זהו, אני לא יודע.
4 אנשים, 2 שוחררו בינואר, עומר ונקרט וטל שוהם. 4 מזרונים, אחד ליד השני. בור ספיגה, או כמו שאתם אומרים, בור של חרה, ליד הראש. זה בלתי נתפס. אף אחד פה, אני מניח, לא יכול להבין מה זה אומר.
תראה, זה בלתי נתפס, והעניין הוא כזה. היה לנו בור, לא נעים לי להגיד, זה היה בור של חרה. אנחנו היינו צריכים לחפור אותו, ועשינו את זה כמה פעמים. במצב שהיינו בו, היינו צריכים לחפור אותו, ואנחנו נמצאים במסדרון שהעובי שלו הוא כמו הכיסא שלי, והגובה שלו זה בערך 1.80 מטר, ואנחנו מזרון שלא אומר, טל, אביתר, אני, וזה מסריח את כל המסדרון הזה. אין שם עיבור, אין שם חילופי אוויר, והכי גרוע, בתוך הבור הזה גם גדלים שם תולעים שהופכים לזבובים שעולים עלינו ועולים על האוכל שאנחנו בקושי אוכלים, וזה לא נתפס, זה לא תנאים אנושיים.
אתה רוצה לדבר קצת על התנאים? כמה קשה היה?
תשמע, כאילו, בגדול, זה הדברים מבחינת תנאים הכי קשים. אתה יודע, היינו גם מקבלים הקצבה, נגיד, של מגבונים בשביל היגיינה, חבילת מגבונים פעם בשבוע, לפעמים גם יותר. אז אתה חייב לקחת כל מגבון ולקרוע אותו ל5 חתיכות, ולהשתמש בזה לכל מה שאתה צריך. גם המזרונים היו כבר, כאילו, הם היו ישנים, אז אתה מרגיש את כל הבליטות כאילו, הכל קשה, הכל היה מאוד...
אז מה בכל זאת מחזיק?
מה זה?
רגע, רק שנייה. רק חשוב לי להוסיף משהו על מה שאמרתי מקודם. אמרתי מזרון שלא אומר, מזרון של טל, אביתר ואני ליד הבור. זה לא אומר שאני ישנתי ליד הבור, חשוב לי רגע להגיד, עשינו סבב, כל יום היינו מישהו אחר במיטה למעלה. לא היה אצלנו, כמו שאביתר אמר לאוכל, זה לא היה... זה היה חצי-חצי, לא היה מישהו שנדפק יותר, אנחנו היינו שם כמו משפחה. אין דבר כזה שמישהו מקבל תנאים שונים. יש מישהו אחר?
אז מה בכל זאת מחזיק? מה נותן תקווה? איך שאומרים על שפיות?
קודם כל, אתה צריך למצוא שגרה מסוימת, כדי להתעסק במשהו. כמובן, החברות שלנו והקשר, כאילו, זה משהו גם שמאוד מאוד מאוד עזר. על דברים שהיינו מדברים, כאילו היינו יכולים לצחוק ביחד על דברים, נדבר על חברים קרובים של שנינו, חברים משותפים. היה לנו גם קלפים כאלה ממש מחוקים שהיינו משחקים איתם, עד שגיא כבר לא יוכל לזוז. אז שגם בתקופות האלה צריכנו למצוא את הדרך לפעמים להרים את המצב רוח.
וידעתם מה קורה בחוץ? כי אתה בכלל, אח שלך היה איתך במסיבה ולא ידעת אם הוא חי או מת.
נכון, כשאני נחטפתי לא היה לי מושג מה קרה עם אח שלי, וזה היה מהדברים שהיה לי הכי קשה שם, כי אני ראיתי מה קרה במסיבה, וכשנפגשתי עם עומר שמעתי מה קרה במיגוניות, וכשראיתי את טל שמעתי מה קרה בקיבוצים, ואני לא ידעתי לאיפה אח שלי הלך. ובשלב של הבריחה נאבד לי הטלפון, לא יכולתי יותר לדבר איתו, ורק לחשוב על הדברים שיכולו לקרות לו גמר אותי. אני במשך 1.5 שנה בערך לא ידעתי מה קרה איתו. לא היינו חשופים למה קורה בחוץ. היינו חשופים רק בשלב שהיינו למעלה, ב8 חודשים הראשונים, וגם זה היה מאוד 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 מוגבל, כי זה היה בעיקר דרך אל-ג'זירה. אחרי זה שרנו למנהרות, אנחנו נתונים לשטיפת מוח, הם יכולים לבוא ולהגיד לנו מה שהם רוצים, כמה שהם רוצים.
למשל, מה אמרו לכם?
למשל, המשפחה שלכם לא נלחמת עליכם, הצבא מחפש אתכם, רוצה להרוג אתכם, הממשלה לא רוצה אתכם, להפחיד אותנו על המצב בישראל, כל המדינות הערביות מסביב מפוצצות את ישראל, וזה שטיפת מוח שלא נגמרת, הם יכולים לעשות את זה כמה שהם רוצים.
בוכים בשבי?
בוכים?
כן.
בטח. המון. בכי זה משחרר, בסופו של דבר. זה משהו חשוב, לפי דעתי.
תן לי סיטואציה של בכי.
למשל, האמת שזה קרה אחרי 2 העסקאות הראשונות, זאת שהייתה בנובמבר 23, ובינואר או פברואר...
ינואר 24, כשהיה גם את הסרטון שלכם, כשטל ועומר הלכו ורואים אתכם ברכב ליד.
25.
ינואר 25,
25, כן. בדיוק, אז אחרי העסקאות האלה, אני זוכר שבאתי לגיא ואמרתי לו, תקשיב, אני לא הולך לראות את המשפחה שלי, אני לא זה, אני לא פה, כאילו נכנסתי לפאניקה. וזה רגע שהתפרקתי בו, אתה מבין? לבכות, זה עוזר.
למה הם יצאו ואתם נשארתם?
לא בקטע כזה, בקטע של אני רוצה לחזור הביתה, והיה לנו פה כאילו את האופציה, במרכאות. תבין את הפוטנציאל לזה. זה לא קרה, זה קשה.
אתה יודע, בחרת לספר, גם עכשיו, גיא, על התקיפות המיניות שעברת, שזה לא פשוט. לא פשוט, שדורש הרבה מאוד אומץ לעמוד מול קהל ולדבר. למה?
יש כמה סיבות. הסיבה הראשונה היא שהמון אנשים, גברים ונשים, עוברים תקיפות מיניות. ואני רוצה שישמעו את הסיפור שלי, ואם אנשים מקבלים איזה כוח, בשבילי זה זכות. אני רוצה שאנשים ידעו שזה לא בושה לדבר על זה. אני יודע שיש המון אנשים שעוברים את זה. תודה רבה, קודם כל, זה ממש, זה מרגש אותי ממש. אני רוצה שידעו שזה לא בושה לדבר על זה, כאילו לא רק לדבר על זה באופן טלוויזיוני, כן? אני לדבר על זה עם מטפל, מישהו שיכול לעזור ולקבל טיפול ולעזור לזה, מאוד חשוב לי שאנשים שעברו את הדברים האלה ידעו שהם לא לבד. וזה בעיקר.
אתם יודעים, לגמרי. יש כאן כמה מאות אנשים, חלקם ישראלים, חלקם אמריקאים, כולם, לדעתי כולם יהודים. הבנתם שם, אתם מבינים היום את העוצמה שפעלה כדי להוציא אתכם משם? מאנשים ועד נשיאים. הבנתם את זה כשהייתם שם או שבכלל לא?
לא, כי לא היינו חשופים לכלום, אז לא לנו שום מושג.
וכשיוצאים, ופתאום אתה אצל הנשיא טראמפ?
זה מטורף, כן. כאילו, כשטראמפ נבחר, זה שמענו, היינו בטוחים שזה כמובן יהיה לטובתנו. עובדה שזה היה לטובתנו, אין לי בכלל מה להוסיף על זה. זה הרבה, כאילו, המון 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 בזכותו. אנחנו כאן עכשיו, לא יודע כמה זמן עוד היינו יכולים להישאר שם בלעדיו. אבל חוץ מזה לא היה לנו מושג כלום, כלום.
ועכשיו שאתם מסתובבים, כאילו, אני מניח שזה מטורף האהבה הזאת שאתם מקבלים. החום, היחס, האוכל. אתם יכולים לאכול מה שבא לכם.
אנחנו בגן עדן מבחינתנו.
כן, כל רגע לקום בבוקר, לפתח את העיניים, ולראות תקרה ומיטה ולא מנהרה וזה, זה מבורך.
אגב, על מה חולמים?
הרבה על אוכל.
על אוכל?
הרבה על אוכל, כן, כן.
אוכל ספציפי?
לא, מלא אוכל, אבל גם אתה חולם בכמויות מסיביות על אוכל. כאילו, כמו בופים מטורפים, והמבורגרים, ופיצות, ומשהו מוגזם שאתה קם מרייר.
לי ולביתר היה קטע כזה שהיינו כל בוקר כזה קמים, אומרים, מה אומר אחי, על מה חלמת? אני אומר לו, נו, על מה הפעם, איזה אוכל חלמת הלילה?
מה אכלת בלילה?
מה אכלת בלילה הפעם?
עכשיו, אחד הדברים המדהימים זה שהם למדו ערבית בשבי. ואז אתמול כשישבנו, אמרתם, תגידו, אתם מסוגלים לדבר ביניכם בערבית? הם אמרו לי, בטח. רוצים לעשות קטע קצר?
ליש לה.
יאללה, ביחכי. תחכי.
كيف حالك؟ والله أنا تمام الحمد لله كيف أنت؟
والله كويس أنا ما في مشكلة.
كويس. لوين يروح بعدين؟
بعدين يمكن نروح أكل تمام؟
إيش نأكل؟
يمكن سنيتشل.
تمام تمام.
ככה זה נשמע כשהם רוצים שאף אחד אחר לא יבין. טוב, עוד דבר בשבי שדיברתם ביניכם, היה על הנסיעות לחוץ לארץ, שתטיילו, נכון? היה איזה קטע שאתם מתכננים את הטיול הגדול. רוצים לספר?
כן, אבל טיול גדול עשינו בעזה. הטיול הגדול של אחרי. אז לי ולביתר יש מאוד מאוד פשע. יש לנו חיבה ואנחנו מאוד מאוד אוהבים את המזרח. ולי אישית היה גם תכנון, כאילו טיול מתוכנן שכבר היה לאפריל, כמה חודשים אחרי שנחטפתי להיות ביפן. ואני וביתר, כשבעצם היינו שם, היה לנו כמו כזה פרויקט שאנחנו מתכננים את כל הארצות והמדינות במזרח, שמתחיל מצפון והגיע לדרום, ונעשה אותו עוד בעזרת השם.
מקום מסוים שאתם רוצים לנסוע אליו? כאילו יש משהו בראש, איזה תוכנית?
יש הרבה.
אני אגיד לכם למה. תראו רגע את הסרטון הזה, תסתכלו, תראו ביחד איתי.
Dear passengers, we're about to land in Israel. Welcome home.
You remember when you find the land by the sea. Will you hear my voice calling? Will you come?
אנחנו נמצאים על טיסת אלה לתאילנד 081 שממריאה בעוד כשעה לבנקוק, ועל הטיסה הזו יהיו לא מעט אנשים. אחד מהם, מישהו שחלם מאוד לטוס לטיול הגדול שלו אחרי צבא, אביתר דוד, והחליטו כאן החברים הקרובים שהיו אמורים לטוס יחד איתו. התמונה שלו תתנוסס בלב מטוס אל על, כאן במושב שבו הוא היה אמור לשב.
שמענו הרבה בזמן שהיית בשבי על החלום שלך לטוס ליפן. אני לא הולך לוותר על החלום הזה, אני הולך לטוס ליפן ולראות שם את פרחת הדובדבן. לראות את פרחת הדובדבן. כן.
מחכים לו לטיסה של אחרי הטיול, אחרי הצבא.
לגמרי מחכים. שיחזור, שיתאושש כמה שהוא צריך ונסגור את זה עוד פעם מההתחלה.
תגיד, חבר ילדות זה ככה. אני והוא זה משהו אחר. היינו עוגן אחד של השני. לחבק, להרגיש אותו חודשיים אחרי שהפרידו ממנו. החלום שחיכינו לו פתאום מתגשם, אנחנו ביחד. היה לזה טעם מאוד מאוד טעים של כדורי שוקולד, אבל התלווה לזה גם טעם החופש.
טעם החופש? מי ידע שלחופש יש טעם?
יש לו טעם חד משמעית.
כן, מחיאות כפיים, אבל אנחנו לא מראים את הסרטון הזה סתם. אני רוצה להזמין לבמה את מיכל גרסטלר, שהיא מנהלת התקשורת וקשרי ממשל באל על. מיכל, בואי בבקשה. תכירי, שני חברים, אביתר וגיא.
Okay, hi, hello all. I'm about to cry from this emotional video, so sorry if my voice is a bit shaky. Actually, I feel like I need to pinch myself sitting here with these two heroes, Aviatar and Guy, and also with you, Yoav. It looks like it's been forever since we filmed this video on El Al flight to Thailand with Aviatar's family and friends. And I just can't imagine what you guys have been through ever since. And look at us now, sitting in this amazing hall in this gorgeous conference in New York City. So it is my great honor and privilege to represent El Al here and be with you on stage. Over the last 2 years, El Al was basically the only airline operating. We were the air bridge to Israel. When the war started, all the foreign airlines just stopped flying to Israel. They canceled their flights. And El Al was the only airline flying all Israelis, millions of Israelis, to Israel and outside of Israel. And we did a lot. We've flown hostages' families, your families, to their diplomatic missions. We've flown wounded soldiers to their medical treatments around the world. We gave free tickets to soldiers and reservists. And we also operated rescue flights to Israel all around the world that was in need to come back home. And I will do it in Hebrew, if you don't mind. אז שמענו שהחלום שלך זה לנסוע לתאילנד, ואתה מדבר הרבה על יפן, והחלטנו שהדבר הקטן שאנחנו יכולים לעשות בשבילכם מאל על, אחרי כל מה שעברתם, זה לתת לכם באהבה מאיתנו כרטיסים לתאילנד, ליפן, או לכל מקום אחר, או לכל יעד אחר. או לכל יעד אחר שתבחרו, כי אנחנו באמת חושבים שאם למישהו מגיע להרגיש... סליחה?
עם זה מגיעים למטוס?
אם למישהו מגיע להרגיש הכי בבית בעולם, זה לשניכם. אז מקווים שתהנו.
וואו, תודה רבה. זה מדהים. זה באמת החלום שלנו, זה...
פריחת הדובדבן אמרת, נכון?
כן. וואו, מדהים. תודה רבה לאלעל, תודה רבה לך.
תודה רבה.
היא סיכמה יפה, פריחת הדובדבן, אבל אני טיפה אדייק. אתם הדובדבן לגמרי, ואני חושב שאני מדבר בשם כולם. א', ההתרגשות, לראות אתכם, לשמוע אתכם, אבל בעיקר לדעת שהמאבק המשוגע הזה שהתנהל בכל העולם, בסוף הצליח ואתם פה. אז תודה עצומה לכם, ותודה עצומה לכם. אביתר, גיא, אתם אלופי העולם.
תודה רבה לכולם.
כפרה של הרוב מזמר בקיסריה, הוא לוחם הנדסה מתאושש בגבורה אחרי שנפצע בלב עזה. נכון כולם נראים רגילים, אבל אנחנו עם של גיבורי על, בכל אחד תמיד מסתתר חייל מוכן להציל את העולם. יש תנהג אוטובוס של דן, זה שתמיד עומד בזמן, הוא עכשיו מפקד סוללת תותחנים בדרום ליד נרעם. יש סטודנט בטכניון באמצע תואר ראשון, הוא סרן במיל בעוצבת הגליל, כבר חודש בגבול הצפון. יש פה דוגמנית פרמדיקית, יש פה חשמלאי שהוא מגיסט, יש את יוני נגן סקסופון מחונן שהוא קודם כל מטקליסט. יש לכולם ארוני סטאר או ארגז גדול מאובזר, יש פה סט של מדים וגלימת מילואים מוכנות תמיד לאתגר. נכון כולם נראים רגילים, אבל אנחנו עם של גיבורי על, בכל אחד תמיד מסתתר.
Guy and Viet are going to stay with us, and after that they can take a photos, whatever you like. We need to continue. So we began our final session with a discussion about the future of Jewish identity, values, Zionism, and education, moderated by Ariel Kahana. This panel brings together leaders who are shaping the next phase of Jewish life across the United States and Israel. Please welcome our panelist, Professor Ephraim Chalamish, faculty member at New York University, and Senior Advisor at Carroll. Ellen Kerr, CEO of Israeli American Council and former United States Special Noah Tal, Head of the Planning Division at Kakal JNF, Morton A. Klein, National President of the Zionist Organization of America.
Shalom everyone again. So after the last panel, which of course, I can't call it a panel, it was being part of the emotions we all had in the last 2 years, the pain, the miss of our brothers and sisters, and then see them all coming home, really. What can we all say after that? I mean, whatever we're going to say now, it's going to be, frankly, I don't know. Yeah. So, still, let's try. On top of what we just heard, you know, you're all here all day. I think in this conference, and it's kind of unique, and we heard Hillary Clinton, we heard everyone from all sides, from Israel, from America, and you know, usually they say 2 Jews, 3 opinions. In this case, it was quite a consensus, because it feels to me that I think there was no disagreement about what the problem is. We all agree what the problem is. So the question is how to deal with it. And my question for the 4 of you, if I can, and we have 12 minutes, is practical actions that you are taking or you think should be taken, how to handle this problem, which means, just to summarize it, which is the negative process in Israel, image here in America, what can be done, what should be done about it. And now maybe we will begin with you.
First of all, thank you so much for having us here. KKL-GNF is actually the acting part of the Zionist movement since 1905, and such as it is our role to make sure that Israel is a safe home for the whole Jewish people. Due to that, we started acting on October 7th, when Israel was a chaos. Keren Kayemet L'Israel, KKL-GNF, was a rock, a solid rock that provided everything that was needed on that time. We provided ambulances, we gave necessary equipment for the Kitot Konenut, and also we evacuated all the population that needed to be evacuated into the hotels, and also providing for them some routine that is so important in time of crisis. But we don't look at the past in KKL, JNF. We always look for the future and the huge responsibilities that lay on our shoulders, which is to provide high quality of life to whoever choose to come and live in the state of Israel, whoever choose to come and spend their time. Just in the past 2 years, we had more than 50,000 people making aliyah to Israel just because they're Jewish, just because they were suffering in the countries where they were coming from. And it is our responsibility to make sure that they will have high quality of housing, they will have great leisure and recreation infrastructure all through the state of Israel. My family has been in Israel for a very long time, and our basis in Israel is very, very strong. But when I look at my children, I want to make sure that we can provide a high quality of life for them and for future generations to come, that we are providing international level education, that we are providing international level housing, that everyone will be inspired to live in Israel, even though we have many challenges to hold on to.
Thank you. So Ellen, you lead IAC. It was mentioned before 1 million Israelis probably live here in America. What are you doing in IAC, and maybe what should else be done for keeping their connections, we're talking about the next generation, keeping their ties with Israel and with the Jewish people?
Right. So first of all, this panel is about the future of the Jewish people and the future of Zionism. And I think everyone in this room feels that our future is pretty bright after hearing Guy and Eviatar. With Jews like this and resilience like this and optimism, the smiles on their faces, you know, I got to tell you, I was blown away. And I think when we have people like that among our people in our family, our future is very bright. I would bet, don't bet against us with brothers like these. IAC is unique in that we are a community-based organization, not merely one of advocacy or position. And so our community, from coast to coast, tens upon tens of thousands, and in fact hundreds of thousands, who actually turn out in celebrations, whether it's Purim or Chanukah, Yom Ha'atzmaut, or also turn out for demonstrations. Our community is what it's all about, because when you talk about ensuring our future, it has to be based first and foremost on community and on togetherness. And that's what we do. So we, as a community organization, focus on three things. First of all, we invest in the next generation so that our kids, at a time of rising anti-Semitism, meet the challenges of our day with pride. They don't hide, they don't run, they stand up with pride and embrace their heritage. Number two, civic engagement. What is absolutely critical is that we teach our community how to be impactful, how to engage civically. Listen, never mind Israeli Americans, most Americans have no idea what a school board election is. But that's where a lot of our problems come from. It's local city councils and it's school boards. Even in friendly states, when a school board is taken over by the enemy, those schools become places of poison and indoctrination against the Jewish people. And so we are teaching our entire community, coast to coast, how to be impactful weapons for civic engagement, and that means elections. And then lastly, fighting anti-Semitism, which we do in schools and on campuses. We meet the incidences with real action. We represent students and faculty, and we actually train families and go to school board meetings when there are anti-Semitic incidences. We've handled in the last 2 years 800 individual cases of anti-Semitism, and ready for this, we've trained 3,000 public school teachers on anti-Semitism, how to recognize it and keep it out of the classroom, 3,000. And so we're proactive as well as reactive. That's how you get it done.
Thank you. Ephraim, so actually you don't have a practical role as far as I understand. You are mostly advisor, but maybe advise us what should be done, especially with the young generation.
So first of all, I couldn't agree with you more, Ilan. I think you really nailed it. When you see such a powerful resiliency, we don't need to speak anymore. I think it speaks for itself, and that's really the future, not only the past. I would like to focus on 3 points very quickly, based on my experience in academia and business, where I think it's super relevant to the role of Israel in America today, especially when we're trying to bring Israel to the world of ideas and actions. The first one is to bring the Israeli experience to whatever you do. So, for example, I've done a lot of work in the private sector, in academia, on the energy sector, energy space. So people never heard of, for example, Israel's role in Middle East energy and energy alliances and the fact that Israel exports so much energy to Egypt. Once people learn about it, it's education, it's awareness, they understand that Israel can bring so much not only to the Middle East, but also to the United States. The second thing is the personal journey. I can think of all the individuals and organizations I've brought to Israel over the years. When they see Israel through your own eyes, through your family's eyes, through your kids, through your partners and colleagues, it becomes very personal for them. So I think we should all spend more time bringing our best and brightest and everyone from the professional life, personal life, families, neighbors, to Israel through this personal journey. And the last thing, which actually, based on my experience here today, listening to all these amazing speakers, is shared values. We talk so much about actions and politics. We don't talk enough about the fact that we share values. So if we can take all these values from today's amazing talks and bring it to the American conversation about values, I think we can actually get pretty far.
Morton, I see you had preparations. What did you bring here? I'm asking, what did you bring? I see a map. Maybe you want to show it to the audience here. And how it's related to the next generation.
Look, the Arabs and the Jew haters have made tremendous inroads on campuses and around the country and around the world by promoting propaganda lies against Israel, incredible lies. I speak on campuses all over the country. I speak in synagogues and other places. They think Israel stole the land, murdered their babies, don't give the Arabs any rights. So it doesn't matter to tell them we have Nobel Prize winners and we've done great work with energy and oil and gas. That doesn't matter. What matters is we've got to demonize the demons who are lying about Israel. We have to, first of all, show the students who are shocked when I show them this map. This is the Middle East. We should always bring this type of map when we're speaking and let the kids and others know that there are 22 Arab countries, 53 Muslim countries, one tiny Jewish state. The kids I speak to on campuses think Israel's the size of Poland or Germany. They're shocked when they see this. I don't know why Israeli officials, Jewish leaders, rabbis don't promote this kind of truth and promote the truth that Israel is the indigenous people. We have to promote this. We have to make it clear that not only in the Bible, yes, not only in the Bible did God give us this land for those who believe in the Bible, but even under international law, the Balfour Declaration, the San Remo Declaration, UN Article 80, UN Resolution 181, gave this land under international law to Israel. In fact, Article 80, and no one knows this, we should say this, says that no part of this land that was given to Israel under international law is allowed to be given to a non-Jewish entity without Israel's permission.
So you're going, Morton, with this message for many, many years.
Yes.
But we see where we are. So is it possible to win this war?
It's because other people don't promote this message. Israeli officials don't say, you know, I know all the Israeli officials, most of them, and I tell them this, and they say, it's not important more to demonize the demons. What's important is to develop our high-tech industry. They don't get it. They don't get it. They have to show things like this. The emblem of the Palestinian Authority. When I show this in my speeches, they're in shock. It shows all of Israel with the keffiyeh, with Arafat in the middle. This is Mahmoud Abbas's Fatah emblem, showing who they are. We have to demonize the demons. We have to reduce the ability for kids and others to support these monsters. We have to make it clear that the Hamas Charter, Article 7, calls for the murder of every Jew. Article 13, the destruction of Israel. The Fatah Charter, Mahmoud Abbas, almost every other clause calls for Israel's destruction.
So we have 1 minute left, even less. So let's give the others just another answer. Ephraim, can we win this war?
First of all, I think we're winning it. We're winning it by, I think if you listen to what we had to share or people hear through the day, there are so many examples where we bring both Jewish pride and so many Israeli success stories to America's public life. And I hear the point about civic engagement is actually a great place where you can make a big difference.
Can I ask a question, Alan?
100%.
Okay. No, I have a different for you, and I will appreciate a short answer. I was told, I remember before October 7th, it was told that Israelis who live in America are not involved, are not engaged. They left the country and they live their private lives here. Was that changed after October 7th?
100%. First of all, they are engaged. They're very engaged. And through IAC, they're increasing their engagement. What's changing, though, is that they're becoming engaged in the Jewish world. That's what IAC aspires to do and does every day by creating a unified Jewish community. But I want to say this about the state of affairs here, and I'll say it briefly. If 2 years ago, I mean, just go back 2 years ago, Israel was on its knees, and its existence was in doubt, and the threats it faced seemed insurmountable. If I had predicted to you then any one of the miraculous things that have happened in the last 2 years, any one of them, pick one, Lebanon, Syria, Hamas, the hostages, Iran, and the U.S. involvement, any one of those things, you would have said that the stress of the moment drove me to delusion. And they all happened in 2 years. And so we are living in a time of miracles and unprecedented opportunities. And the challenge for us here, and with this I'll end because this is key, the challenge for us here is to leverage Israel's successes into our successes and our victories here, because we are one people. Israel's weakness is ours and Israel's strength is ours. And now that Israel has turned the entire geopolitical situation on its head, our job in the diaspora is to leverage those wins and win here. Do to our enemies here what Israel did to its enemies there, and on that, the IAC is focused.
That's a good idea. Thank you. Noah, you have the last word.
Well, I want to say something I hope will give everyone lots of hope, because after the past very difficult 2 years that we've experienced with all the opportunities and the heroism that was really shown not just by the state of Israel, but the global Jewish community, I think we truly understand now, looking forward and looking for the future, that we do stand together. We can have our different opinions, and we can have our different solutions to the situations, but we understand that we rely on one another in order for us to have a very good future.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming here. That's my last panel for today, so I want to thank you for having me. And I'm leaving the stage now with a better feeling, I must tell you, because it feels to me that in this conference we achieved a consensus. Everybody that was talking here today actually agreed about how to define the problem. And once you have the right diagnose, and right, Director, am I right? If you have the right diagnose, then you should know what is the prognosis, what should be done. So let's hope that from here we will find the right paths, the right moves, the right actions to do what has to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
When we talk about Zionism, we cannot ignore the hundreds of social organizations working every day to make Israel a better place. One of the most remarkable among them is Shtilim Association, which supports at-risk youth and children with special needs in the Haredi sector. With more than 4,000 students across 25 municipalities throughout the country, they are a model of a social action that creates a real change. Let us watch a short video about their important, inspiring work.
החלום שלי תמיד היה לעבוד. החלום שלי תמיד היה לעבוד בטלוויזיה. כיום אני מפיק אורחים בערוץ הכלכלה. אני רואה בזה כאילו ההתחלה של הקריירה שלי. אני בניו בן 19 ובוגר מרכז תורני הולכה ברשת מוסדות שתילים.
שתילים זה רשת של בתי ספר וגנים ש-99% מהם זה ילדים מיוחדים.
שמי נטלי, אני אמא של יהודה, קרן אור שלי, הוא בן 13, חגגנו לו מזמן בר מצווה.
אני הילד דן, אמא לאדיר המקסים, אדיר בן 7. עד שהגעתי לפה היה מאוד מאוד קשה.
אני מרים קליין, אמא של ינקי, ילד מקסים, כריזמטי. אנחנו פה בבית ספר השנה הראשונה שלנו.
תהליך מטורף, עבודה קשה. יש פה שיקוף מלא, אנחנו משתפים פעולה אחד עם השני, ציפיות ממני, ציפיות מהם, ואיך אנחנו עובדים עם יהודה. תמיד אומרים מה הציפיות, אני באה בקטן, כי אני באמת לא יודעת, והם מצליחים להוציא את זה בצורה הכי גבוהה שיש.
היה לי קשיים במסגרות אחרות. הגעתי לשם, בגיל 14.5. היא הייתה מסגרת שהסתגלתי אליה הכי מהר.
כל המוטיב שלי בכל בתי הספר, לאפשר להם להביא את מה שהם הכי טוב שאפשר. אנחנו הרשת הגדולה ביותר בארץ, ואנחנו נותנים מענה בכל המגזרים.
אנחנו ניסינו מאוד לחשוב על איך במהלך כל היום לוקחים את תוכנית הליבה, אבל גם נותנים להם מיומנויות של כישורי חיים. למשל ספרייה, הם גם לומדים כאן קריאה, והם לומדים את השפה. מעלים את זה קדימה לתפקודי, שהילדים פה הם עובדים כספרנים, כנ"ל בחדר מחשבים. גולת הכותרת פה של בית הספר זה המטבח. כל ילד יש לו מטבח אישי שבו בסוף, בחיים שלו, בבית שלו וכולי, ידע להכין לעצמו את האוכל וכולי. מצד שני, יעבוד בקבוצה.
גם רואים פה את הילד וגם רואים שזה דבר מאוד חשוב, הצורך של ההורים.
הצוות שם מרגישים כמו הורים שניים.
על אף שיש לנו בערך 4,500 ילדים מיוחדים סך הכל, יש לנו כמעט קרוב ל-4,000 עובדים. זה כמעט 1:1 בהשקעה שצריך לעשות בצוות חינוכי, צוות טיפולי. זה עולם ומלואו.
השינוי שראינו מאוד, זה היה מאוד משמעותי, הבשלות שלו. הוא יודע מה הוא רוצה, הוא מגשים את עצמו, נותנים לזה מקום, אבל מקום בצורה בריאה, כמו שצריך להיות.
בגן כל פעם היה התפרצויות זעם, ופה מתחילת שנה אפילו פעם אחת לא היה התפרצות זעם, והצוות פה באמת אחד.
ההורים הם חלק שותף ופעיל פה בבית ספר. את העבודה והאמון, ההורים והצוות ביחד למען התלמיד.
הדרך להגיע איתם לעצמאות זה לתרגל את זה איתם. ואנחנו משקיעים המון בתחום של התעסוקה. כבר מגילאי 15-16 אנחנו יוצרים קשר עם המון מקומות בחוץ, מקומות עבודה של תעשייה, של הייטק, של מזון, ותלמידים יוצאים החוצה יחד עם צוות מקצועי שמלווה אותם לתרגל את התעסוקה בחוץ. כל אחד לפי היכולות שלו.
שלום, אני מיכאל, בן 18. אני אוהב החכונות, סגור, צלחת, קשור.
יש כאלה שהולכים לתעסוקה מוגנת, שהם צריכים ממש מקום סגור, עם תמיכה וליווי. יש תעסוקה נתמכת שהם כן יוצאים לעבוד בחוץ, בליווי של מישהו שמתווך להם ועוזר להם. ויש את התעסוקה העצמאית, כאלו שממש בשלב מתקדם.
אתה רואה שהילדים טוב להם והם נהנים בדברים האלה, זה מספק אותם, הם מרגישים שהם נכנסים לעולם העבודה, נכנסים לעולם התעסוקה.
החזון שלנו, ככל שהם יגיעו עם פיתוח של מיומנויות, כלים ויכולות יותר, הם יצליחו הלאה קדימה.
אני שנים הייתי דלוק על טלוויזיה, וזה כאילו נתן לי את הדחיפה שהייתי צריך. באתי בתוכן רגשי, גם לידע טכני. יאללה, מתחילים לחפש עבודה.
אנחנו מעוניינים להרחיב את השיטה שלנו, שנעשית בצורה מאוד טובה. גם כן להיכנס לארצות הברית, לעשות את זה ביחד בשיתוף פעולה, להעביר מידע מפה, לקבל מידע מהם. זה נושא שמאוד מעניין אותנו ואנחנו רוצים לפתח.
אני בטוחה לגבי העתיד שלו, ואני תמיד אומרת שאדיר היא הילד הכי מוצלח שלי.
המנהלת עם האופטימיות שלה, שהיא פשוט משדרת תקווה, והתקווה הזאת מחזקת, במיוחד אימהות לילדים על הרצף.
באמת מאוד הייתי רוצה שהוא ימשיך עם עמותת שתילים עד כמה שאפשר.
Thank you so much. Our next panel features influential communicators and creators who have become powerful voices for Israel and Jewish identity among younger generations. Moderated by Adi Nirman, please welcome our panelist, Eitan Levin, comedian, journalist, social activist. Yeah, please do. Emily Austin, television personality, sports broadcaster, and outspoken pro-Israeli. And Yaakov Langer, media entrepreneur, founder of Living L'Chaim. Please.
What an amazing company. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Of course, thank you.
Well, we've got to talk about it because in a world where information travels faster than the truth, social media creators and influencers have become sort of frontline ambassadors. And when I look at the three of you, I don't just see talented Jewish creators, I also see a combined reach of, 5 million people? Even more? Which is...
100 million people. No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
Depends on the video.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Totally me.
Well, we'll get there. Sure. We'll definitely get there. And you're so successful at the peak of your careers. You could be doing anything. And I wonder what made you get up in the morning and say, I want to advocate for Israel, especially when you don't live there.
I feel like a lot of us backed into it against our will in a lot of ways. I like to joke that I'd been getting called, the K word. We're Jews here. I've been getting called kike online since before October 7th, okay? I had a following. I was very visibly Jewish online, doing this thing called Jewish or Anti-Semitic, which was a Jewish game show that I was running. So people knew me from that already as a visible Jew. Then October 7th happened, and there was no way that I could escape, my Judaism and my connection to Israel. My sisters live in Israel. I lived in Israel. I go to Israel frequently. I will be there December 25th through January 8th if anyone wants to buy me a nice fancy dinner.
Amazing.
Thank you so much. But I'll be, it's like a part of me, so there really is no way to escape it. So if I'm going to be this thing, then I might as well be as stubborn with my beliefs and stand up. And it's definitely, I'm sure, like you guys, it's come with negative consequences occasionally, but there's no other way that I could be who I am. I couldn't escape it.
Before I answer, I have to make sure you're not wearing a Celtics hat. Okay,
Oh,
great.
This is a Knicks hat, baby.
We're good.
And shout out, by the way, Danny Wolf and Ben Saraf on the Nets last night. Danny had a hell of a game.
So now that he's wearing a Knicks hat, I can proceed. Being a sports reporter, I think I was talking to the Knicks or the Nets at the time for a gig. I was negotiating with ESPN when October 7th happened. But even before October 7th, I grew up very secular but cultural in the home. So we didn't keep Shabbat, but God forbid I missed Kiddush. It was bad news for everyone. It didn't happen. I'm scared of my mom. But I remember in the height of Black Lives Matter, there was another war between Gaza and Israel, and it was Yom HaAtzmaut, and we were extra proud to be Israeli that year, and obviously in the midst of a war. And I posted a cupcake with an Israel flag on it. I think at the time I had maybe 1 million followers. Now I have 3, so a lot less at the time. And my favorite NBA player DM'd me, how do you support a racist state? Now this is the first criticism, I was maybe 20 years old, I'd ever heard of Israel. The words apartheid, racist, ethnic cleansing had never been brought to my attention in respect to Israel. So now I needed to kind of prepare myself to counter these claims. And my only response at the time was like, hey, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's a lot of black people there. You haven't been there, I have, take my word on it. And awkwardly, the next time I went to Israel, I was just like zooming in on black people. And I'm like, that's your proof, And that was one. When October 7th happened, I was like attacked from every direction and angle. I was fired. I was boycotted. My negotiations with ESPN stopped. Sports Illustrated dropped me. Puma dropped me. Miss Universe dropped me. I was like, oh my God, I am 22 and unemployed. This is awesome. I reached my top and then I reached my bottom. I could write a book about this. But obviously, when one door closes, a better one opens. Now I have my dream job. It's amazing. But I remember just telling myself, if I have to lose everything, like anything, even my own life, speaking up for what's right, I will continue to do that. And there's no better way than through sports, by the way. It's very unifying.
What an amazing statement. It's also very bold. I'm not sure every Jewish person, a successful one, would say that. We've seen it since October 7th, by the way.
It's unfortunate. I see a lot of, especially in the sports world, team owners, successful people, who have nothing in life to lose and still will pretend that this does not apply to them. And then you have Sylvan Adams, and everyone should take note from you of how they should act. So it's disappointing when they don't, especially seeing how many people did step up when we needed it, like you guys.
Amazing. Yaakov?
I could relate. Miss Universe also dropped me recently, so that was a big shame. Before I even answer, I just want to point out, it is so surreal to be in the same room as Guy and Aviatar. Like, I think all of us, we've all been trying to get them home and davening and praying, and I feel like it's so silly, at least me, like they're watching us. Well, they're talking to someone now, but technically we're off air. It's just so crazy. I think my answer is going to be boring, but sometimes the truth is boring. I kind of, like Itam was saying, I was always proud to be a Jew, and growing up, my grandfather was a Holocaust survivor, and I always believed that the Holocaust happened, but there was something about all of it that's like, come on, the world can't hate us that bad. And October 7th really woke me up to say, like, whoa, there is a deep-seated hatred for no logical reason. And there's so much that Israel and the Jewish people that we've done and do for the world, and there's no logic there at all. So I'm very proud to present who I am and present our people, and if people have a problem with that, that's their fault.
Your answers are truly inspirational, but we have to discuss, we've all witnessed what happened with Charlie Kirk. That's a very real and horrible thing that happened. Have you ever faced a moment when you genuinely felt that your safety for your life was in danger because of your advocacy?
I mean, yeah, personally. I started getting a lot of hate online, once again, before October 7th, and there were times where people would send me pictures of places where I was going to be later that night. I'm a comic, so my schedule is up there. I've also had friends who had been in videos that I've done who would then get messages being like, you're supporting a Zionist, whatever, and been like, are you performing here? And then I had a friend of mine who's a lady who is a comic who had to cancel a show because the guy said he was going to be there, and that guy showed up. So this stuff really does happen, and I think that part of the battle that we've been fighting over the past 2 years has been explaining that this stuff is real, and I think that right now the Jewish community is kind of torn between this fear of overplaying our card and making it seem like it is way worse than it is, while also acknowledging that things are kind of bad. And I hope that over time our messaging gets better and that we're able to convey this message. And it is another thing in my mind where I'm like, how much do I let this control and dictate? How much do we let ourselves be victims in this? Do we let this kind of inhibit or cap what we are as a people? And that's the thing that I'm kind of fighting right now, is that I do think that there are obvious dangers out there, but the way to fight it is not to victimize. The way to fight it is to stand tall. It's not to, just focus on the bad stuff. It's to remember the culture stuff. It's to remember all of the awesome things. When I think about Israel, I don't think about the war. What I think about is that the food is awesome and Tel Aviv is full of hot people. That just is what it is. And that's how we fight.
True story.
True story. I don't know if you've been there.
True story, yes, for
Yowza.
sure. Guys, I'm from Tel Aviv, so,
You understand.
Whoever's recording, make sure Palestinians don't see this. After October 7th, I got doxxed really badly, except they put my mom's phone number on the internet and not mine, and I'm like, thank God, I can't deal with that right now. But my mom, till today, she gets the most disgusting, I know why I'm smiling, it's not funny. She gets the most disgusting, vile, threatening messages to her phone, and I used to really enjoy reading Instagram DMs because I'd be lying if I didn't tell you there's so much love from the Jewish community, and I really like to read it. But now, similar to the point you said so beautifully, I really never thought people actually hated us that badly. And then when Charlie Kirk got shot, I sent a bunch of my DMs to the FBI, who have become very good friends of mine. And I said, they're from Iran, right? And he was like, they're from Staten Island, New York. And I was like, all right, where's Kurt? My security guard's here now. So after Charlie Kirk got shot, I was like, I am not taking any chances. I'm 24, I'm childless. I need to at least leave some sort of a legacy before I get killed. I'm not gonna. Also, I don't want to give them the satisfaction. Imagine how happy they'll be if they actually succeed in killing me. They'd throw parades, so why would I ever want them? And also, I don't want to die, of course. Besides that point.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever personally, maybe I'm naive, I haven't been personally scared for my life. I think there are a lot of crazy people out there.
If you pay me, I will dox you.
Yeah. But I definitely see the tremendous amount of hate, specifically on X. X could be a great platform to really see how much support and love and care there are, but there are so many, crazy people. My wife just gave birth last week.
Congratulations, Mazal Tov.
Very cool. She's letting me be here now. We're doing a bris tomorrow. Everyone's welcome. And I posted a picture of me and my baby. You don't even see his face. And this poor baby, like, he's just living. And I didn't show it to my wife, and hopefully she does not watch this. There's such evil comments about my baby. And it's like, where is this even coming from? So personally, I don't know if I felt my life threatened, but that hate is there, unfortunately.
Definitely there. I want to talk about the different creative styles of your content. Eitan, you mentioned that you're a comic. You merge art essentially with activism through comedy. And I just wonder what inspired you to turn humor into a tool for advocacy?
So I agree with Emily partially on the thing about sports being one of the best equalizers. It's sports, art, music, comedy. Those are the ways that I think we get our message across better. Food, 1,000%.
Food, hummus,
Let me tell you, Manischewitz does more for fighting anti-Semitism than all of the money here combined. No offense, but it's a real thing though. When Danny Wolf, with the Wolf last name, he's the most Ashkenazi-looking man you have ever seen in your entire life. Just a potato human being, slam dunking over some other basketball player. That is the kind of stuff that resonates and stick better because you have to normalize Jews. We are not victims. We go out there and we do incredible stuff. So when I think about comedy, comedy is one of the best ways to get information across. If you are funnier than the other person in the room, then even if you're wrong in your debate, you won the debate. That just is how it is. I feel like we've ran away from that a little bit as a community. I think that we are sometimes, October 7th happened, and then we definitely had to put our walls up. We have to, there's a lot of survival tactics and everything. The victim part, we definitely are the victims in some other ways, then. But I think that made us retreat into ourselves. We were afraid of showing how genuinely funny and interesting and smart and creative we are because a lot of that is aside from October 7th. So I think that now we are far away removed enough from it that we are able to embrace the comedy. I'm finally seeing comedy from stand-up comedians in Israel, like Yochai Sponder and stuff like that, who they joke about it. And that joke sticks harder with my friends than someone doing an infographic about why it's genocide or not genocide.
So you feel people open up more to Jews and Israelis once we make them laugh.
Exactly. And we are at a part, I do think that we are at a part in this discussion about Israel and the future of Zionism and the future of Israel and messaging and Judaism where there does have to be a conversation happening about what are we supporting, what kind of content are we putting out there, and it's like for every dollar we spend on talking about the hardships of, October 7th and afterwards, that other dollar has to go to culture stuff. It has to go to music. It has to go to art. We have to rebuild Tel Aviv as one of the cultural hubs in the world. There should be no fear or doubt when someone wants to go to travel that Tel Aviv isn't on their list of places to go. And I tour all the time as a comic. I can tell you right now, Tel Aviv is one of the nicest places in the world. We shouldn't be running away from that at all. It's way nicer than Des Moines, Iowa.
That definitely deserved applause. But Emily, I wanted to ask you, do you feel like you did the same thing with sports?
Right. I feel like everyone has something unique to offer, and if I could literally give one piece of advice that I hope resonates with every person in this room, but specifically towards people with platforms, there's something the Rebbe said that really, really resonates with me. He was basically advising a student who wanted to drop out of school and study Torah full-time. Apparently he was allegedly a successful engineer, and the Rebbe told him, you don't leave your career to find your Judaism. You bring your Judaism into your career and you spread the light. I literally just got goosebumps. It's my favorite phrase ever. So I realized, first of all, I keep saying sports is unifying, but it also gives you an opportunity to discuss things with people otherwise you'd never have a chance to meet. So another story about that silly cupcake I posted, there was a coach who posted Free Palestine maybe a month after that incident. And I have the coach's number. And I was like, what's the worst case? He doesn't employ me. So I called him and I told him, why'd you post that? Blah, blah, blah. We had dialogue. He ends up taking the post down. And now he works full-time with Kyrie Irving. So that's my next prospect on making him a Zionist. But the point is, I feel like everyone in sports specifically has such a large platform. And you can use it for such beautiful things. And you can use it for detrimental things like all eyes on Rafa. Okay, but what about the hostages? I also want to go off of what you said a little bit. What makes this situation unique and why Hasbara as a whole kind of needs to stop is that don't be fooled that people don't know what happened on October 7th. I'm mortified that, like, Evyatar even has to hear this. They know exactly what happened. They're just not sad about it. They're actually very happy about what happened, and that's where we're at. So knowing that, what do we do about it? Here's what we do, what we always do historically, we succeed. We do what we do best in our own industries, and we dominate, and that's why everyone's jealous of us, and that's why everyone hates us, but we're going to keep doing that. So if I have to become the queen of sports to make people like Jews more, great, I love it.
Okay, but Yaakov, if I'll focus on you for just a second, your style is essentially the opposite of short viral clips. Your long-form YouTube content reaches an audience of over millions. Do you believe there's still room for such content that is more deep, extended storytelling, especially at a time where people usually get their information from TikTok University?
Yes, so obviously, you know, TikTok and Instagram Reels are very popular now, and everyone's ADD levels are getting higher, myself included. But I think there is a yearning for a long-form conversation and just an understanding. And I think when you say, like, the Jewish people, the Jewish nation, it's very easy to hate us as a collective. But when you have a one-on-one hour-long conversation with a former hostage or someone who's a nurse or someone who's a rabbi, whoever it is, you see the person there. And I'm just thinking of a lot of the comments that I see on our YouTube channel. Thank God it's, you know, we have over 1.6 million subscribers, which is nuts to me.
All bots.
No, all real.
Sorry, bots.
A lot of haters of Jews, but I think there's three buckets, right? There's people that are very proud that they're Jewish, whether they grew up in whatever background, but there's an identity there. And then there's people who just hate Jews. I don't know if they were taught that or it's natural. I don't know. And then there's a crazy amount of people that just don't know. They're like, yeah, I've heard of Jewish people. And I'm seeing from the comments, so many people just don't know who we are, what Israel really is about. And there is a yearning from the world of just to understand. So yes, there is a lot of hate and there is a lot of support, but there's also a lot of curiosity. And I think the best way to really introduce people to the Jewish people, to Israel, what we really are about is by having long-form conversations. It's not a snippet. It's not 30 seconds. It's long, but it's raw. It's real. It's real. It's raw. It's authentic.
Can I say something on that, by the way? I think that's an incredible point about the concept of gettable allies versus shutting ourselves off to everyone outside who doesn't understand. I think that your channel is really great. That there are people out there, like even in the protests, who are just there because of Palestinians with no ill will or hatred towards Israelis. And in my mind, I'm like, there's always a gettable audience out there who wants to have that conversation. And your content, I think, does a great job at that. I think a big deal is just identifying the gettable people out there and talking with them.
My question is, do you actually see people that are on the fence about this entire situation that actually watch your content, they want to learn, they want to educate themselves?
I would say to even the other extent, there's obviously a lot of people on the fence, but I have so many messages from, I would call them radical Muslims who, I don't know what they were taught growing up, and they are explaining behind closed doors to us, I thought you guys are evil. And I'm just seeing, like, you know, we had Dr. Yehuda Sabiner who grew up in Har Nof. He's fully Hasidish, Ger Hasidish, and he's a doctor. And he joined the IDF. And they're like, he's a regular, normal, nice human being. Like
You're essentially describing anti-Semitism. So they're formerly anti-Semites. They just told you, I grew up to hate you, and you've proved me wrong. Amazing.
Yeah, it's not me. It's definitely, we have I think, the best people in the world. I'm biased, but there's so many people, there's so many stories. So I'm honored to be able to have them sit down in the hot seat and get to talk to them and get the world to know them. So yeah, I'm really honored.
Anti-Semitism is a spectrum. It's not just an on-off switch. You know, there's a happy medium in between. No, I'm joking, though.
But you know what? You've mentioned all of your amazing work, but we have to talk about the different, let's say, the second campaign, which is the anti-Israel one. Because many of the people showing up to the anti-Israel demonstrations are essentially our age. People that are just like us. And it makes me wonder, how can we counter the influence of major figures of that movement? For example, someone like Bella Hadid, who reaches millions.
First point I like to make when I I don't like to call them debates. They're actually very civilized conversations oftentimes, is that anti-Israel and anti-Jew are the same thing. Now, you can't say that without explaining why, because then you lose the argument immediately. And my argument is, before Israel ever existed, there was anti-Semitism. If, God forbid, you change the name one day, Israel to Palestine, let me tell you something, the anti-Semitism does not go away. And then, I'm sure everyone here has noticed, the anti-Zionist rhetoric has completely shifted. As you said, all of my comments are shut up Jew. So when people try to act like, oh, I'm not anti-Jew, I'm anti-Zionist, and you just ask them what's the difference, and then they try to argue to you that Jews don't have any history being in Israel, but then you teach them, they start to understand. But you need to be in the place to have that conversation, which oftentimes you're not. Like, I don't engage with protesters. I'm scared they're going to punch me in the face. I'm not going to do that. So that's a very good way to address the anti-Israel stuff. And then secondly, the new narrative in the United States that's scaring me, particularly around Trump's presidency, is that Trump is the best ally for Israel in the world. So what scares me is what's after Trump. And it seems like this America First wave is actually trying to become America only, which is frightening, not only for Israel, for America. And I need people to understand more, and honestly, we're not doing a good job at this. Israel is very valuable to America. Yet the narrative is that Israel is this leech that's blood-sucking all the money and power out of America, but we offer them a lot that America cannot live without. So I think if we work on that narrative too, where it's a mutually beneficial two-road relationship, that's when we can start, I think, making people understand that Israel, they conflate it with Qatar. They're like, oh, you're mad Qatar brought influencers, but so did Israel. Well, who's the greatest ally to the United States? But they don't know that. So I think we need to really spend our resources into reinforcing that narrative before Trump is gone, we have the next presidency, and they're all like Tucker Carlson.
So you think essentially it's on America and not just on Israel to counter that movement?
Yeah, a huge thing that people use to justify anti-Zionism is by saying, oh, well, they bought our politicians and AIPAC this, and they bought the president, because they view Israel as this evil source. If they start to see how we also help America, if you love America, then you love the help Israel gives you. So if you want America to succeed, you probably don't want terrorists to succeed over Israel's war. And I think if that point becomes more prominent, which nobody's spending the time really explaining that, and I mean nobody. I can't name you one person that talks about that relationship. I think it'll do both Israel and America a very, very big service.
Yaakov, we appreciate the selfie, and we'll definitely wrap it up with a selfie, of course, because I want a large following like you guys. But I'd like to hear your input on my question.
I didn't hear a word you said. It's very hard to hear up here, by the way.
I should just get up and leave.
What?
About, the anti-Israel movement, how do you think we can counter such influence?
So I'm going to explain it how I see it, and I don't know if anyone else sees it like that, but this is how I see it. I have my son, and he loves candy. Candy is easy to like, not very nutritious, and I know when I'm trying to get him to eat dinner, which is chicken or whatever, vegetables, or the things that he actually needs, I could take two approaches. One approach is to tell him how bad candy is and he's 5 years old, it will not work. But it's going to, kind of say how bad candy is, or I could build up the chicken, how it's going to give him muscles and super speed. And it's the cool thing now, unfortunately, to hate on Israel, to hate on the Jewish people. It's the easy thing, but it's also, I don't think it's the sustainable thing. There's not really, if you really dig through, there's not much logic there. So I think it's like the, in quotes, the unhealthy aspect of things. So as opposed to really focusing on Hadid or all these other losers who are just going with the flow, I like to focus on the people who are pro-Israel, who are pro-Jewish, who are proud of their identity. And there's so many nice, awesome voices out there.
Do you want to add something?
Oh, yeah. I always like to think, when I'm in conversations with people about social media content, I always like to ask them, has the past 2 years of content that has been funded been net positive or net negative for the Jews in Israel? Are we at a place where we are at the beginning of October 7th and now, is it net positive or net negative? And across the board, I get net negative. It's not working. And I'm going to say something, you may disagree with me here, whether you think Zoran is a jihadist or not, which is not the conversation. The question is calling him a jihadist working or not? Is calling everyone an anti-Semite working or not? Is not having defined lines about where an ally is, is that working or not? The answer is no. None of it is working. There needs to be a complete retooling of how we go about talking to other people. And one of the biggest things that we need to do as a Jewish community is to go outside of our comfort zone and have the conversations with people that we think hate us. Because I promise you, 90% of the time, they don't hate us as much that you think that they hate us.
I want to add to your story. Yeah. There is a looking at his profile, you'd think he's basically a Nazi. And I don't recommend doing this, but I do it because it makes me laugh. When people, call me the R word on Twitter or Jew or kike or whatever it is, I always like the comment because it confuses them. So one time this guy did a lot, and he's famous, otherwise I'd never given the time of day. He did a lot of nasty tweets about me being a Jew, which I don't know how that became an insult.
Busted.
Yeah, oh my God, I'm so ashamed of it. But I liked all the tweets where he's like, Jew, 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 and I literally, I made sure he saw the notification. And he DM'd me on Twitter saying, why are you liking my tweet? And I wrote, because I think it's funny. He deleted all the tweets, and he wrote, just so you know, aside from Israel, I see eye to eye with you on everything, and I actually respect you. And we're like, well, that was easy. I didn't even have to have the conversation with him. They don't hate you as much as you think, but then there's enough who do, and I think, like you said, it's worth reaching out to those people.
I'm from the Brooklyn comedy scene. The Brooklyn comedy scene, not pro-Israel by any standard, but I've made sure to go out there and get coffee with people. And when you talk to someone, I have a lot of people that are in the hardcore anti-Israel universe. And when we sit down and we talk to each other, we agree more than we don't agree. It is my full belief that 95% of people in America wanted hostages out and they wanted a ceasefire. They just wanted things to stop. But there was so much effort dividing and just making it seem like it was either this side or that side. And that tactic does not work. And we won't win it on a numbers basis either. There are more of them than there are with us. We have to go out there and identify who the gettable allies are.
I want to thank you so much because you've definitely given me hope. Which is a difficult thing to do for an Israeli. So thank you so much for your work. And for
the most important way to Hasbara is to follow me on Instagram. There.
Me too.
And
we've heard him.
Follow them. I'm good.
And Twitter because I'm shadow banned very badly.
Now is the time for a selfie.
Oh yeah, do the selfie. Okay.
Let's do it real quick.
Photoshop me, please.
There you go. Very good.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, so Adam Boller was supposed to be here, but he's a bit delayed because of flight schedule, so he will be here momentarily. Whomever is interested in meeting him, please stay. We will conclude our part in the summit. We are honored to welcome all the key figures that took place in these most challenging and sensitive missions of our time, bringing home the hostages. So thanks all for being with here today. We want to extend our heartful thanks to everyone who joined us, to our distinguished guests, our speakers, and of course to all of you here in the audience. Thank you all for your presence, your attention, and your engagement throughout the summit. We would like to express our deep gratitude once again to Dr. Miriam Adelson, the host. Yes, please. The host of this gathering, whose vision, leadership, and commitment made this gathering possible. We look forward to seeing you next year in the second Israel Hayom Summit in the United States. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. Goodbye.